Meeting to order. And we're now recording. Good. Thank you. So I'll just start by introducing the council. We have in the room with us Councillor Janice Bray, myself, I'm Mayor George Comrie, and we have Councillor Joe Lamb. Online, we have Councillors Brian Woods and Scott Nash. So we're all here. And we do have staff in the room as well, our CAO clerk, Nigel Black, our planning assistant, Paula Macri, and our manager of public works, Mike Huggins. And we have a guest, our planner with us. Oh, sorry. I almost, this is the first time that we have rearranged our room now that we have a screen and projector here running. So that's why. And she was in a different place. Our deputy clerk, Wendy Schroeder. Sorry, Wendy. So anyway, we will introduce our planner in a bit when it comes time for his report. So I think we're all here and ready to go. If we could start, please, with the playing of our national anthem.
True faith and love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
The municipality of Whitestown recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded, and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson-Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. I will now ask if any councillor has a pecuniary interest to declare in today's proceedings. Okay, hearing nothing, let the record show that none was declared. So our first item of business then is to approve the agenda. And I believe that we want to add an item to the closed session. So anyway, I'll ask for a mover and seconder, please. Councillor Lamb moves. Councillor Nash seconds. Sorry, Councillor Bray. I should have had that second cup of coffee. So the motion is to add an item, and I guess I should, with an item added, and the item would be item 15.4, which is a personal matters about identifiable individuals pursuant to the Municipal Act, Section 239 2B. So it's as presented with the addition of 15.4 to the closed agenda. All right, thank you. Is there any discussion on the agenda?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, good morning. I guess I was just wondering, we've said about adding an about personal matters for 15.4. What would the topic be?
The matter has to do with appointment of councilors to a standing committee.
Okay, and what standing committee would that be? Because as we all know, that we can't just say personal matters. We need to, and if it's a councillor or councillors, we need to say what that matter is for the public record. Don't need to go into detail, but we can't just say personal matters. There has to be more defining thing than that. And if it is about council members, I think it should be in open, not enclosed, because council members are not should not be secretive, if that makes sense. So first of all, what's the matter? And second of all, why couldn't it be in open if we did add it?
Well, I guess the short answer is that the more information that you give out, the easier it is to identify the individuals in the matter in question and so on. I think the thought behind this was that council would have an opportunity to discuss it in closed session without it being made public, but it can be done, and it's the wish of council. It can be done in an open session, and then it'll end up being a public matter. So I guess it's
Right. Well,
council's choice. Councilor Lamb, did you want to?
Yeah, I think just before, again, Mr. Mayor, I am asking you as the chair what the topic is. You're scurrying around it and not telling anybody of the public what the committee is or public is. And I think the CAO would say that normally we would post what the topic is on the agenda, not give the details. So again, I'd ask what the matter relates to, and I'd ask for a response.
Fine. Do you, Councillor Lamb, wanted to?
Yeah, I think it has to do more with resignations from the environmental committee and a letter that we received. And I would put respectfully to you, Councillor Nash, that any resignations like this have been dealt with in closed in the past, and then we come out into open, so we can have a discussion in closed, and then come out in open and approve those resignations. So if that helps clarify, that's how I see it anyway. So thank you.
Yeah, so thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I like to see that you weren't afraid to say what the committee was. So could I ask that the matter be shown as personal matters related to the WESC committee then, in the minutes and in the agenda? Could I ask for that, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
Thank you. And again, thank you, Deputy Mayor, for having the transparency to say that. I really do appreciate that. And then one other thing, and sorry to keep everybody here, but in regards to the agenda, I would ask that the presentation and delegations be removed from the agenda. I don't feel it's in the right spot for the mayor to be making a delegation request. or to be doing a delegation. So I'd ask that that be removed, and I'd ask if we can do, see if I have a seconder for that, and to do a vote on that to see if that item can be removed from the agenda.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question right now. There's two different things being discussed on the floor. Shouldn't we be trying to deal with the one and straighten it out before we do the next one? And if Councillor Nash wants to make that motion and it needs to be discussed, I can second it to keep the meeting moving along, and we can at least then discuss it.
No, I think we resolved the matter that the first matter that he raised, that the agenda is adopted as presented with the addition of item 15.4 to the closed agenda, which deals with personal matters related to the Whitestone Environmental Stewardship Committee. So that's
Okay. Yep, that's fine with that, Mr. Mayor. Then I guess if we're gonna have a discussion about that, you need a seconder, I'll second it. We can discuss it.
Yeah, and through, sorry, Councillor, wasn't through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah. In regards to my first comment there about the West closed session item, why are we adding something when it's been less than 10 days before a meeting? And I know very often, Mr. Mayor, you're the one to say we should not be adding things because it doesn't give the public or anybody time to prepare. So why would that be being added at the 11th hour, Mr. Mayor? I'm
it's a
assuming you're the
closed
one that would like it on the
session
agenda.
item. And it's an item which, as you've heard already, deals with resignations from the committee. And I believe that the members of the committee expect council to deal with this. But procedurally, the agenda belongs to the meeting. And we have done this many times. We have, in fact, you have, Councillor Nash have insisted on it numerous times that items be added that you wanted to speak about. It's perfectly procedurally all right once we are approving the agenda for council to bring up a matter that the details of which are not may not be presented to the public in any case. So it's not we're not depriving anybody of anything that they would otherwise have. So there's nothing wrong with procedurally of what we're doing.
Yeah, no, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I totally agree. And I am the first to say that yes, Councillor Nash does ask for items to be placed on sometimes, but 9 out of 10 times, Mr. Mayor, you're the one to say it shouldn't be done that way. So I just find it ironic this time that you're wanting it to be done this way. But when we do add something to the agenda after the 10-day period, we do need to suspend the procedural bylaw to add it, as you know, to the agenda. So I would hope that through the CAO and you, that you'll be suspending the procedural bylaw to be adding an item when nothing's been circulated for that item, to do it in the correct and transparent way. That's all.
I don't think that's necessary, is it? I'm looking at our clerk.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, if we don't need to suspend.
Sorry, the clerk is going to respond. He's just getting his microphone going here.
Yeah, my apologies, through you, Mr. Mayor. That is generally how, when we've added things at the last minute, we do generally suspend the procedural bylaw and have a majority vote of council to add them.
Okay, fine, thank you. So I'm looking at our deputy clerk. I need some blank motion forms, I think, unless I already have some, do I?
And then, Mr. Mayor, as you're working on the paperwork there, thank you for following the procedural way to do it. I would also like to bring up an item that I would like to have added onto the agenda today as well, when we're done with this item being added. So just to let you know that.
Council municipality. Okay, so. Can somebody advise me what section of the procedure bylaw we're suspending then?
I don't think we've ever quoted this section. I think we just said that we suspend the procedural bylaw to, add whatever.
Okay, let's see.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if you're looking for that part on the procedural bylaw, it's section 3.2, Councillor Nash.
Okay, thank you. So this is an amendment to the resolution related to it's item 3. Agenda. So this is a motion to suspend section 3.2 of the procedure bylaw to permit an item to be added to the closed agenda. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Lamb moves. Seconded by Councillor Bray. All those in favor of the motion, please.
Could I ask for a recorded vote, please, Mr. Mayor? Councillor Nash.
Go ahead,
Thank you.
Deputy Clerk.
Counselor Nash,
No.
Counselor Woods,
No.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
All right, so we have an amendment. Okay, so the next thing that was you raised was you wanted to remove my presentation from the agenda. You can make that motion, I guess, if you want.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. But first of all, I think we have to vote on the first motion by adding something to the closed. So I'll wait for that motion to be read. Since we've now suspended the procedural bylaw, we have to make the vote of adding the Wesk item into closed, and I'll ask for a recorded vote on that too.
We can approve the agenda after we have all of the amendments made.
Right, but we need to vote on the amendment of adding it, Mr. Mayor. It's quite simple procedure. So now I've suspended the procedural bylaw. Now we're going to vote to see if that item gets amended or gets added. So it asks for the motion to be
okay,
read.
fine. I'm trying to make it so that this doesn't take us till noon to get an agenda, but anyway.
Well, I
Look,
guess, Mr. Mayor, going forward.
All right, so but if we do this, we're approving the agenda as circulated with an amendment. So then it'll be approved. Then that's the end of the discussion about the agenda and we move on. Is that what you want?
No, you're adding something to the agenda after the cutoff deadline. So you have to make a vote to add that to the agenda first, Mr. Mayor. And then you'd still vote on the agenda afterwards, but this would have passed that we're okay with adding it. And this wouldn't happen if we don't have things added at the 11th hour, like you always say, Mr. Mayor. So if it takes till noon to get procedures correct, it takes till noon. This should all be sorted out before, and these should have all been drafted up already, knowing that this is a procedure that's to be followed. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Haven't we in the past taken a straw poll on whether it's to be added and then move on. I don't know. I remember lots of those, so maybe our CAO can help us out.
Through you,
I
Mr.
think-
Chair, Councillor Bray, I think your microphone might be off.
It's okay. Our clerk
Yeah,
is going to.
Through you,
respond
Mr.
to
Mayor, generally speaking, we would take a vote on the amendment. And then, like you said, you would pass the original, the approval of the agenda once all the amendments are made and voted on.
Okay, well, unfortunately, all we have, and we've taken a vote on it now, is to suspend section 3.2 to permit an item to be added. So I need
That's-
more,
So
I
you'll
need
need,
more amendment forms.
yeah, we
yeah.
do have them here.
All right.
Through you, you'll need a motion now to add the actual item to the agenda, and then we will vote on that amendment.
And
All
then
right.
Counselor Nash apparently wants to add
Another one.
something, so we would then vote on that, and then we would vote on the agenda.
Oh, then- Okay, that the council of the municipality of Whitestone amend the agenda the closed agenda to add item 15.4, which is personal matters related to WESC.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, wasn't it regarding resignations of the WESC? I think that was the topic that was added. According to the deputy
That's
mayor.
how I see it.
All right, resignations from WSC then.
We do.
Mover and,
Yeah, just gonna say, we do need a mover. and
yeah, we need a
seconder.
mover and seconder for the motion. Counselor Lamb. Counselor Bray seconds. All those in favor, please indicate.
Recorded vote, please, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Counselor Woods,
No,
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes,
Counselor Nash,
No.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That amendment is carried.
All right, so now the item is added.
now Counselor Nash had an item he wanted to add, I think.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you, Deputy Mayor, for that. Yes, and thank you all for all of us following procedures there and having something added. It's good. So the item I'd like to have added to the agenda, similar to this, nobody else has any documents for it, just like the item that you're adding. So what I'd ask to be added is, or actually, it's to do with groups, associations, and requests, I'll call it. And basically a motion being brought forward to discuss what we as council would like to see for knowing what a group and association represents in regards to a specific lake or a specific road or a specific conservation whatever it might be. So just to discuss that, that's what it's on for. It's just for discussion purposes, and I do have a draft motion for it, but that's the item I'd like on it. It's not in regards to any specific group or lake association or conservation association, just in regards to, in general, what we would expect for be any group or any association, what it's comprised of percentage wise for a geographical area for us to understand what's coming to us. So, for example, if a certain road association only represents 5% of something, that we should know that's only representing 5% of the people on that road, kind of thing. So that's what I'd like to discuss. So I'd like to add that as a topic to the agenda, probably under business items, if I could. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but I do not understand what you
So
wanted to discuss.
I guess it would be for
It's just-
discussion.
We don't have
Discussion.
any jurisdiction over, you're talking about private groups like road associations, lake associations. We don't have any jurisdiction over
Mr.
that.
Mayor, this isn't a time for debate. This is just a time to add an item to the agenda. Again, I'm requesting that an item be added to the agenda on the composition of groups and associations with regards to percentages of a geographical area. That's all.
Okay, well, so I need the wording then of exactly what you want to add, Councillor Nash. I'm sorry.
Just
You-
under business items, I'm just going to make it even simpler. Groups and associations. That's it. Discussion. Sorry for the background noise. Discussion regarding groups and associations.
And
That's all.
where do you want to add it?
11.3 business matters.
Add item 11.3.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Under business matters. Okay, so that's the motion I have, to add an item 11.3 under business matters entitled Groups and Associations.
Discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And you're moving, Councillor Nash?
Yes, I'll move that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Seconded by?
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a quick question here? So this is,
Yeah, man.
want to have a discussion about the different like groups in the municipality?
Through you, Councillor Woods, just on, how would I describe it? What percentage of a geographical area an association or lake group or road group might compose of, if that makes sense, Councillor Woods? So if it's on Lake Ontario and a lake association represents 1% of Lake Ontario, we as council should know that that lake association represents only 1% of Lake Ontario. That makes sense? That's what the discussion would be about.
Okay, yeah, thanks for the clarification. Mr. Mayor, if that's fine, I'll second it, then we can at least have a discussion at some point.
It's moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
And could I have a
Right.
recorded vote for that, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll call the question.
Thank you. Councillor Bray,
Yes,
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes,
Mayor Comrie.
No.
Thank you. That amendment is carried.
And I think the last thing was Councillor Nash asked that the presentation and delegation of today be taken off the agenda, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Councillor Nash here. Yes, that is correct.
Not. Item. Let's see what item it is. Item 4.1.
Item 4.1.
Yeah, I got it. So the motion is that item 4.1, sustainable economic development, be removed from the agenda. You're moving that, Councillor Nash?
Sorry about that. I was muted. Yes, I will move that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Mayor, I'll second so we can at least have a discussion. I'm sure other members of council might have an opinion on this.
Okay, thank you. Seconded. Is there discussion?
Hello?
Councillor
Okay.
Nash, or Councillor Lamb, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Nash. As you know, and maybe the public doesn't, the mayor and I and our CAO go over the agenda 10 days, I think, or so before it's published. And when this came up, the mayor wanted to make a presentation. Oh, I should go back a bit. There's also what we call a 5-minute rule when you're speaking. So you can't speak for any more than 5 minutes. And the mayor wanted to make a presentation that's more likely to be 10 minutes. And he didn't want to be cut off after 5 minutes. So he put it in as an agenda or as a delegation. So that's the background behind it. I agree with you that it's rather unusual that the mayor would delegate to his own council. I would suggest if we do this, that he pass the chair to me as the deputy mayor during the delegation. And certainly I would hold you to the 10 minutes. The only other way to handle this matter is to take it out of presentations and delegations, 4.1, and again, put it into business matters and let the mayor make his presentation at that point. And simply allow him to exceed the 5 minutes and go on up to 10 minutes. So those are the options as I see it. But I think he has put a lot of work into this, and I think we should hear him out under one way or the other. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this item?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor
Sorry,
Wood.
Councillor.
Oh, sorry, I can wait, Mr. Mayor.
No, go ahead, Councillor Wood. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Sorry, you're not.
You bring your supper.
So Councillor Bray is deferring to Councillor Woods. Go ahead, Councillor Woods.
I was okay, sure, Mr. Mayor, no problem. Just to get this going. I've read through all the agenda paperwork that we have, and I do think that there is a lot of good information in here, and it'd be a good discussion. I can tell that you've put a lot of work into this. I don't think that delegations is the place that it should have been. I can understand because you think you're going to go over in time. That I completely understand that part. Just I thought delegations were for the public, right? Not members of council. But if we're doing it here, that's fine. Now I know I could come up with a delegation topic because I have a few that I could take at least 10 minutes to talk on. So as long as that's the way things can be done, that's all I need to say about it, Mr. Mayor.
So
Okay,
the other
thank-
option again is that we
Mm,
move it
yeah.
under business matters.
Yeah.
And allow the mayor 10 minutes.
No, Counselor Lamb has explained the rationale for putting it where it was. But there is there is an item under staff reports 9.4, which is regional economic development proposal. And this item has a lot of background relevant to that particular item. So I felt it should be before then, but I mean, we can put it somewhere else in the agenda. The title of this section of the agenda is presentations and delegations. So if people want, I think if people want to make presentations, they can they can request that slot. There wasn't any other one there, so
And
that's all. So we can move it, you know, I'm happy to move it to a later part if you
yeah,
wish.
and
But
through
I'd like
you-
it to be before 9.4 because it doesn't in some ways inform 9.4.
Yeah, and through you,
So-
Mr. Mayor, I'll remove my motion hearing from other councils there just so we can move on with the meeting. So I'll remove my motion to have it taken off the agenda then just so we can get on, because I know, as you said, it has taken a while to get to this far. So I apologize. So I'll remove my motion so you can have your delegation as you'd like.
All right, so thank you. Are you all right with that, Councillor Woods?
I'm okay with that, Mr. Mayor. Let's
All right.
meeting.
So I think at this point, we are now back to looking to see what we've done here.
We want to approve the agenda overall.
So we'll find the original motion was that the agenda for the meeting be adopted as presented. And I'm just going to say with them as presented and amended. Is that okay? Because we've already passed the amendments. Mover and seconder, you're okay with that? All those in favor? On Zoom? Councilors Nash and Woods?
Sorry about that, Mr. Mayor. I just dropped the computer. Are we voting on the motion as
Yes,
amended?
as amended.
On the
Okay.
agenda. as
On the
amended.
agenda as amended, yeah. With all
Okay,
the
yeah, I'm
other
not
amendments
in
that we-
favor. Thank you.
What did you say?
I still don't know how the councilors, I still don't know how you're voting.
No. Are you able to hear me, Mr. Mayor?
I am now.
Okay, yeah, I'm not in favor. Thank you.
Mr.
But
Mayor,
you're
it's
not asking for a recorded vote, or are you?
No, I never said a recorded vote. No.
All right. Okay, well, the motion is Councilor Woods?
sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm having issues here. Yeah, no, that's fine. We'll just let's get on with the meeting. Try and get some work done today.
All right, thank you. That motion is carried. We have an agenda. All right. So that brings us then to this item 4.1. And what I'm going to do is, since I'm presenting, I will turn the meeting over to Councillor Lamb, or turn the chair over to Councillor Lamb.
Very good, thank you. The next item is presentations and delegations, 4.1. Sustainable economic development for the municipality of Whitestone. And it's being presented by Mayor Comrie. So the floor is yours and you have 10 minutes. We're up to 10 minutes. Thank you. That's the first time we've done this. We didn't realize you have to switch your chairs.
Yeah, sorry, folks. I hope you can sort of twist it around just to see. So I am going to try to make this a quick presentation, and you've heard sort of what the motivation for it was. Perhaps some of you don't know that I did take a course that was offered courtesy of
Yes.
FedNor and the Northern Policy Institute that was given by a professor at the university in Sudbury at Laurentian on sustainable northern economic development, and it was quite interesting. And so, but anyway, what I want to talk about a little bit this morning is to really just to seed you into thinking a bit about what we can do in terms of economic development in Whitestone, particularly, and of course, in the broader context of Parry Sound. So I want to just go through the first couple of slides, have some maps. If you can advance to the next one, please, Wendy. Thank you. I'm just going to shoot through these, but you take a look at where we are. We're in Parry Sound, and you'll see a number 10 in a sort of a purple colored. I should have brought a pointer. A purple colored thing down there where it says Parry Sound. That's Parry Sound District. Take a look at Ontario and how much of it is Northern Ontario. All those colored parts to the north are Northern Ontario. Southern Ontario is the gray portion that shows above Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. And you can see that Northern Ontario, by that definition, that's the official government definition, it's 88% of Ontario's landmass, 5% of the population. And there are quite a few communities, only 8 of them have more than 10,000 population, and a lot of small ones that are even smaller than we are. So if we look at the next map, go ahead, Wendy, please. Oh, thank you. All right. This is where 50% of Canada's population, 90% of Ontario's population, and a third of Canada's total economic activity lives. And that's the Quebec-Windsor corridor, as you can see. It's about 100 kilometers wide, and it goes from Windsor to Quebec City. And we're almost in it. If you see, if you look at the side of Georgian Bay there, that starts that sort of brown area, but not quite. So, but if you think of in the context of the last picture, it's a long way away. Okay, next picture. I'm gonna go through these quickly. That's the district of Parry Sound, and you can see the municipality of Whitestone in the middle of that. That's, I think that map is courtesy of DSAB, Janice. But anyway, so you can sort of see that's the whole district. And I have one more, I've got one more map, and it shows the East Parry Sound, because we're going to talk about that for just a second. And you'll notice in the context, just this is all just to give you some context for what we're going to talk about. East Parry Sound, we're in West Parry Sound, and there are 7 municipalities, and I'm assuming you pretty much know about them. But in East Parry Sound, there are 15 municipalities or incorporated villages, so that gives you a total of 22 for the whole district. Sorry, one more slide. They have an economic development collaborative, which is called ACE. That's the way they say that, but it's Almaguin Community Economic Development. And it's supported by 8 of those 15, plus the Almaguin Chamber of Commerce. So we have a Chamber of Commerce in West Parry Sound, but it was not part of our collaborative, but theirs is. And those ones support it financially and participate in its government. They actually have an economic development office. It's in the Armour Township office in Burkes Falls. So when we come to talk about what the Parry Sound proposal, you'll see there's a little bit of a parallel here. And essentially what they do is they try to provide a one-stop shop for individuals and businesses in the entire area, whether it's businesses that are trying to grow and expand, people who want to move here or move there, start a new business, etc. They do pretty much everything, and they have a staff of 3 in that office there. Okay. Next slide, please. So this is the West Parry Sound one, and you already heard a little bit about this. Well, sorry, you didn't, but you will later. You will at that when we come to that item. What we call the West Parry Sound Economic Development Collaborative was originally shared by all 7 municipalities. 3 of them have recently withdrawn, and 4 of them, including us, are left as of the moment. And there is an agenda item 9.4 presentation, which was approved by the board of that collaborative to present to the remaining 3 municipal councils that are in. Well, Parry Sound is one of them, but it's already approved it. It's the sponsor of it. And that proposal is that Parry Sound, the economic development officer in Parry Sound, will provide concierge services to participating municipalities at a cost of approximately $8,000 a year. We're going to have discussion about that later, so I won't dwell on that anymore right now. Can we have the next slide, please? In the paper that I wrote, I spent quite a lot of time looking at some opportunities. Okay, sorry, I'm sorry. I'm a slide ahead of myself. I got in your package, you got 2 slides on the page. Okay, so just one more thing about West Parry Sound before we move on. We do have some assets, and there's a much bigger list than this, but a couple of them that I think are important. You'll see that the Economic Development Collaborative has a logo and a branding, which actually I think is quite useful, and the intention is that those who continue with that collaborative are going to sort of take that over and maintain it. We have an airport in Parry Sound, down in Seaman. We have an industrial park. And this one I'm talking about is the one on Woods Road, which is up in Carling. Parry Sound has, of course, an elaborate town dock that gets cruise ships and brings visitors to the area. It has a marina. We have our own health team in West Parry Sound. We have nursing stations, one of them right across the road here. So we have some innovations in healthcare that are local. There is a Parry Sound Area Chamber of Commerce, as I mentioned, and it is active, and it has quite a few. It's growing its membership quite quickly. And we have a very large ecosystem of ECDEV service providers. These are people like the WISE employment counseling service. There's an investment group that provides, that connects entrepreneurs or businesses with investment money that they can use to expand and so on. Anyway, let me just talk about a couple of opportunities. So we'll go to the next slide here. I looked at some specific things that we might be able to do in Whitestone. And one of them is centered around agriculture and food, because we do have an agriculture base, and it's a good base, but it's basically very traditional farming. And there are a bunch of things.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Look at the list.
Sorry to interrupt you, delegation, but according to my watch here, I just wanted to let the chair know there's only 20 seconds left of the 10 minutes. I have it on a a clock timer on the screen here. I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. Sorry for interrupting the delegation, but wanted to make sure staff and the chair were new. Thank you.
Yeah, you've
Next
got,
slide. We're almost done. Next slide.
not according to me or not, but anyway,
No,
thank you.
regenerative, sorry, no, not. good,
Okay,
sorry.
go ahead.
Back one slide. Regenerative ecotourism, and this is a term that was new to me that I just learned about, but the concepts essentially are what you can see on the slide there, and they reflect a lot of the things that we value about this particular part of the world that we're in. And there is there's an example here of something that we might be able to look at, which
Yeah.
is to create a wilderness park potentially in
Sorry,
the Black and Round Lake
sorry to
area.
interrupt again, but the 10
So that-
minutes is well up, Mr. Chair, and I'd ask for the presentation.
I'm sorry,
to be finished.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, but this is really quite offensive, these interruptions, if you don't mind. I mean, I'm just about finished, but
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
there are some other things that we need to, next slide, please. There are some other things that are really part of any economic development. And I just want you to think about these. The first one is attainable housing. And this slide essentially says we need to change the way we do housing. There are some things that we can do in this, and I'm talking about besides building more waterfront cottages and that sort of thing, to actually address the need for attainable housing. And the next one, Wendy, please. The next one is to look at energy self-sufficiency, and I've woven this energy self-sufficiency subject into a whole lot of other things that I did in my report. So,
Mr.
one more
Chair,
slide.
sorry to interrupt again, but this has been 13 minutes now, and if a delegation is supposed to go past 10 minutes, as per 6.1.1, there has to be a vote of council to allow it to continue. I've given 2 warnings that it's gone past 10 minutes, and there's still a number of slides left. So either it asks that the delegation be stopped, or that we do a vote to see if the majority of council would like this to continue.
Councillor Bray?
Yes, I'd ask the deputy clerk where we are because she's the one who does the timing. Thanks.
We are at 13 minutes before interruption.
Okay, there's only 2 more slides, Councillor Nash. So I would suggest we let the mayor go through with them, but if we need to have a vote to allow him to go through, that's, I think, just adding to our meeting again. And I had
I'd ask for a vote through you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, can we take a straw? What motion? do I-
Recorded vote, please.
And what's the motion? That we allow the mayor to carry on for an extra 3 minutes, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, that should do it. 2 slides.
An extra 3 minutes. Need a mover and seconder.
I'll move.
Seconded by Councillor Bray. You want a recorded vote?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
No.
Councillor Woods,
Sure.
No, what'd you say?
sorry, Councillor Woods, you said yes?
Yeah, let's just try and get this done, please.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
that is carried.
Okay, we've got how to move forward and we've got how to move forward. 2 slides.
Okay,
let's do-
so The first point is that I think we should do something that we started to do some years ago and didn't finish, which is to meet with our existing business owners to talk about, to get their input on what they need to succeed and grow. And my next suggestion is that we have town hall meetings that are focused on these principal opportunities that I mentioned earlier within the next while to try to get public discussion and input. We definitely need to update our land use planning to consider future economic developments. And this will come up when we talk with our planners perhaps in a few minutes. But specifically, we need to be reactive about zoning and that sort of thing so that we know where we would put things that we might want to do for economic development. So pre-zoning of lands and so on. Final slide, Madam Deputy Clerk. I'm very supportive that we continue to maintain and grow our ECDEV network in both West and East Parry Sound so that we can take advantage of what others are doing and collaborate where appropriate. I think we need to have our own economic development strategy. We need to work on that. We need to develop a plan and funding proposal for an attainable housing project, develop and sell a plan to make Whitestone's Western Frontier an ecotourism destination. I talked about that before. And finally, establish a framework for things that need to happen at the district level, because some of these things do in fact need to happen at the district level. So with that, that is my presentation, folks. It is my intention just to at some point I will make available to people the whole of the report. It's about 40 pages long. Still cleaning up a few things, but anyway, this is for discussion, to stimulate discussion. That's
Thank you,
my
Mr.
purpose.
Mayor. I'd ask that you stay at the mic. This is a time now for if council has any questions of the mayor on this presentation. Now is the time to discuss it. He is right. When we get to 9.4, this is about economic development too. So the two in my mind kind of go together. So I'll hold any of my comments off until that time. But are there any questions of the mayor? Councillor Bray is shaking her head no. Councillor Woods or Councillor Nash?
I have some questions and comments, if I could, through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, it's mostly questions. So okay, go ahead.
Yeah, well, yeah, as per our procedural bylaw, we are able to ask questions and make statements after. So I'll be reading from a few statements I have prepared here, with some of them being questions. This presentation is similar to our strategic plan, and I don't see why the mayor was able to grandstand for 10 minutes presentation when council is limited to 5 minutes. Last I looked to get delegations are for members of the public, note public, and not for members of council. Just have a look at the delegation request form or delegations under procedural bylaw 6.1.0. Second statement, the mayor should not have done a delegation, and this is not allowed from what I understand in communications with the Integrity Commissioner. When I had inquired about doing a delegation request for myself, I was told by the Integrity Commissioner that I should not do a delegation, as the public would not typically mean a member of council, and as a council member, this would be done through a notice of motion to council and otherwise introduce matters to council that the public do not. Third statement, to me, this looks like grandstanding and almost like an election presentation, and don't understand why this would not have been under business matters within a council meeting. Now, Mr. Mayor, I have a couple questions, but I'm not wanting to get into a debate, just simple answers. Was a delegation request submitted and approved 11 business days before the agenda? Yes or no, please?
Yes.
Okay, and that was 11 days before? Thank you. Mr. Mayor, are you a member of the Lake Wawashkesh Association at present?
Not at the moment.
Mr. Mayor, why would you be sending out emails regarding the Wawash water monitoring to the association members only?
I responded to questions that came from the chair of that association, the president of that association. He chose to circulate my message to the members of the association.
Okay, so you're not a member of the association, but you oversee and undertake the Hobo Link, which is the association's property, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Statement in closing, I am sure that the Integrity Commissioner would not approve the way that the mayor had a delegation and feels the delegation is not appropriate for the mayor to have done so. Question, Mr. Mayor, do you feel that it would be okay for myself as a councillor to do a report and presentation through delegation request to bring forward information on the maximum number of lots that can be on Lake Wawashkesh for water quality? That would be in the thousands based on the information the council has provided, yes or no?
I'm
Councillor Nash, I think we're wandering
Yeah.
a bit into topics that are unrelated to the presentation.
Well, the reason, sorry, Mr. Chair, the reason I'm asking this is part of economic development would be lot creation on Lake Wawashkesh. So I'd like to know how the mayor feels about that and if I'd be okay to bring a report forward on that. So it is in line with this. So Mr. Mayor, yes or no?
Well, again, I think it's wandering. So is that your last question?
I have two others.
Obviously, Wawashkesh, and a lot of this is going to come up through our official plan later, which
Yeah.
we'll be discussing because lake
Yeah.
policies are in.
Yeah, but again, this isn't time for debate. I'm just asking a question. So I'd ask that the presenter answer my question, please.
Is this your last question? Because you
I
said
have one other statement and one question left, and I still have another minute and a half left.
I will answer your question by saying that it is common practice in most municipalities for the mayor to exercise, the head of council, to exercise a leadership position as set out in the Municipal Act. This is all covered there under the
Mr. Mayor, I'm
roles
not
and
going to get
responsibilities
into-
of the head of council.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not
And
asking.
don't
to get
interrupt me.
into a debate.
And the
Mr. Mayor, that's not the
you may
question
not
I asked.
interrupt me. I'm sorry. I'm
Mr. Mayor,
really
actually,
objecting to all of this.
Mr. Mayor,
This is
I do.
this
like
is
to
harassment,
talk to
and
you.
I'm
He's trying to
Mr. Chair,
answer the question, Councillor
Mr.
Nash.
Chair,
Let's
point
not-
of order.
I am in order to make a presentation to the council. Most heads of council do that at the start of the council meeting. They give them presentations. and
Chair,
some of
I'd
them
ask
last
you-
longer
Point
than
of procedure.
Okay,
than 10 minutes.
okay, I'm gonna
Mr.
call an end to
Please,
this.
somebody, Mr. Chair, point of procedure. There's not supposed to be any arguing. We all know this. And when a council member asks a question or makes a statement, the delegates are supposed to answer, but not argue. We've all went through this before. Can we just get through this the way that we know we can and we should? And stop with the nonsense, please.
I agree 100%. That's why I'm bringing into it. You have one final question, Councillor
I have
Nash.
one final question and one final statement.
You keep just adding to your statements and your questions.
No, I don't through you, Mr. Chair. My
Okay,
state-
well, ask your question.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, delegation. You were not in favor of development such as 8 lots on Wawashkesh a few years back, or the factory in Dunchurch, or the small engine repair shop on the 124, or the marina in the municipality over the last several years. You have not done a lot of or not allowed for a lot of economic development in Whitestone, but want to give hundreds of thousands of dollars to the Perry Sound Pool project. And in closing, Mr. Mayor, have you ever been offered to be on somebody else's boat on Lake Wawashkesh other than your own either as a council member or private citizen? Just a yes or a no answer, please. I'm
sorry that your earlier statements are completely incorrect. you said I was opposed to a whole bunch of things that I
Mr.
was not
Mayor,
opposed
this
to.
isn't
That-
time for
that's
Okay,
debate.
again, we're
ridiculous.
getting into
This
debate.
isn't time for debate. It's time that I
Have you
can.
ever been on someone else's boat? I'm sure you have. Just say
Well,
yes.
obviously I have.
Thank you.
What's the
all.
point of that?
Any
question?
other questions?
No, that's all my questions and statements. Thank you.
Any
Mr.
other
Chair.
questions from any counselors? Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I think I have a motion coming out of the delegation.
Mr. Chair, could I just say a couple quick
Yeah,
things?
oh,
and
yeah,
I'll-
yeah, I gave
fast
you,
as
yeah.
possible? Thanks, through you, Deputy Mayor Lamb. To George, Mayor Comrie, I do think you've done a lot of work on this, George, and I do know the direction you're trying to go. A lot of these things that you have in your report and you're talking about, in a lot of ways, I do agree with you, because a lot of them are things that I've been bringing up since day one when I got brought onto council. There is some things that we're all going to have to look at. What do we expect of Whitestone, and what are we going to try and do for the community? Although I don't necessarily agree that you should have made a delegation, I think it should have been a report to council, Mr. Mayor, and we should have been able to afford you a little bit more time if you needed it to talk. I'll leave it pretty much at that. But one final thing I would like to say, and I've said this in council meetings before, and maybe everybody remembers. When it comes to economic development, one of the biggest things that we need to do is stop being gatekeepers and chasing people away that maybe one of us don't like or one of our friends don't like. But the biggest thing, we've had 3 new businesses open here. 3, right? People were applying for different zoning so that they could open businesses. There was supposed to be a package put together, and we're supposed to be celebrating those businesses, and we haven't done it yet. I mean, we've got a little marina that opened out on Bolger. We should add pictures and put it on our municipal website. We should have done a ribbon cutting ceremony. It's not a big, huge, massive thing, but it's something that shows that we're trying to promote our own little businesses when they do open. TXM Motorsports was another fantastic opportunity that we missed. No matter what anybody thinks, whether we're in favor of it or not in favor of the development that was happening down on the 124, if it ever happens to the extent that the gentleman was saying it was, we should be trying to promote it. That's what's going to help us. That's what's going to want more people here when they see that the council and the community is behind people trying to start new businesses to try and make this place better for everybody. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your presentation. I do realize you put a lot of work into it. And let's just try and get along with one another a little bit better, everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. I have a motion to 4.1 that the Council and Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the presentation by Mayor Comrie with thanks. I need a mover and seconder. Councillor Bray moves. Do I have a seconder? Hearing none, I'll second it. All those in favor? Thank you. I'll now pass the chair back to the mayor. That's your exercise for the day.
Okay, thank you. So we're now at the point where we go into committee of the whole for some planning matters. Does anybody need a break or no?
No, let's boogie.
All right, so I guess the start of this would be a motion to move into committee of the whole, please. Moved by Councillor Bray, seconded by,
I'll second, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Wood.
thank you, Councillor Woods. All those in favor? All right.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
It's 11:15, okay. So we are in committee of the whole. And the first item that we have is an official plan update, which is being presented by our um, planning consultants, MHBC. And we have with us this morning Jamie. So sorry, we're getting everybody to turn around and look at the slides again. But
Do the hokey pokey and.
and you've got a mic that works?
Yes, I do, Your Worship. Thank you.
All right, so welcome and thanks for being with us, and we'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, members of council and those here in the meeting room today and online. Actually, just to point out, the technology is great. It's nice to have a presentation on the board when we're here, so appreciate that. I'm Patrick Towns, land use planner from MHBC. Jamie sends his regrets. He's in Calgary on his way home, probably a plane right now. So, but nonetheless, I'm here today to present the progress made on the official plan review and the work that's been completed. And that is through the presentation of a draft background report, which has been provided to council and members of the public on the website as well. Next slide, please.
Can you maybe move your mic just a little closer, Patrick?
Sure. I'll just put it right here.
Yeah, just those ones don't pick up very far away.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
So what we're going to do today is just a summary of the official review process as a whole, present some items out of the background study. We'll also comment on the comments that have been received to date from members of the public. What we've also completed at this stage is a review of provincial planning legislation and also policy. And that's part of the background work associated with the official plan development of the new policies. We'll review some growth statistics in terms of vacant lots within the municipality. And then we'll briefly approach we'll review an approach to policy updates that we're exploring. And then also just touch on an updated work plan. The question was asked at the Section 26 meeting, and next slide, please. Just when is the appropriate opportunity to make comments or provide direction on the official plan? As we proceed through the various stages, that becomes now. We are preparing the first draft of the official plan and moving forward with that. So if there are comments as we go through the presentation or following, we welcome those, or direct written comments to be provided to Jamie and myself through Paula, and we can review those as we prepare the first draft in a fairly aggressive manner. And we'll touch on the timeline later. But this slide just a background from the Section 26 meeting where we presented, and really what your official plan is. It includes policies to navigate and evaluate land use proposals and developments within the municipality. And it considers things like permitted uses. It touches on the environment. It touches on goals and objectives, which could include those for economic development, for example. Any decision that comes out of the municipality, it must conform to this official plan, and thus it's one of the most important documents that you will review and adopt as those decisions become very important, not only related to land use planning. Next slide, please. The current official plan, it took effect in 2016, so it is due for an update. Typically, these could be updated every 5 years. Does that always happen? Maybe not. But the main reason why these documents do need to be updated is to respond to changing provincial legislation and policies, which has recently taken place. And again, your official plan is policy direction. There's certain items, legislation that comes down from the province that we have to incorporate as planners. And that comes out of either legislation or the new provincial planning statement. But there are mechanisms in place to kind of put a local approach to those policies in your plan as well. Next slide, please. As mentioned, we had the Section 26 meeting on March 18th of this year. That is the start off meeting that's required under the Planning Act when you're updating an official plan. Further to that, and there was a delay in this, honestly, because of the provincial election. At the start of the official plan process, you'd have what's called a core team meeting with the various ministries, and that was attended by Jamie, myself, Paula, and Nigel. And that meeting was held June 6th. Essentially, during the provincial election, we could not get any information from the province or the various ministries just due to certain restrictions. Nonetheless, we kind of marched ahead and prepared as much as we could in terms of background work, starting to change the official plan and update it. But that did slightly review or delay the process, sorry. So what we've done, we've reviewed provincial legislation, applicable provincial legislation to the municipality of Whitestone. We've gone through the provincial planning statement and began to update the first draft based on changes to that document. And also we've got all the old pre-existing mapping layers from the previous consultant. We've reviewed new information from a few of the ministries so far, but also collected the most up-to-date wetland mapping, for example, fish habitat, spawning areas from what's called GeoHub. It used to be called Leo, and that information is also provided by the province. So that's where we sit. There's been a lot of work completed thus far, but we are progressing towards the completion of the first draft. We have received and reviewed all the comments that have been provided to date. Again, this draft report, the background report that is in front of you today, it's left in draft until the end of the process. So if there are any changes or anything that council specifically wants to see in this document, it can be updated. It's essentially a living document through this process. Next slide, please. The bolded statement is, I would like to read it, just a consistent theme that emerged from public comments was a desire to protect the natural environment that characterizes the municipality of Whitestone. In particular, the preservation of the municipality's lake systems regarding concerns related to lake capacity, water quality, and the aquatic species was identified as a priority for consideration during the official plan review process. So a very important statement. The current official plan is relatively protective in terms of development and ensuring that proposed developments are properly evaluated. I think what we need is a little more detailed policies in speaking to how those applications will be evaluated, or providing prescriptive policies on how they are or what's required to evaluate. So our position is that growth and development is good based on comments that have been received, but it must be responsible, so well studied, well thought out, and be in character with the area. There is a general consensus among the comments that have been provided and through the review of the current official plan that the priority is for a kind of a low density development. And then if you have new commercial, new institutional, new industrial uses, that they're evaluated through a site-specific amendment application. Other just issues that we are aware of are requests for lake-specific policies. Those are being reviewed and updated based on each of the lakes and those systems. We understand that there is pressures on mainland parking when you're creating a new lot. How do you evaluate those new lots and ensure that there's mainland parking available? There is policy direction in the current official plan for that, and that will continue. And then more recent comments is just about safety as well, but the importance of road safety and the maintenance of roads. So there are roads sections of the official plan, and we can include some kind of enabling or recommendation policies to ensure that roads are upkept to a standard that are safe and that can support future development. Next slide, please. We did include a brief summary of the various legislation that has been passed recently. And we can say, like, I've been doing this for 11 years, Jamie longer than that, but over a 2 to 3 year period, there's been more legislation updates than ever before out of the governments. The majority of those legislation changes, they have more impacts on where you have urban centers, servicing, you have development charges, things like that. And the push for these new policies came out of the removal of the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe area. So I would say overall, there's less impact from those changes on a municipality like the municipality of Whitestone, but overall, there's still a push for affordable housing, cutting red tape associated with housing developments. Because you don't have water and sewer servicing, that affordable housing may come through the development of what was previously referred to as secondary dwelling units, now additional dwelling units. So there is a push for that from the provincial level. So just a couple examples of legislation that was passed. There was a refund legislation that was brought about, and essentially it said that the longer the application takes to review, there would be refunds back to the owner or the applicants. And that kind of went by the wayside at this point. What municipalities did is they created vigorous pre-consultation bylaws to require information up front, so it did not affect the actual timeline once they submitted a formal application. So it didn't necessarily work as intended. You could very well say it actually delayed applications, but we just continued to push on and review applications in a timely manner during that time period. And again, that went in and that went out. Limitations on third-party appeals. There are previously a neighbor could appeal many of the site-specific applications, like a zoning bylaw amendment, for example. That has been removed. Owners and the municipality or owners can still appeal a decision on a zoning bylaw amendment, for example, but a neighbor can no longer do that. Another change, limitations to site plan control. Changes were made that to basically say developments with more than 10 units would have to go through site plan control. Anything less than 10 units would not. How did that impact the municipality of Whitestone and other shoreline communities? Well, you could no longer apply site plan control to a cottage, for example, on the shoreline, when it may be important to have site plan control to administer such things as vegetation protection on the shoreline. So there was concern brought up about those changes. And again, it's reverted back that the municipality has the ability to apply site plan control on prescribed areas or around natural features, such as a lake. So that's, again, went out and it's back in. And just the most recent change, and it will come about with the new regulations that are proposed, but there is a motion or a bill that says if you're doing a house, for example, and you just come short of a setback or something to that effect, there's a 10% rule. So it's designed to avoid minor variances, for example, for a 0.1 meter setback, and that will be afforded flexibility in terms of zoning bylaw permissions. Next slide, please. The provincial planning statement, again, opportune time to update your official plan as these new policies were implemented in 2024. When the first draft is prepared, we're going to include a policy implementation table that will be also forwarded to the ministry so they can have easy reference to the policies. This is the main role of the ministry, to review the draft to ensure that it exemplifies or is consistent with the provincial planning statement. And then the ministries at that meeting, and again, we're still waiting for some comments. Their role is to basically provide the policies and the exact wording that may have to be included in your official plan to demonstrate consistency with this document and to address provincial policies. Next slide, please. Again, just the provincial planning statement. Main policies relate to settlement areas. That's where your focus and growth and development should be. In your case, those are designated communities. Basically, we're looking at policies to recommend or promote a mix of land uses within those areas. And again, you're planning for the next 20 to 30 years when we are doing this official plan. So it's not for tomorrow. It's a longer term document. Provincial planning statement also promotes opportunities for intensification and redevelopment. Again, not as applicable in Whitestone just due to the servicing. You're on wells and septics instead of municipal water supplies and sewers. And again, these policies continue to provide criteria to evaluate land use compatibility for sensitive uses. There are changes, we understand, to the notations associated with type 1 and type 2 fish habitat classifications. It's just going to be called fish habitat. and we're addressing those. And again, the policies will remain the same about water and sewer servicing, as there are reference in the official plan that if services were to occur, how those would be dealt with. But again, you're dealing with primarily, well, you're dealing with wells and septic systems. Next slide, please. We looked at growth statistics from the census, and it's really steady numbers that we noticed. And maybe that's indicative of the policies that are in play in the official plan, but steady numbers, not much growth over the last census, but there is these numbers on the board reflect a seasonal population. And then next slide, please. In terms of a growth management review, one of the first things we do when we do an official plan are look at the vacant lands in the municipality. So with the data that was provided in the impact codes, this is what we came up with. There's 63 vacant lots located within the community designations, 273 vacant lots located in the rural area designation, and that's on a maintained road, and 90 vacant lots that are located on the shoreline. So what that tells us is there's a stock of vacant lands. There's no need to necessarily increase or decrease your lot creation policies. They seem to be working. So there's opportunities for builds on vacant lots or the creation of new lots, again, meeting the specific criteria or policy basis of the official plan. Next slide, please. Overall, we're happy with how the current official plan is laid out. The draft there'll be slight changes to this, but again, overall happy with the approach in terms of how it's laid out with the rural policies, and then you have your waterfront and lake specific policies separate. There will be updates to the natural heritage and natural hazards policies, and those come out of the updates to the provincial planning statement. Next slide, please. As far as specific policy updates, we've listed a few in the next two slides. There are other things, and those will become clear when the first draft is released for council and public review. But we are considering policy updates to the settlement area, including a prescribed boundary. Right now, there's a circle in the official plan that identifies those boundaries. So we're maybe looking at the property boundaries and to see if there's a way to more accurately prescribe those areas. Shoreline development, that's a big thing. How to evaluate new lots. We're adding prescribed policies on what needs to occur from a vegetation protection standpoint. And if there are amendments or variances to those lot standards, how are they evaluated through an individual application? That becomes the importance of those policies. Land division, again, right now your current official plan permits 3 new lots plus a retained. There's a requirement to demonstrate access and parking for water access lots. We will refine these policies, but again, no major changes in terms of how many lots can be created or proposed at present time. The natural heritage policies will be updated to reflect those that are referenced in the provincial planning statement. And this coincides with the updated mapping that we have. You'll see those in the schedules, and we'll be able to review those during the public open house as well. An approach, the province establishes policies for provincially significant wetlands. Now they're just called significant wetlands. We are coming up with a policy regime on how to deal with unclassified wetlands. The official plan doesn't include much detail on those right now, but we've seen cases where maybe an unclassified wetland is a certain size, like over 2 hectares. Then there's additional policies that come into play, maybe an environmental impact study to evaluate, number one, the wetland itself, but then the impacts of development on those wetlands. So we are considering policies that expand on the protection of unclassified wetlands. Next slide, please. Water quality, utmost importance based on comments we've received. A lot of the lake-specific policies reference at-capacity lakes. Will include additional policies that incorporate the Lakeshore Capacity Assessment Handbook and basically outlines policies that need to be conformed with before development on those lakes can occur. Cultural heritage, the province is going to provide us a list with Indigenous communities that we need to consult with. that's a requirement through the process. Again, followed up as late as last week for that list and have yet to receive it from the ministry. We heard at recent council meetings, we want permissive policies for trailers, motorhomes, and camping tents. It's more or less through the policy regime that will establish where those can occur. Is there specifications or criteria that have to be met? For example, like should they be a certain distance from the shoreline? Should they be on properties only with a minimum lot size? So those are the things that we're considering. Short-term rentals, we understand the municipality is working on a bylaw. We will include policies to reference the bylaw, but the operative documents in that case are more of a zoning bylaw. You can establish a use for short-term rentals and establish where they're permitted, and the bylaw itself and how that's administered. So we're aware that's an issue, but there will be policies included in that first draft regarding those. Next slide, please. Updated work plan. We've discussed with staff, the project's a priority. Let's put it that way. We're working hard to get that first draft prepared before the public open house so it can be reviewed by council, members of the public. Again, we are slightly delayed out of the initial stages with the province, but we are positioned to get that first draft completed by August of this year. And the important date or the target there is so that we can provide the first draft to the ministry and they can begin their 90-day review period. It's not to say the municipality can't make changes during that timeline. It's a living document. We can make changes at any time, but it's important to get it off to the ministry because they require that 90-day window. And if that does occur, again, we can make changes through that process, but we would still look to adopt this in the early 2026, and we're working on the zoning bylaw at the same time. So that just moving forward, next slide, please. The work plan incorporates a little hard to see on the screen, apologies, but incorporates the public open house July 29th. We'll be preparing the first draft. If there's comments on the first draft, we'll be making those before the August council meeting in order to get that sent off to the ministry. That's our plan. Slide. So just in terms of a summary, again, this is an important project, ongoing review of the first draft and the information that's being provided either by council members or members of the public. We do welcome, obviously there's an opportunity to provide comments or questions here today. Again, Jamie and I are working on the first draft, but if council members do have specific comments on the official plan or want a certain direction, please do submit written comments so we can ensure that they're reviewed and captured. But we are working on that first draft and looking to complete it as soon as possible, just to keep the timeline moving. We've met with staff. We understand that it's a priority and we do want to keep it moving. And again, at every stage, we've done a draft background report. The first draft will be released shortly. That's really an opportunity to go through that document and provide specific recommendations, changes, additions when that first draft is released. So look out for that shortly. Again, we have a public open house scheduled for July 29th, intended to be more of a workshop discussion period. The maps will be printed out in large scale so folks can look at them. And then again, target to have it back to council for the August 19th meeting, incorporating any recommendations, direction, and we would like to focus that discussion today, if there are questions, just direction to us on approaches to the official plan. Is it too strict? Is it not strict enough? We want to hear that as we complete the first draft. So with that, that completes my presentation. Again, welcome any feedback, but please do provide written comments so we can ensure everything's captured. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Patrick, for your presentation. I'll open the floor to questions from councilors. Do you want us to start, Councilor Ray?
Sure, thank you. Patrick, I was glad to hear about the updating of the mapping because I do think that sometimes some of our wetlands are not on the present mapping that we have. And so I think it's really good that that happened, and also that you're going to look at ones that are not provincially recognized too as well, like larger pieces. And you talked about roads and standards, or what are required of roads. Is that for both private roads as well as public, or just public roads? Municipal roads, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Bray, through your worship. The official plan touches on all types of roads, so it could include recommended conditions or just, again, enabling or recommendation policies on how those be maintained, but how they're evaluated is more or less like lot creation on a private road versus a municipal road. So there's policies that touch on all types of roads.
Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, just a quick one. Thank you. And the process goes on. So I guess the end of July, we'll have the open house. I was just interested in one comment with respect to vacant lands. 6.3 on page 37 of our agenda today. It says there are 90 vacant lots located on the shoreline. Is that throughout the entire community? Is that all of Whitestone? There's only 90 vacant lots on water?
Through your worship, yes, based on the, I should say, we haven't been through the mapping in detail, but based on the impact codes and the data that was provided, that's what comes up, 90 vacant lots, yes.
How many? That seems very, very low to me. Okay. That's very low. Okay, thank you. That's the only comment I have.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash, if Deputy Mayor Lamb was done there, I think.
Yep, I'm done.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I have a number of questions. Patrick, thank you very much for the presentation. I noticed that there's a few more slides than was in our package, which is great. So thank you for all the detail. Just to first start off, I know the timeline's getting pushed a little, and I see it now, end of April, or end of March, end of April, if I'm looking at it right, 2026 for adoption of the official plan before it goes to the province. And I know this is getting delayed a little bit, and I'd really hope that we can push it. Last I'd heard it was going to be the end of 2025. We thought that we'd be in the position now. We're going to be at the end of the first quarter. So hopefully that can, if possible, get back on track a little bit. But I know you guys are trying your best, and there's a lot of information to take in. Just a couple points I'm going to make, and I will try and follow up with an email to yourselves as well. But currently on some of our mapping, we show EP zones, environmentally protected, which we've been told in the past is really just some type 1 fish habitat. So I think on the new maps, it'll be very important that we show it as type 1 fish habitat and not EP, because some people look at that and say it's environmentally protected instead of it being as type 1 fish habitat. So just one point. Another point is, again, backlot versus waterfront development. And I know you've spoken about road standards, and Councillor Bray had asked a question about road standards as well. So I would like to see for the public that we have municipal road standards in there, from a seasonal road for municipal road standards all the way up to a paved road. It used to be in the previous official plan, but not this one. And I think right now we allow backlot development, but a lot of the time we ask for a 5126 agreement to note about limited access. However, we don't do that for water access lots. So if you're on a lake, you don't, and it's still a road to get to the lake, you don't need this 5126 to talk about how services might be limited, but we need it on backlots. I think to treat everybody equal, that shouldn't be there, or it should be there for everybody. That's one more thing. And one thing that I've brought up a lot of the time is a species at risk review report or fish assessment reports when people are either doing lot creation or when they're purchasing a shore road allowance. So often we hear, well, it's not in there, it's just suggested, we don't need to make people do it. So I think it should be there for everybody to have to do if they're going to be doing things. And if somebody's doing lot creation, be it a plan of subdivision, Patrick, or a consent, and you don't own the shore road allowance, that maybe that should be something looked at that is part of that process, that we would ask as a municipality that the shoreline be purchased. I also think it's very important in our official plan to speak to the public access to lakes. And right now we say it that that we're going to try and maintain and improve those public access to lakes, but that we really stress it's public lakes, public access, and we encourage people to use the public lakes that are so beautiful in our neighborhood. We also have a section that was passed within the last few years on allowing floating docks on EP zones. But again, when we talk about EP zones, we're talking about within type 1 fish habitat areas. So I think we need that noted in our official plan. Right now, that's just a bylaw, I believe. And I know right now, M&R doesn't have any significant provincial wetlands in our district. So yes, I think it'll be good if we can show some on our municipal lands. I do think we have to be a little bit careful in defining wetlands from such as things as beaver dams and things like that, or beaver ponds, when we get to sizing and stuff on other people's private property, which I know you'll address. And then I did have two really quick questions, Patrick, and one of them was on page 37 of my booklet. It's page 20 of your report, and it's on the vacant lands. And I think Deputy Lamb asked a little bit about it when he said there was 90, it shows 90 lots located on the shoreline. So if you can get it up there, I see you scrolling, page 20. Yep. And I noticed it says, based on the number of vacant lots, there is no need to allow for more permissive lot creation policies. In our current official plan, we note that it is okay to create lots and that we promote creating lots. So I hope that's not going to change there. Of course, doing it correctly and doing it by meeting all the proper standards that need to be met. But the reason I was going to ask this question in a way, Patrick, is your mapping that you have. I know you said you got it, it sounded like from MPAC. This is on the vacant lot map that you have in your Appendix D. And just when I look at it, it would appear to me that some of the data or the data that you have is quite outdated. I'm looking at a lake that I'm on, and it's showing a number of vacant lots that I know are not vacant. I know everybody has had building permits closed on a lot of those lots, and some other lots not showing up at all. And I can see that on other lakes. So I think it's something that we'll probably have to work with staff a lot with on making sure these maps are updated to 2025. It looks, what I'm looking at, it looks like they might be outdated by 4 or 5 years in some cases. So just as a note on that, I think it's important to note. And sorry, the question I had was on page 23 of your report. I'm jumping all around. It says section 26 meeting comments, and there's some people's names. It just, I'll use on the first page, it says Tony or Alan, but there's no date for the meeting. I think maybe just in a follow-up report, it might help if there's a date of when that meeting was. As when I flip over to Appendix C, which is page 26, comments received to date on official plan process. There's dates there. For example, May 18th, it says Tony in a last name, but I won't say the last name. But there's dates on everything there. And so do you think that's something maybe that you guys might be able to do, Patrick, is just put a date as to when that section 26 meeting took place, just so everybody can understand what date those comments were from?
Yes, absolutely. We can add that reference date to that table specifically.
Yeah. And then just for privacy and
Councillor Nash, your red flag was up quite a while ago.
Okay, I'll thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just follow up. I'll just close off here in the next 20 seconds. So hopefully you've heard some of my comments that I've said there, Patrick, and I will follow up with an email to them, but thank you for the work that you've done on the report so far, and hopefully we can get a little back on track on the timing, but I appreciate your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Woods, did you have any questions or comments?
Thanks to you, Mr. Mayor. I did have some questions, but I think they've all been asked and answered well. So I'll thank Patrick, but I would just like to say one thing. And it's, kind of one of the topics that's been tossed around at the Environmental Stewardship Committee. When it comes to, septics and septic locations and septic health and what we're going to be doing when it comes to septic. So I think we should say something about septic systems in the official plan update and have a discussion about it. I also think that our shoreline is extremely important in the municipality, and it is most definitely an environmental concern. So protecting our shorelines, I think, is something that needs to be talked about, in my opinion. As far as I know, in some neighboring municipalities, when it comes to shoreline, you're not allowed to do anything whatsoever on a shoreline without permissions. That goes from, cutting down trees and removing vegetation or doing any work towards the water whatsoever. So I just hope that that's something that gets talked about, because I know there are many people in the community that are greatly concerned with what's happening on the shorelines in our communities. I mean, part of from what I always remember about Wawashkesh, the flora and fauna on the shoreline, right? It's always a big topic and a big area of concern. So I think we have to look at some protections for shoreline. Even if you own your shore allowance, I think that for 66 feet, we need to put some rules in about what people can or can't do.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple of questions, I guess. Back in the fall, I recall receiving a notice from, I guess, the Ministry of Agriculture, or some variant thereof. They keep changing the name of it, right? But it was legislation that was being introduced that basically said, in a nutshell, if I understood it correctly, that they were going to include in the provincial, I want to say policy statement, sorry, that's planning statement, I guess, that if you were going to develop agricultural land, I'm talking about agricultural land that's in productive use, that you had to have some sort of review of that. Do you know what happened to that? Like, it might have died at the election, but is that still? Do you know what I'm talking about?
There was a couple of things. There are policies in the PPS that speak to prime agricultural lands, and they're fairly strict in terms of lot creation or how those lands can be used. And there are opportunities for ecotourism or on-farm diversified uses. So those policies have been maintained. But when the first draft, the crack of the PPS came out, there was permissions for lot creation on agricultural properties or prime agricultural lands. Through the review of that document, those were taken out. I guess the province thought it wasn't a good use of agricultural land to allow additional residents or additional lot creation. So it's still very strict. That may be what you're referring to, but overall, there's prime agricultural land policies within the PPS. that speak to those.
So do any of those, would you consider that any of those apply to us? You didn't mention them, I don't think.
No, no. We haven't received formal comments from, I was trying to think of the name here. What is it called? I don't even know what ministry deals with it, but Ministry of Ag usually, I
Yeah.
don't remember their name right now, but they'll provide comments on if there are prime agricultural lands in the municipality. My guess is no, and therefore those policies of the PPS don't apply.
Well, I guess it's the definition of what you mean by prime. But I'm asking because we do have agricultural land and some of it is not, it's not in production. It's not being used for anything. So I guess I would argue that if somebody says I want to build some houses on it, or do something other than that, there shouldn't be a deterrent. But on the other hand, if it was being used productively, maybe we should be doing something to protect it, right? So that's why I'm asking the question. Anyway, a second thing, it has to do with well, it has to do with I got it under the heading of lake planning data, but it's already been mentioned a couple of times about how many lots do we really have on waterfront that are available for development. What we need, and we need it in order to populate the lake-specific parts of this plan, is we need that breakdown. Aside from being accurate, it needs to be lake-specific. We already have lakes that are at capacity in Whitestone that we would not entertain development on. And it seems to me that before we write anything that's lake-specific into the plan, we need to look at, you know, the various lakes, lake by lake, and say how many lots are there already on it that are developed, how many are there that are developable but are vacant, how much crown land is there, how much, et cetera, you know, so that you can look at, because the only way you can make a capacity determination is on the basis of that data. And that's a chunk of work. It seems to me. So I'm a little concerned with the deadline that you've got in your project plan, that you're going to get that done. And but I'll let you comment if you want.
No, that seems reasonable. I think the first step is to ensure the table's accurate based on a detailed review of the schedules, but we do have the data. We can separate it amongst the lakes. So in order to populate it, it should be fairly straightforward to come up with that information. Perhaps we'll try and have those maps ready for the public open house, so
Yeah.
members of the public council can review them to ensure accuracy based on public knowledge as well. But we'll do our best to do that. And valid
Yeah.
point. Thank you.
I would also suggest to you, by the way, that WPSGN, okay, Westbury Sound Geography Network, is a far more accurate way of determining what lots exist and where they are and whether there's anything on them or not than impact data. We've had problems in the past with with impact data not being up to date. But anyway, just one final thing, and then I'll wrap this up. There hasn't been any mention of development charges, but one of the things that keeps coming up with respect to well, private roads particularly, is that they keep getting extended and extended and extended as we approve developments. But there is no money set aside anywhere, or no requirements on the part of the lot creators, the developers, to do anything to upgrade the road. And as the traffic goes up and up and up, then the road gets worse and worse. And the people who are using it come to us and as a municipality and say, we need you to assume this road. You know, we got a couple of those going on. So I'm wondering if and I know there's a bunch of untidiness around development charges, but would you comment on that, Patrick?
Thank you and good question. I think I'll take the specific question back to see what we can do about private road development and to address road concerns through site-specific applications. I think that's the question. As far as development charges, it's difficult to charge a development charge through the Development Charges Act when there's not a lot of lot creation taking place. I mean, you have to do a study every 5 years. It costs a lot of money to do that study, and it's difficult to recoup the development charges, especially if you're trying to attract new development. In many places where there's not a lot of lot creation, for example, or new builds, it could be a deterrent to build new if there's an additional charge on top of everything else nowadays. But I will take the comment back about private roads to see if there's a way to address potential costs or upgrades through the enabling policies associated with that.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I had. So are there any other, sorry. You may certainly go
Yeah,
ahead.
and this goes with Mayor Comrie's comments about the road, and that would be from a fire department perspective of being able to get vehicles down the road. Some roads are really good, and people have done a good job of making them wide enough and having some turnaround areas, but turnaround areas are extremely important, wide enough that when we meet cars that they can get by us because we're not moving. And the other would be enough ditching and enough brushing so that we have a clear view of where we're going. Otherwise, and I think people expect to have service, so we would be required to have an adequate road to be able to do that service.
Yes, just a quick comment on that through your worship. Sometimes if there's new lot creation on a private road, there's a limited service agreement that speaks to the limitations of emergency services or on how those properties, like there's no garbage collection or, so that's something we can look at as well. But there are expectations that services may be limited on private roads versus a municipal road.
Okay, thank you.
Through you,
Councillor-
Mr. Mayor, I have
Yeah,
one
just-
question.
Sorry, Councillor Lamb has the floor.
Just a clarification, Patrick, on your report, page 24, page 42 of ours at the very bottom, and I see John Hurtle is on the call. It's somewhere there. Anyway, it says Laurier Lake Association. It should be Lorimer Lake Association,
Oh,
just
yeah.
for a correction. And
Thank you.
secondly, since we are in a committee, I think if anyone from the public has a question,
Yeah, I was about to ask that.
speak now or forever hold your peace. So does anyone from the public have any questions?
Yes, Jim, go ahead.
Oh, and through.
Oh, sorry, can
You
you
have to
go to the
mic and
to the microphone or
And through you, Mr. Mayor, just when we're waiting for Jim to come up, do you mind if I ask one follow-up question that I totally forgot about? It'll take about 20 seconds.
okay, 20 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Patrick, just one thing you'd noted on vacant lots, that right now our official plan says 3+1, meaning creation of 3 plus the retained lot. But in the provincial policy statement, and from what I understand from the Parry Sound and Area Planning Board, that's just a recommendation in Whitestone. And in fact, there can be no more than 3+1 lots created if there's no extension of municipal services. Is that a fair statement? Or could you comment on that at all?
Thank you, through your worship. That's the benchmark for lot creation. Anything more, I believe it's recommended to go through a plan of subdivision application, but you're right, there's nothing from the provincial standpoint that says how many lots you can create. It's up to the individual municipality to set those policies.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. Jim.
Yeah, my name is Jim Alexander. I'm the past president of the Gooseneck Lake Property Owners Association. Technically still on the executive. Our current president, Barb Lasudi, is here as well. Patrick, I understand that you received from us a lake report a while back, and I noticed in your draft that you're considering putting in policy, specific policy for Gooseneck Lake in the official plan. Am I right?
Through your worship, I think just the responses, we're looking at all the lakes in general and updating policies based
Sure.
on them. Julie.
Just if I can promote the document, it was compiled by French Planning Services, Randy French, back in 2021. And I hope you've taken the time to have a look at it, because it's an excellent document specific to Gooseneck Lake. And in the end, in the final 2 pages, there are on page 35 and 36 recommendations specific to Gooseneck Lake based on the data that's Randy French tabulated and formulas about lake capacity, et cetera. And I want to make sure that the council, you have copies of this. I've submitted this back in 2021. So if you're interested in perusing it again, it's there. If you don't have a copy, I'll be glad to send you a PDF copy for the report. Joe? Okay. And Barb? Okay, so
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Barb Lasuti. In addition to the Gooseneck plan that you received, do you know how many other local lake associations or whatnot have also provided detailed lake plans about their specific?
At present time, I can just recall the Lorimer Lake comments. But again, we've received a number of comments. They're all under review. They'll be considered. I encourage you to review the first draft when it's released, just to make sure, or to review the policies or come up with any specific recommendations. But yeah, any comment from Lake Association members of the public will be considered.
Okay, so comments, but as opposed to like official lake
Yeah,
reports?
anything, yeah.
How many have you received? How many other official lake reports?
That's all I can recall.
Is just the
to be
one
honest,
from
yeah.
us?
Yeah.
Okay, so supplemental, if the goal is to include lake specific criteria, how would you go about doing that if not all lakes respond or all have already done this legwork in advance?
Great question. Like the official plan review, it's a public process. So we rely on local knowledge or information to comprise the local policies. We've spoken about provincial policies, but really at the local level, those individual reports or comments help us refine policies or update policies based on site-specific information if it's appropriate. So we consider all the information that's been provided. We rely on the province to give kind of higher order information, but anything else submitted we use as well. Absolutely.
Yeah, if I can just clarify, the current, excuse me, our current official plan has a lake specific section in it for each lake that is populated. So there's one for Gooseneck, there's one for Old Oshkosh, Whitestone Lake, Lorimer Lake, Shawnigan Lake, etc. They have their Fairholm Lake. They each have their own sections, and that's what I was alluding to earlier when I asked the question about lake specific. And I am assuming that those lake specific sections are going to stay there. They pretty much have to, because some of them are very there's a couple of lakes that say no, essentially close to development, right? And so unless somebody's coming and saying, oh, well, this is wrong, we should change it, I'm thinking but it's not going to say that for all the lakes. It's going to say it for the ones where it, so yeah, there's a little bit of information about the character of the lake in there. So I'm assuming those are going to stay in not necessarily exactly the way they are now, but those sections will have in the plan will have to be populated.
And just a point of clarification, the way we see it in a draft is general policies that apply to the waterfront or shoreline areas, but then maintaining site-specific policies on each of the lakes.
yeah, may I comment?
Go ahead.
Your worship. Yeah, just I know the paragraph you're alluding to is fairly minimal. And what this is about is much more detailed, specific to lakes. Not all lakes are the same. Their geography, their size, so forth. So yeah, just to come back to this document, it's much more detailed and specific to Gooseneck Lake rather than just a single paragraph talking about its character or whatever.
Okay, thank you. Are
Mr.
there
Mayor,
any other questions or comments then from Councilor Bray? Oh, sorry.
Mr. Mayor,
Somebody
I
on the
would-
phone?
yeah, well, it was me, Councillor Woods, but I also see on the screen that a member of the public has their hand raised, so maybe you want to go with the member of the public first, and then I can ask a quick.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yes, I see. That's Margie Saleji, I believe, has her hand up. Margie,
Yeah.
did you?
Hi there. How is everyone today? I hope well. Just two very quick comments. I did write an email this morning. I'm not sure if everyone got it, but I am concerned about the vacant land mapping, and that when you are using mapping to make public policy, that is as current as possible. I think Councillor Nash mentioned it briefly as well, but certainly our lake was noted as having 11 out of 17 lots on the lake as vacant, when in fact, from my knowledge of being here on the lake, there's only one vacant lot. So when you are making policy, it's really important that you have accurate information to make good decisions. The second thing is I just wanted to comment about the private roads and adding lots in places where private roads are in place. I think it's really important that there's some consideration given for a mechanism to have these new owners contribute to the cost of upkeep of the road. Certainly when that you add a new lot and it's on a municipal road, you then gain the taxes associated with that. The problem that we have had from time to time is that you add new lots, but there's no mechanisms to have those new owners have any obligation to contribute to the cost of upkeep of the road, even though when you add 3 new lots, you add 3 new families using the private road extensively. So just those 2 comments, I just wanted to get my word in for consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Woods, did you, oh, sorry. Did you want to respond, Patrick? No?
No, that's
No.
fine.
Okay.
Thanks. Thank you.
Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So the Gooseneck Lake plan that's in here, I know we have a blurb about all the lakes in the official plan, but it seems like the Gooseneck plan is more about like the development numbers, right? When I think of lake plan, I think there's more to than just how many lots we're going to allow on a lake. Like there's a lot more to it, and that'd be part of the lake planning section, right? Like water quality or water testing or, protecting our shorelines. Not just specifically about development numbers. That's all I wanted to say, Mr. Mayor.
Well,
It's not a
I think,
debate. This isn't a
I
debate.
think Patrick already did respond to it because he said there is a common section that deals with all the lakes, and that's normally where those kinds of things would go, unless it is something that is very lake specific, right?
That's correct. And it
you
just,
know-
it's not only about the number of lots. There are other policies at play here, shoreline vegetation, character, spacing, lot sizes, things like that. Absolutely.
One last.
Okay, all right.
It's all in there, Mr. Woods, it's all in there, not just about capacity. Thank you. You just have to read it.
Okay, well, thank you very much, folks.
That, Mr. Mayor, I take
Yeah.
offense to that comment right there. That Mr. whoever that was, I'm assuming it was Jim Alexander, but you just basically said that I didn't read the agenda. I take offense to that, and I would like an apology.
The report. Thank you.
Like I said, Mr. Mayor, I would
Report
like
is not in the agenda, I don't think, is it? No. No. Oh, okay, yeah, no, he's talking about the report, Councillor Woods. The planning report. Okay,
the report that has been presented at council meetings in the past, right?
Yes.
yes, it.
Thank you. That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking for the apology, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Alexander's gone.
So
they're not likely to get one.
they have actually, anyway. All right, folks, I think we've exhausted this particular subject for the moment, unless there's, all right, so the next step would be to reconvene to a regular meeting.
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, one final question. So the meeting at the end of July, if people are asking me what, how that's gonna look, it's not a council meeting, it's an open house, right? So if they wanted to come, what would I tell them is going to occur on the 25th, is it?
July 29th, it's more of a workshop style. There'll be all the schedules we printed on large scale, so it's more of a walk around opportunity to ask questions. We don't generally have a presentation, but perhaps with the technology here now, we may just give a brief presentation at the start. But I think it's fair to provide some context maybe on the website in the coming days, just of the overall format. So you can respond to landowners effectively, and just we'll determine the final format for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Can I get a motion to reconvene into a regular meeting, please? Moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Bray. Thank you. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone reconvenes into a regular meeting at 12:17 p.m. All those in favor, please say aye.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Stand up. Councillor Nash?
You may be muted, Scott.
Well, anyway, it's carried. So we do have a public meeting, and I see that we have some folks here who are waiting for the public meeting, so.
I think you have 5.1 to receive the information. I think you have that motion.
Oh, yes, of course, yes. All right, so can I get a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the official plan update, draft background report, and presentation from MHPC planners? Who would like to move that? Councillor Bray, seconded by Councillor Lamb. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's carried. And thank you once again, Patrick, for leading us through that and for answering the questions. If we could start into the public meeting. I need a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone move into the public meeting for the following matters. The first one, 6.1, is a proposed zoning bylaw amendment. The applicant is Car Aggregates Limited. And there is a memorandum from our planner. The second one is the Skibas. Alona and Christopher Skiba have a proposed zoning bylaw amendment, which is part of a process they're in. And 6.3 is a report from our CAO clerk dealing with council remuneration. So could I get a mover and seconder, please, to move into the public meeting to deal with those items?
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. Seconded by Councillor Bray. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you. And it's 12:19 p.m. So we have a protocol for public meetings, as you know, so I will call this meeting to order and once again introduce the councilors in the room. We have Councillor Janice Bray, myself, Mayor George Comrie, Councillor Joe Lamb, We have on Zoom, Councilors Woods and Nash. And we have, again, our staff, our CAO clerk, Nigel Black, Deputy Clerk Wendy Schroeder, Planning Assistant Paula Macri, Works Manager Mike Huggins, and we do have also, and my note says Jamie Robinson, but I won't misidentify you again. It's Patrick Towns from MHPC Planners. So that's who's in the meeting today, and we have, I believe we have representatives of our applicants who are here as well. So if we'll give them an opportunity to speak, perhaps they can identify themselves. So, is there any pecuniary interest to disclose on the part of the councilors, first of all? Okay, I hear none being declared. So the chairperson notes that the record of the Zoom meeting will record those in attendance. For those in attendance who are showing a phone number only, please advise your name for the record. Well, I don't think there are any, but I see that there are a few members of the public here on Zoom. And we'll also ask that any comments or questions that you may have be addressed through me, and that you state your name first before speaking. I will ask our CAO clerk to advise how the notices were delivered and if any letters or related correspondence have been received. In regards to, well, and let's start with the number one, the car aggregates proposed zoning bylaw, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. This notice was posted on our municipal website, also on our municipal bulletin board at the municipal office, and published in Metroland's online newspaper on June 13th, 2025. Also, notice was mailed out to owners within 1,200 meters of the subject property. One piece of correspondence was initially received from Tim Bryson in support of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, and one additional piece, which is was circulated to you by email last night and is on your tables there today, was received from Scott and Francis Pike, and that's all.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll go into a discussion on the first one. And I will ask our planner, Patrick Towns, to introduce his memorandum of July 4th and to speak to any of the correspondence that's been received. Then we'll have questions and comments from the public.
Perfect. Certainly. Thank you, Your Worship. And again, thanks members of council and those watching, attending and watching. The application before you is a zoning bylaw amendment. It's for the property at 1711, 1733 Highway 124, just south of Dunchurch here. The applicant's Car Aggregates Limited. And what they're applying for is a license under the Aggregate Resources Act. And that is a separate application in itself. So the owner at a high level requires two approvals when they're doing a pit or a quarry. So there's an application and a review process by the Ministry of Natural Resources. That's their name again, under the Aggregate Resources Act. And that's more of a proponent driven process. So they have to host their own public meeting and they work with the ministry for those approvals. What they need from the municipality is a zoning bylaw amendment, and that's referenced in the current official plan. It says pits and quarries are permitted in rural areas, subject to an amendment. And again, what happens when these types of applications are evaluated is we look at potential impacts on surrounding properties, and how that is completed is through the completion of a number of studies. And these studies have been provided to the municipality. There's been no review or analysis of these technical studies to date. Our goal is to kind of piggyback on the ministry's review of the documents, but just to list the reports that have been provided. Hydrogeological review, because the quarry is below water. There's been a noise study, there's an archaeological study, there's a traffic study, there's a natural environment study, which is essentially an environmental impact study, and a blasting study. So again, there's been no analysis of those studies completed to date. Why we're here today is just to satisfy Section 34 of the Planning Act and to host the public meeting. There's no recommendation from staff. It's more or less just to collect feedback, comments from members of the public or council if they have any at present time. So the license area, just a few details. I'll let the applicant speak to any further details they want on the proposal, but it's approximately 18 hectares for the license area. The license area is set back from the highway. It's under the ministry guidelines, it's a Class A quarry, Category 2 below water. That's how the ministry defines it. And again, it's for 100,000 tons per year. So that's the maximum amount of material that could be produced per annum per year coming off the site. So the PPS, the provincial planning statement, similar to the previous document, it encourages municipalities to earmark lands that contain aggregate resources for these types of uses. It permits these types of uses, again, to subject to criteria, studies, etc. The OP permits them subject to a zoning bylaw amendment. That's the application that's been submitted for review. So really, again, very high level today. We'll get into further analysis and eventual recommendations once the applicant's further along in the Aggregate Resources Act application. But again, just here to hear general comments here from the applicant to describe the proposal. There was one written piece of correspondence received today from a landowner who has concerns. But other than that, nothing else received. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I will ask the applicants, Mr. Carr, I don't know which one of you might, if you want to, yeah, go to the mic, please, and introduce yourself, and then go ahead and.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Cumry, members of council. My name is Graham Huizinga, land use planner with Tulloch Engineering, 80 Main Street West, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H1W9. To thank Patrick and MHBC for reviewing the application materials that were provided to date and preparing that summary. As Patrick noted today, we're here to discuss or to satisfy the statutory hearing requirements under the Planning Act for the proposed rezoning. And again, as Patrick noted, it's kind of a high-level discussion, and we would anticipate if there's any detailed comments or questions received either from council or members of the public, we'll try to answer what we can in person, but of course, there's a great deal of background study to dive into with this application as required through the ARA licensing process. So if there's any kind of higher detailed responses needed, we can certainly take those back and provide a more fulsome response at a later date prior to this returning to the township. So as Patrick noted, I'm here on behalf of the property owners, 103000488 Ontario Limited, operating as Carr Aggregates. The proponent, Dan Carr, is here, as well as Bill Fitzgerald from Geological Investigations, Inc. Bill is kind of quarterbacking the ARA licensing process and application through the ministry. I'd hazard a statement that this is a significant project for the township of Whitestone. I think it's an exciting one, and I think it kind of ties in also to the economic development piece that we heard Mayor Cumry's presentation speak to a little earlier today. As I mentioned, a significant amount of background assessment has gone into this proposal. There's been a number of background studies completed. I will very, very briefly summarize them because they're all quite detailed and technical. So they include a noise study, a blasting impact analysis, stage 1 and 2 archaeological assessment, hydrogeological assessment, environmental impact study, and of course a planning rationale report prepared by my office. These studies are were all conducted in support of both this rezoning, but also the ARA licensing process, and they're all requirements of the ministry that we provide this detail. Without repeating too much of the information that the staff report laid out very succinctly, the property is on Highway 124, just about 6 kilometers southwest of where we are right now. It was used in the past for a small quarry, of which there's still some evidence on the property, and you can see that kind of coming through in the aerial photography there on the screen in kind of the southwest quadrant of the area to be licensed. There's a kind of a bare area where no vegetation is growing, and that was historically used as a quarry in the past, although at a small scale. The proposed extraction area is to be set back from Highway 124 and from an on-site wetland feature, which is identified in green to the south there. The extraction area will cover, as noted, about 18 hectares of the roughly 38-hectare site. So about 20 hectares will not be licensed and used for extraction. The proposed rezoning that we're discussing today will place the lands into the M3 extractive industrial zone, while adding a special exception to permit retail sales use along 124. And that use, of course, would be for providing a retail component to the extractive use that would allow for smaller quantities of aggregate to be purchased by members of the public or people stopping by looking for smaller quantities of aggregate that doesn't need to be trucked. So I'll very briefly go over the background studies that have been prepared to date. So Cambium Inc. prepared a hydrogeological assessment, which set the elevation of the quarry floor at the limit of extraction at 264 meters above sea level, which is above the identified groundwater elevation. So we won't be disturbing groundwater. However, it is anticipated, as with most quarries on the Canadian Shield, that dewatering will be needed. Again, not unusual. You hit veins of water, things like that, as you're extracting. Acoustics Incorporated prepared a noise study, which provided recommendations to limit noise impacts on neighboring properties, including some sensitive receptors, which come in the form of existing dwellings identified in the surrounding area. There are a number of mitigation and implementation measures that will be addressed through the ARA licensing requirements. Explotech also provided an assessment on blasting impacts. And again, they will be controlled and undertaken to comply with the ministry guidelines, which it notes are among the strictest in North America. CIMA prepared a traffic study, which found no concerns with the ability of Highway 124 in this location to handle the additional traffic, both in terms of the retail sales use and the truck traffic that would be anticipated coming in and out of this quarry use. And Palmer and Mikalski Nielsen Associates Limited studied the wetland feature and other features on site and made recommendations to protect the feature from blasting impacts. These measures can be incorporated into the ARA plan, as well as any municipal site plans at the discretion of council. Just as a summary of the proposal, the property is large. In my opinion, it's well situated for this type of use along a main thoroughfare through the township, and will provide the community with a range of aggregate products, improving availability of these products, which currently need to be trucked in from either Magnetawan or Parry Sound, depending on the type and quantity of material needed. And I'm not an expert in the aggregate realm. That would be Bell's expertise, but I do know the catchphrase, "Don't make the gravel travel." And so having a local pit here for aggregate materials will definitely be a boon to the local development industry, which again kind of ties into the presentation Mayor Cumry gave earlier. And again, it's worth noting that strict control measures are overseen by the province, the ministry, as well as the township through the ARA licensing process and this rezoning process and any future planning application, which might include site plan control. So again, the property owner, myself and Bill are here to answer any questions that council or the public might have. We look forward to engaging with the township and with MHPC, as well as with the ministry and the community in proceeding with this application and this development. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you for that. I can now open the floor up to questions from the public, or well, let's start with council. Any questions by council?
If nobody else has their hand up through you, Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
or
Councillor
Stark?
Nash, go ahead.
Thank you. First off, thank you for the presentation and the number of reports that were included. I am one counselor that does ask for reports a lot of the time, so it was nice to see that you've done this. I understand we're not making any decisions today and that this was just a public meeting, bringing it to our attention, what might be happening, and at a further meeting, we'll be making decisions. But with that said, again, thank you. I just wanted to double say it, but thank you for all the reports. I noted one comment you'd said about quarries in the area. And I know within municipality of Whitestone, there are several quarries that are licensed. Some of them active, some of them inactive, some of them are for sand now. But one thing that maybe you can address in some future reports, some of my questions are, I am for creating jobs in our municipality or general municipality. But with that said, I know some homeowners or residents have had concerns about drinking water and things like that, and I understand you have lots of reports. But there is several active quarries, larger active quarries, just outside of our municipality boundaries. And I'd like, I guess, to know what an additional quarry would bring to our municipality. And I note that one of the active quarries was owned by the applicant and just recently sold in the last few years. And now there's another quarry being attempted to be open in our municipality for the applicant. So I guess, what can this quarry bring? Could we have too many quarries open in our catchment, I'll call it, knowing that there's two fairly large quarries open right next to each other, not too far out of our municipal boundaries, and a couple licensed quarries that I think are inactive right now, but in our district. So is that something you think you might be able to address it either today by commenting or in a future report, letting us know what this might bring from an economic point of view, from jobs, what might happen to the other quarries that are active right now if we do this? Hopefully you understand my question, but again, I do appreciate the reports that you have included from a number of different consultants. Thank you.
Any response to
the? Yes, my name, excuse me, I had surgery yesterday, my throat, it's not so good. My name is Bill Fitzgerald. I run a company called Geological Investigations. I'm a registered geologist in the province of Ontario, and I live in just outside Moonstone, Ontario. I've been active in the aggregate industry with the Ministry of Natural Resources from 1980 to 1992, and then since 92, May of 92, I've been on my own, so to speak, doing private consulting. Excuse me. You asked quite a number of questions there. I think that the main one I would like to address is what will this quarry bring to Whitestone municipality? One thing, anyone who deals with it, and I'm sure that the road superintendent or whatever his title might be here in this township, they're all different, realizes that the further away they have to cart it from, the more it costs. So what this will do will bring a centrally located source of quality and quantity of aggregate to the township, the municipality, and the people of the municipality. This one is actually a little bit different from some of the sites, is that this one has a very sizable deposit of calcium on the property, or calcite, and on the south side, which is the old quarry that this site was quarried. I have no historical information on the quarry, but it's there, and anybody ever wants to take a look at it from the council point of view, I'm certainly willing to give you a tour of the site. But there's a small quarry in the small southwest corner, and it's probably an acre in size and depth of about 5 to 6 meters from the original ground surface. Also occurred on the site in our historical past is that the removal of a minor amount of sand overburden on the site, which is the area that looks like it's a wider area on that diagram. It's on the screen right now. It's clearer when you look at the actual site plans. So I don't remember all the questions that I think it was Councillor Nash that was mentioning it, but it will bring quality and quantity. It's going to bring aggregate that is, for lack of another term, granite material. Everybody thinks the Precambrian Shield is granite. It's not all granite. And in this particular case, the south portion of this property is calcite, which is going to bring an entirely different resource or source of material than is available in the township or the surrounding area right now. You do get small veins of quartz and calcite and that type of thing, and you see them in the road cuts as you drive through any parts of Muskoka or the Canadian Shield. This one is a little bit different as it is quite sizable. The drill, we have 5, I think it is, drill holes on the property. The south part of the property, if we go to the maximum depth being applied for, we will not punch through it into the underlying material. It will all be calcite. But if you get into the central part of the property, we go through about 8 to 10 meters of granite material, and we do not find the calcite material under the central part, but the northern part of the property, we do get into the calcite underneath the granite. So as usual, the geology is very confusing. And when you only have a couple of small looks at it through drill holes, it's you don't know the picture. But I'm trying to, while I'm rambling here, I'm trying to remember the other questions. If I haven't touched on Mr. Nash's questions exactly, maybe you might want to repeat the question to me.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, I think you hit most of the answers, or I got enough information from what you were saying. But as for coming out to see the proposed quarry one day, I might take you up on that offer. Not now, but sometime down the road, maybe when you come back to council for some approvals. As part of that, I'd probably love to see it. And again, I am for company starting. I just want to make sure we're doing our due diligence. So thank you very much, and thank the applicant for having all the consultants available for questions today. It does help me, and I appreciate the fact that it's costing a lot for the applicant to have people here to answer our questions. So thank you.
Thank you. Could I, go ahead.
Yeah, Councillor Lamb, I just yesterday there was something posted on the Whitestone chat group on Facebook, and already it has 16 comments on it one way or the other. I'd ask that you get to these people those comments and whatever, because what ends up happening is even though you've got lots of studies, people tend to take off with this, that, and whatever. So if you could look at that, those are some of the concerns that people have, whether it's noise or water and wells and all those sorts of things. And Patrick, make sure that you address those things, although they haven't formally been given to you. And for the people who might be on listening today, now is the time that you should put in comments if you have concerns, so that they can be adequately answered. And we can make a good decision when this comes back to council at sometime in the future. So those are just my comments on the process. So thank you.
Can I just maybe ask a couple of quick questions? One of them, what material do you are you mostly going to get out of this? Are we talking granular A? Are we talking I heard about calcite. Is there a market for calcite? Do you expect to get some and serve that market, or what other what about sand and other things? You mentioned you were going to have a roadside shop for people who want to come and get things. What kind of product would you have available from it? That's really my question.
Mr. Mayor, there's no limit to the quality or the type of products that can be produced at this site, because the granite material and the calcite material are very high quality materials. So it's the market demand. If the majority of this material will be road building materials will be used, especially from the granite material. In other words, granular A, B material, this type of thing. There's very little natural sand on the property. Most of it was removed in previous aggregate operations on the site, which again, I have no historical information other than what I see on the ground there. The calcite material, the purity of the material is relatively high from my observations of it, but we'll be looking at it as, again, an aggregate material as opposed to some other like chemical use or something like that. We're going to be looking at it as an aggregate use, and it's most likely the main use of it will be for landscaping material. If you go to places like the Garden Gallery or any place that sells materials, you'll see crushed materials of different types: granite, quartz, calcite, this type of thing. Colored stone is what a lot of people like to refer to it as. And that material is highly sought after for landscaping on roundhouses, gardens, and as I said to Mr. Carr when I first started on this job, the biggest hobby in North America is gardening. And most of us is old guys like myself that do it. And having this type of material for your gardening and your flower beds and all that just makes it that much more convenient for people to use it. But the main thing for the municipality as a whole will be the availability of the crushed granite in whatever product is made. Most of it will be granular A or B, but you will get screenings from it, which can be used in place of sand in some projects. I'm responsible for the aggregate resource application, which is for the license itself, which is, as was stated, is that red line on the diagram, and it's offset from the road by about 150 meters, give or take. It's a little bit more on one side, and a little bit less on the other. And that area there is being wants to be considered as an aggregate depot where materials that are not available from this quarry can be imported and made available to the public, and also products that are going to be produced from this site to be on display for people to drive in with their trailers and this type of thing. It's not intended for, say, the municipality to come in there with their tandem or triaxles. They will go farther into the property, hopefully, and purchase the material for there. But this is more like a local depot for the local people to pick up small quantities of it.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Bray, did you have some?
Yes, I do. Thank you. It was quite an education reading this and trying to figure everything out and what below water application meant. But anyways, I think I got that figured out. We have had several concerns about people, our vehicles speeding through our village, Dunchurch. It's a huge issue. We have lots of children. we have the beach, we have the ice cream, we have the school on one side of the road. And so there is a concern about the traffic. And when I see 20, worst case scenario, 20 highway truck trips per hour, that's a lot. I live on the highway. I already know what the noise level of all the trucks going by me already is. And I just think, wow, 20 more an hour, that would be huge. I'm sort of interested to read the highway, whatever it is, assessment, because I think that I think we have to be very careful about going through our village, going through McKellar. They too have children. They do have things on both sides of the highway. And I know that trucks do not go down to 50 necessarily. So that's a concern, I think, will be a concern of our community, is the number of trucks, the speeds, and I'm not sure whether these are just single trucks. I don't know all the terminology, sorry, so I may be saying it wrong, or the trucks that have two things, tandems, I think. So again, I think that that was one thing that stood out for me. The other one was, and this was talking more about, and for some reason, I just can't find it, but it's about the species. Oh yeah, there it is, species at risk. And there was somewhere in there in the natural environment rehabilitation plan, there talks about assessing as you go along, especially if staff encounter any of like the hognose snake or whatever, that they would be assessed to decide. And I'm just wondering, who does that assessment? Who decides whether you continue on in that area or not, or you have to do something? I'm curious about that.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Cumry, to Councillor Bray. So the first question about the truck traffic, I can just speak generally to the nature of the traffic assessment. The methodology that's usually used in those traffic assessments is what they call a conservative approach. So the worst case scenario, where you have 20 truck trips per hour for I think there was 14 operating hours per day identified in this traffic assessment. I'm not going to say it's impossible that it ever achieves that level, but it's unlikely that that would be the extent of operations at this pit and quarry on an ongoing basis. So the 20 trucks per hour was basically taking that and modeling it to see if there were traffic issues encountered in that worst case scenario of 20 truck trips coming to and from the site in any given hour. So if that sets your mind at ease at all, it's unlikely that it would be constantly 20 trips per hour of large trucks, whether they're triaxles or tandem trucks or dump trucks. Regarding the second question about species at risk, so there are other pieces of legislation in addition to the Planning Act and the ARA licensing process through the ministry that the operator will have to adhere to, and that includes the Species at Risk Act, which has its own identification and reporting policies. So if a species like the eastern hognose snake is encountered on the property, there are requirements under the Species at Risk Act that have to be adhered to by the operator of the property. So that includes, you're not able to what they call harass or injure a species at risk. So if one is encountered, there are details in both the EIS and through the Species at Risk Act itself on what you're supposed to do. And obviously that includes not further disrupting the habitat of the species at risk that's identified on the property. So I hope that's helpful.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I have
Yeah.
one more question. In one of I think it is that diagram, but one of the diagrams you show where the water is going to go if you're pumping water out. Is that the one there? Or is it another one? Sorry, I don't know which one's which.
Actually, that's not the diagram. That's what we call the existing. This is the diagram you want to see here, and those purple arrows on the south side are intended to be areas where we're going to forward water if we need to. And again, this is the terminology was used earlier today, a document in process or liquid motion. I knew I was gonna get that all screwed up, sorry. Anyways, we've identified 3, and it's only for illustrative purposes. The one on the left-hand side is actually coming, an area that will be the first one if we need to do these to handle water on the site. And that's coming from the existing quarry, the old quarry that's on the site now. And what we're planning on doing, originally we were going to allow the water to back up and form a small pond in the property. But in discussion with our natural environment consultant, we decided that we could make better future hognose snake environment, so to speak, or as an example, if we do not allow the water to back up onto the property, but to let it freely flow off the site naturally as it does now. But if we're going to dig a large excavation there, we have to allow it to leave the site. So until we get below the level of that existing quarry, which is the bottom of the first lift of the proposed operation, the water is just going to be allowed to naturally flow the way it is now. And we may put some filter barriers if need be, bales of hay, geotech fabric, this type of thing. When we get down into the second level in that yellow area, then we have to either pump the water out of there, or we have to provide access for it to get out. And what I'm proposing to do is that we're going to, in the area up to 3 of those purple arrows, which would be the outlets, so that we don't have a lot of water going out one area and nothing going out the other, that we're spreading it out. But what we're going to do is drill and blast those outlet areas, but not excavate the material. In other words, we're going to make a larger, more porous area to allow the water to flow off the property, I'll say naturally, but we're helping it, to the wetland, to that green area that's on the south side there. Now, the bottom of the quarry is proposed to be no lower than 2 meters above that wetland area, so that we will have the gradation for the water to gradually flow. We're not going to have any large flows of water unless we get, I was actually vacationing up here last week when we got that monsoon. And you get something like that, and there's not a lot you can do about them. But the general precipitation, especially the spring thaw, will be controlled so that it's spread over the whole area.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask one more question? Okay, thank you. So how does that affect the environmental protected area? That green area? Is it environmentally protected?
It's
a
identified as
wetland, I know.
Sorry, it's a wetland, but it's not that wet really. It's probably before that deluge last week. You probably could have walked on some of it. What we're doing is that water is being forward naturally today. What we are going to do is have that continue. Man is going to help it, but we're going to have it continue so we're not concentrating it in any one area. And so if we do up to those 3 areas, we'll be able to regulate the amount of water that's getting to the wetland. There's not going to be any sudden deluge of water going through there. Excuse me. So if we do it the way we perceive it to be done, that we are expecting no adverse effects on the wetland. Now, this is a very small percentage of the boundary of this wetland. I haven't done a calculation to say how much it is, but I would say it's less than 10% of the boundary of the wetland. It extends quite a ways to the south.
Okay, are there any other questions for our presenters? Okay, if not, then I guess what we could do then is move to item 2. Unless you want, do you want to take the recess in the middle of this? What do you think? I don't see the applicants for the other one.
Well, it's 1 o'clock. I think it's, do we have lunch? Yeah.
Well, normally we would have lunch, and I'm just
Is
turning.
there a third thing too on here?
Well, yeah, there are 2 more items. There's the Skiba's zoning application, zoning bylaw amendment. And there's the council remuneration, but we could do those after lunch if you want.
Doesn't matter to me.
Okay, I'm getting a nod. I think what we'll do then is we will thank you folks for your presentation, and we'll just have a recess. We're not adjourning. We'll have a recess well, for lunch for about, let's say, half an hour, and pick it up again at 1:30. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody. Can you suspend the recording and put up the recess? It was stopped before, right? Huh?
Yeah. Everything was turned off.
Oh. Okay, so welcome back, folks. Those of you who are on Zoom, and no, we have no members of the public in the council chamber anymore. We're ready to reconvene at 6.2, which is a proposed zoning bylaw amendment. And the applicants are the Skivas, and we have seen this particular file before. There is sorry for all these pauses. I was just checking to see if I see Patrick Christie, who has a report in the package, is not on the call, but I'll ask our planning assistant, Paula, do you have anything to say about this application to bring it up, or no? Or are you going to do it, Mr. Clerk?
No, through you, your worship, before you do that, you should probably have the discussion about the notice that was posted.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. We only talked about the first one, so we'll do that one. Please advise us what you did.
Thank you. This notice for the Skiba application was posted on the municipal website and also on our bulletin board at the municipal office. It was published in Metroland's online newspaper on June 24th, 2025. This notice was also mailed to the property owners following the same circulation as the Perry Sound Area Planning Board for consent application. And at this point in time, no correspondence has been received on the application.
All right, thank you for that. So anyway, now we are into the discussion phase for item 2. Once again, Madam Planning Assistant, do you have any comments you want to make to start? Sorry, we're not hearing you, I don't think.
Through you, your worship, on April 15th, council passed a resolution recommending the consent applications in regards to 1 new waterfront lot, 1 new rural back lot, and a lot addition to existing waterfront lot fronting on Lorimer Lake, as applied by Ilona and Christopher Skiba. The Perry Sound Area Planning Board granted the application on April 28th, and it was subject to certain conditions. And one of the conditions is to fulfill the consent by granting, sorry. One of the condition is to rezone the property from waterfront residential 1, limited services, to rural limited services. And the lot addition to an existing waterfront lot from rural to waterfront residential limited services. These amendments are to update the zoning schedule to recognize the waterfront and non-waterfront lots. Any questions?
Okay, thank you. And just a note that you can see here, which is that there is a 5126 consent agreement that will come to us in our next meeting in August. So we're not doing that today. All we're doing is the rezoning. So questions, the floor is open. Councilors?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might, if nobody else has their hand up.
Go ahead, Councilor Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand this will be coming back, but you actually just said one thing that I was going to ask a question about. So I know the 5126 might come to a later meeting, but I was just wondering, are the applicants okay with the 5126 that is currently being worked on, Paula? Or is it still being worked on and it hasn't been gotten that far yet?
Through you, your worship, the consent agreement is still being worked on. I'm still waiting for the survey to be deposited.
Okay, and my next question to that, so what I'm understanding again is, if I'm correct, this is to do with rezoning right now, am I correct?
Correct.
And why would we be rezoning if we're still working on OLS plans and surveys and stuff like that? I personally have no issue doing the rezoning, but shouldn't that be done after we've received all the drawings and everything we need? Or is this normally done at this time? I'm just a little lost. Sorry about that.
It is normally done at this time.
Okay, thanks, Paula. And I'll look for the 5126 in the time to come. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions or concerns about this application?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Woods. Not really anything about the application. I just have a comment for you.
Go ahead.
There's a lady online with her hand raised, member of the public. I didn't know if you saw that, and I got a message asking why the cameras weren't turned on in the municipal office if we have the bandwidth.
Okay, the only camera that is in the municipal office is mine, and you're right, it was not turned on. I turned it off in lunch, so.
Yeah, it was just a message I got, Mr. Mayor. I was just
And I
wanted to bring
forgot
that
to
up.
turn it back on, but.
Yeah,
But,
there's a Nancy Taylor with her hand.
Yes, so if there are no questions from councilors, I would invite Nancy Taylor. Nancy, if you want to, if
Good
you have a
afternoon.
question, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, planners, and Whitestone staff. I appreciate the opportunity to present my questions and concerns about this zoning. So I am Nancy Taylor, Nee Rivet. Our family has occupied the island that is directly across the body of water in front of these properties. We have been there for 57 years, so have witnessed a lot of rezoning and issues happening on our lake. I just want to be clear from the beginning that I am not a NIMBY. I truly care about our lake, witnessed by me enduring 3 hours to wait for my chance to speak. But I do, as I said, care compassionately passionately about our lake and sustainability. Specifically about this zoning, then I have many other questions, especially after the last 3 hours. But specifically about this. So our master plan, I say our as a Whitestone resident, it states that no change in land use should be approved that would lead to a land use conflicts between two lots being incompatible. And to that point, waterfront residential zoning, as I understand it, allows for only a single detached dwelling on that property, whereas rural allows for a wide array of multi-dwelling buildings, anything from camps to hospitals to a quarry. And so I'm wondering how any of these would be deemed compatible with waterfront property, would be my one question. Especially in this section of the lake where we're very tight and close. That property has a very steep decline to the lake. So preventing water runoff, I'm not sure how that's going to be done. And I am just curious about why they want it rezoned to rural from waterfront. I understand rural to waterfront. There's certain privileges with the waterfront, but there are definitely more with rural. And so I'm curious about why that little section wants to switch to rural from the waterfront and being surrounded by other waterfront, not to mention the environmentally protected fish habitats that reside right there. And as you can appreciate, I'm probably one of the closest neighbors to this situation. So anything that happens there will impact not only the lake, but us, and our enjoyment of our property. So like I said, I had many other questions, but at this time, really just the switch to rural. Why are they asking for that? And I would have concerns about why they are asking for that.
So can someone answer that question? Our planning assistant's going to answer, I think, or?
Through you, Mr. Worship, SCEBA's applied to sever the property. And also one of the conditions was to rezone the two lots. It was brought to council, like I explained, on April 15th. That's all I can say.
Is it possible to get Patrick Christie on the line?
Yes.
Yes, would you mind trying to do that, because I can't. I don't feel like I can answer the question either, so. I remember it, I just don't remember what the argument was for doing it.
In the meantime, so is it that this severance has not happened yet, or it has happened?
I think it has.
Well, the consent agreement was approved by council, as you can see. There's this April 15th meeting material is at the very start of the section on item 6.2. So this is, council did recommend that. And that was part of that particular motion, that the newly created backlot be rezoned from waterfront residential 1 limited service to the rural limited services zone. And it is the backlot that's being rezoned. So the backlot is the thing that has a a little tag on it that says subject land that is pointing to the, you know, to the rest of the rectangle that has two, it has two appearances on the, on the waterfront itself, and then there are two lots that were newly created lots that also have waterfront. And they're kind of odd shaped ones that are in the, you know, in the middle of the whole thing. Looks like a jigsaw puzzle piece.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I might be able to help out Nancy Taylor in just a bit of background here. It's Councillor Nash, from what I understand of the file.
Well, I guess you can try. We're trying to get Patrick on the, and I think he's going to come on in a minute. Oh, yes, he is on there. So
Perfect. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. All I was trying to say, Nancy Taylor, was that yes, this was passed by council already, and this is what we're doing today is just the rezoning portion. And I'm glad the Parry Sound Area Planning Board's back on the phone. But from what I understand is it's taking an existing waterfront lot and adding some back lands to it. So that's why it's a little confusing, but basically they're adding some land that's behind one of the benefiting lots to it. So there's two lots that exist and it's going to become one lot. In a way, it's going to merge, if that helps explain it at all. But hopefully the Parry Sound Area Planning Board, Patrick, can explain a little better than I could there for you.
Through the mayor.
Patrick, can you go ahead, please? Do you understand what the question is?
I'm afraid I don't, but what the comment I can make is that we're not creating any new waterfront lots here. What there's been is an addition of water frontage to an existing waterfront lot, so that no new lots are being created as a part of this consent. And then the rezoning needs to just reflect what now is waterfront, since those backlands are now attached to a lot with water frontage, and the rezoning, of course, of the backlands of what no longer is attached to a waterfront lot.
Okay, but so the question though is, why are we rezoning? It says the newly created backlot be rezoned from the waterfront residential 1 limited service to the rural limited services RULZ zone. Why would we do that, given what you just said, that it's all in fact waterfront?
The backlot has no
I think
waterfront.
the argument would be you can't be both rural or waterfront at the same time, no? So
no, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. The backlot is in fact a backlot now. So that lot was created on the private road, and so that piece has no water frontage. So it can't be zoned as waterfront. It is zoned rural limited services to identify the fact that it is on a private road and has no waterfront.
oh, okay, so
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mayor?
Answer.
Page 68 has a really good picture that shows the severed 1, severed 2 with the bump out down to the almost the water, but not at the water, and that the lot addition still maintains some along the water. It's quite a interesting diagram.
But it looks to me, so we're looking at at page 68, and I understand that the back lot, which is the part that's labeled late addition, but it seems to me that it was attached to part 2. Am I wrong?
There's the severed 2. There's the severed.
Where,
That-
Mr. Mayor? Councillor Woods? Look at page 70. In my package, it's easier to decipher. where it says Sever 2 hectares would be zoned rural because it's a rural lot. It's not on waterfront. That would be the one that's being rezoned rural, if I'm correct on that, Patrick?
Yes, Sever
Is
2
he
is being
correct, Patrick?
rezoned
Okay,
rural.
so all right, page 70 is a better. So there is, so there are now 4 waterfront lots. Then looking at that diagram,
5.
3.
well, that's the problem, and I guess okay, but the
If I may, what's showing as a lot in that L-shaped one, you have it on this connected to the rural, and it should be separated according to the drawing that was published with this document. It's not showing as separate on there. I can't see the number.
well, again, if we could look at page 70 at this diagram, there is a big chunk of property at the top that says lot addition, 13.8 hectares. And it goes down through this very irregular piece of geometry to the waterfront. So the lot addition, in my mind, is a waterfront lot. Then there are 2 severed lots to the left of it, and one of them has water. Sever 1 has waterfront. Sever 2 does not, so I can understand that Sever 2 maybe should be rural because I guess the whole thing started as waterfront. But then there are 2 lots. There are 3 additional lots that are waterfront. There's the one that on the right that says benefiting lot 2.0 hectares, and then there's another one beside it to the left of it, and then there's a third one that has no label on it whatsoever. So I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 waterfront lots and a severed 2 rural lot. Is that, have I missed something here?
Yep. Mr. Mayor? On page 70, where you have benefiting lot 2 hectares on the bottom right-hand portion of the page, that whole back lot addition where it says lot addition 13.8 hectares would be getting added to that lot that's already existing waterfront that says benefiting lot 2 hectares. That's one lot now. The other lot beside it, where there's nothing written on it, from what I remember from the last time this came up, that's an existing lot. The sever would be the 1 hectare that was a waterfront, and the one in behind it, the 2 hectare, is rural.
Okay, so what
that
you're
right,
saying is
Patrick?
that the lot addition belongs to benefiting lot, the one that says benefiting lot 2.0 hectares, is that correct?
That's the way I'm seeing it. There's a real hard to see black line. It almost looks like there's a point and then an arrow pointing up, but it's hard to see on page 70.
Yeah.
That's 68.
But then that, if that is in fact all one lot, it still has 2
portions on the waterfront, but
appearances
it's
out
still
to the
one lot.
lake, right? No? Because if you go down beside, in that jagged piece beside the Sever 2, one that says Sever 2 rural, you can get back to the water again. So they've got potentially 2. So the lot that, well, anyway, I don't know. I was looking back at this before, and I remember now I had a problem with this configuration. If you now that I'm remembering it, because it isn't clear to me what the intent of it was. So if the lot addition actually belongs to benefiting lot 2, why does it need that other regular piece in it at all? Like I don't know. It's just the it looks like something that might later on come back to haunt us. What does anybody understand? And again, I think Patrick, this application went through the planning board. What's your understanding of why they're doing this?
It did, Mr. Mayor. It was approved by the planning board. The premise of it is to sever one, but not create another waterfront lot. So that is why the remainder of the frontage goes to an existing waterfront lot, so that sever two is in fact a rural lot without water frontage. So there's no new lot creation happening on the lake.
So do you agree, Patrick, that the lot addition, the 13.6 hectares belongs to the rightmost waterfront lot that says benefiting lot 2.0 hectares? Does it or does it not belong to that lot?
It will when this is finished. Yes, it does. The lot addition goes to that existing lot. So when we started, there were 3 lots. There were the 2 most right-hand lots, and then there was the rest of it had water frontage. By putting a line around sever one, you would be the total. So when we started off, we had 3 lots. When we're done, we will have 3 lots water frontage. That is why the second frontage needs to go to the benefiting lot, so that there's no new waterfront lot being created. When we started, we had 3 waterfront pieces, and when we're done, we'll have 3 waterfront pieces. You mentioned the lot in the center. The lot in the center is not owned by Skiba.
Sorry, not a what?
Not owned
The
by
lot
Skiba.
in the center is not owned by the Skibas.
Oh, that's somebody else's property. Okay, yeah, it looks like it has already buildings on it too, on this, but.
Yes.
So by center, just to clarify, that is the center and on the left border of the yeah, you've got the mouse there now. That's the center?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that is not owned by the Skibas.
That is not owned by Skiba. And is everything else around that owned by Skiba?
Yes, everything with a yellow line around it is owned by the Skibas. Yes.
So I'm curious as to why on this one, you have the lot, the Skiba lots to the right, the 2 lots there. On this one, you're not indicating which part is waterfront and which part is rural. So on this plan, is this all rural down here, or is it all waterfront?
It's actually split zoned, where the 2 lots that you see outlined in yellow on the right-hand side, they exist. But a portion of the top of those lots at the back is zoned rural incorrectly. So this rezoning would correct it so that everything that has water frontage is zoned waterfront, and everything that does not have water frontage is a rural exception.
Okay, so that rural exception is bordered on 3 sides by waterfront. And there's no dimensions here. So I have one question about remembering that Lorimer Lake has a buffer zone of waterfront. So I'm expecting that that's respecting that. And 2, that in the master plan, it states, I think it's a 15-meter buffer zone between what could be deemed incompatible zoning. And I don't know what that dimension of the bottom of the L, for lack of better word, looks like there's a dock already there. Yeah, so how does that work?
I can comment on that a little bit. Yes, in the official plan, right now, this amendment is to the zoning bylaw. but the official plan does have a buffer zone that around all waterfront that I agree there is a waterfront buffer, yes, but it is generally not a good practice in zoning to have a lot that's that is split zoned. So it wouldn't make sense for you to own a lot that has water frontage, but there are different uses. Like, for example, in some cases, farm uses in the rural zone. You don't want that as part of a waterfront property. So if a property has water frontage, it should be zoned accordingly. That's what we're trying to correct here as part of this zoning amendment.
And when you say rural limited use, how does that differ from rural?
The limited services LS zone just is put in place to recognize that it is on a private road. It's not on a municipal road. That it is part of Green Lane, and so it's a private road. So that limited services says it. We acknowledge that it's a private road, and there may be limits to the type of services that can get to you or that can be available for that lot.
So that doesn't mean there's any tighter restrictions on what could be developed on the rural zoned. So they could build, for example, a resort, and then, well, they happen to own the property beside them, so that is waterfront, they can access the waterfront while building a multi-dwelling.
A resort would have to be commercially zoned, not rural.
Or they might put a condo in, or they might offer people, like creating a small subdivision that would, then they would say, well, then you have water access through this other.
Multi-residential is a different cat altogether, but
yeah, but that is allowed, right, on a rural zoning?
It's allowed in residential zonings as well, but so the comment about being able to have access to the water, you can do that through a private agreement. Anyone can anyway. So whether that L-shaped piece is 20 meters wide or 200 meters wide, you can still have a private agreement for someone to access the lake over top of your land for 21 years less a day, unless it's some other form, but that's still possible for anyone.
So then you would agree that the owners could build a multi dwelling, whatever's permitted on rural, and make an agreement to access the water, which could potentially increase that use of that waterfront more than just if it were a single waterfront zoning.
The back of the subject land is zoned rural anyway, so anything allowed in that zone would be allowed for this property.
But it's not as close to the waterfront as that one piece that they would like to rezone. We had those other two lots that had dual zoning. And so why would we then allow that to come down into that? That close to that waterfront without having an understanding of what is going to be there that's going to impact, like it said, on three sides.
That the idea was to not include that water in. By doing this, it would give that frontage to an existing waterfront lot. So it wasn't about getting closer to the lake. It was about not giving Sever Lot 2, it's about not creating another waterfront lot, not about creating an opportunity for a rural lot to access the lake. It's about, okay, we have this leftover frontage. We can't create another waterfront lot, so we will add it to an existing waterfront lot.
Okay. And then just to clarify, so what's in play here is actually 4 lots. We have the 2 on the right. The center is owned by someone else. We have the dog leg that is attached to the rural section. And so that has a split designation as well, or is there you see, what you're showing here is different from what it will be, so it's kind of hard to to see clearly where it's going to end up. Because on the document that was attached to the notification for this meeting, it appears quite different than what you're showing here. There are actually 5 waterfront lots in that section. And you keep referring to 3 waterfront lots, so I'm not sure how it's playing out here. I'd like to also offer opportunity for the property owner in the center to have a chance to speak to this as well. Maybe she can add to this.
So is the property owner on the call?
Yes, I am.
So you are Sherry Aldis, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And what property is it that you own, Sherry?
So we own the property that is surrounded by all of the SCAPA's property.
So you're the one in the middle that already has buildings on it that I can see.
Yes, we are.
Do you have any comments on the?
I do. I participated in the last meeting as well in April. And as you know, I submitted some written concerns as well. We have very serious concerns about this entire operation. I've spoken to the municipality. I've spoken to Patrick about this, and we are really quite devastated by this entire undertaking. At the last meeting, it seemed like the only solution would be to designate Sever 2 as rural in order to protect the coastline, because there's designated fish habitat right there. But quite clearly, as Patrick just explained as well, it sounds like even if it is designated as rural, that they will be able to have an agreement in order to allow access to the water there. So that's really very, very problematic, I think, for the lake and for our own usage of the lake. As you can see, we are entirely surrounded by basically new development. We've gone from 2 legacy cottages to potentially 5 cottages in a very short period of time. I'm putting aside all the questions about the road maintenance, et cetera, that I did hear addressed as well in the new planning rules. So hopefully that will be addressed as well. But I'm very concerned about this little piece of land, as I expressed in April, that is coming down to the water and that very clearly will be used by the benefiting lot, which is the SCAPA's. They have, I think, indicated that that's where they'll build their new cottage, and that they will sell Sever 1 and Sever 2. I know for a fact because they tried to sell my brother Sever 2, and they also asked us to sell, well, that sliver, part of our land, so that they could have enough to do another waterfront lot there. And when we said that we didn't want to sell any of our land, that's how we ended up with this very interesting geometric design that I think does really indicate some bad intentions going forward and some dangerous things for our lake and for our quiet usage of the property that we've grown to love, having spent, like Nancy, most of my life on this lake. I think it's really very unfortunate, especially as when we did purchase the property, it was indicated as being an at-capacity lake. So to go from being at capacity to basically a subdivision on our doorstep, I think is really quite extreme. And I would like to see how we can find a solution to this. I understand after the last meeting that Sever 2 has already been approved, so I'm not sure how much margin to maneuver we have there, but I still, again, contest this very strongly, and I'm extremely concerned about the that little piece of property that is designated as waterfront and where there could be an agreement to allow that to be used by the future occupants, whoever they might be, or by the SCAPA's. So those are some of the things that I wanted to share with everybody. And Nancy, I would love to stay in touch. Please do reach out to me. I put my email address in the chat. Thank you for the opportunity to express my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. I guess I still,
Mr. Mayor?
if I, well, sorry, did you have more to say, Patrick? Was that?
I do, Mr. Mayor, if I may. I
Go ahead.
was coloring a little picture here while everyone was speaking. I wonder if I can share my screen.
Kenny, just a minute, maybe we can do that.
Okay, so I don't know if this is helpful or not. I just colored in what will ultimately become waterfront. The consent. So these two lots on the right are existing from previous consent, as I said before. And the consent created, added this to the is what the SCIBA is called Lot 2. It is on this lot, I believe, the farthest to the right that the SCIBAs are building their new cottage. They are selling this piece here, and the gray is the back lot that does not have water frontage. They have not indicated to me that they want to give any agreement to anyone that purchases the gray backlot, only that they did not want to add the remaining frontage to this lot. They wanted to control that property and add it to the entirety of the backlot and that water frontage where the EP is to their lot that they're going to be, I think they're under construction building their cottage on. And I hope that's clear. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might, Councillor Nash.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I think we've been on this topic for quite some time. I know we all have only 5 minutes to speak, and I think we've all been almost over that now. So all I wanted to say is, again, the consent was already approved. All we're doing is passing the bylaw for rezoning to rural. And there's nothing, again, council's already approved this. This lot is a back lot, so it should be zoned rural. It's not touching the lake. If somebody wants to, by all means, anybody from the public is able to grant somebody's access across their private property down to the water. It doesn't matter where you are. Anybody anywhere can say you have the right to cross my land and get to the water. That's a non-starter to me. This is a rural lot. It's not touching the water. I just think we should get on with the vote here, as this was deliberated in extent when we first passed the consent application several meetings ago. And this is just the passing of the zoning bylaw now. So anyways, and I was just going to say, I think, Mr. Mayor, are we in a public meeting right now?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought, because of the zoning, right? So just to help everybody, I would ask for a recorded vote on the passing of the zoning bylaw, or on the voting of the zoning bylaw. Thank you very much.
Okay, that will come later, and we would do that as a matter of course anyway, because it's a planning matter. But the only point I would make, in Patrick's most recent diagram that he shared with us answered a question, sort of my final question. But I would just, then the question was, how many rezonings are there in here? If you go back to page 62, you will see, which is the report of what council approved on April 15th. There was only, in fact, one rezoning, and it was the rezoning of it was the transition of that Sever 2 piece from waterfront to rural, let's say, and limited service and so on. What I now see is that the planning board on April 28th, I guess recognized that in order to do this, what they needed to do was to add a second rezoning, which is to take the very large backlot piece, since it is now tacked onto a waterfront, and make it a waterfront. So you don't have a single piece of property, a single registry pin that's both rural and, so I kind of understand, but to Councillor Nash's point, this is not in fact what council agreed to at on April 15th, because we were, I guess, not, we were only looking at one. Or I think we can leave that for the resolution itself when we get to it later. Are there any further comments on this? I at least have it clear in my mind now what it is we're being asked to do. Are there any other questions that people have? Okay, if not, I guess we should.
Or the number 3.
Yes, exactly. We should move to number 3.
Mr. Mayor, I've noticed that somebody else on the call has their hand raised. I didn't know if you saw that there, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Jeannie Fiscaldo. Jeannie, did you wish to speak to this?
I do. Thank you. I was slow to get to my reaction. So what I just wanted to add is, just listening to the conversation, it just seems like this is a potential that could cause a lot of conflict in the future. And I was wondering if the Skibas and the surrounding neighbors might be able to meet before a vote is taken and come to some sort of agreement themselves, rather than council make a decision and then create a lasting conflict.
Well, I guess from a procedural point of view, my answer to that would be that only if that's what the council decides when we get to the approval process, to the bylaw itself.
If I may add to that, I would reject that offer. I would like to express that it is the council's job. And if you want to avoid conflict, it would be best that you make the decision, as opposed to us having to meet, and what you're doing is putting that conflict on two neighbors that have to resolve it, where there are bylaws and other such mechanisms which can be put in play that would not result in conflict.
Okay, thank you for your comment. I tend to agree with you, but anyway. So can we move on to item number 3, which is a council remuneration report? And once again, I will ask our CAO clerk, about giving notice and whether anybody member of the public has weighed in on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, similar to the other notices, this was also, this notice was posted on our municipal website and on our public bulletin board at the municipal office on June 25th, 2025. It was also published in the Metroland online newspaper on June 30th. And again, in this case, no correspondence has been received with respect to the bylaw.
Okay, thank you. So now, if you wouldn't mind continuing, would you like to introduce your memo, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, this report is very similar to a report you would have seen in a previous council meeting. It essentially runs through the process of what council has done in terms of reviewing the council remuneration bylaw. And the fact that that was partially done in 2024, but was never finished. We have now completed we have previously completed a draft document, which was forwarded to council in the last council meeting. And in that meeting, we discussed a number of, I would call them minor changes. So we've made those minor changes just to a couple of sections, and we now have a draft format of the bylaw for your consideration. It is included in the agenda for consideration later in the regular meeting. But this is an opportunity for any questions or comments from you or from the public.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now open the floor up to questions or comments from council. No comments appear to be in the room. Are there any comments on Zoom? Are there any comments from members of the public? A few are still on Zoom. Okay, I am hearing nothing, so I guess we will
Let's go to some motion.
treat silence as consent.
We need to reconvene to a regular meeting.
Yes, we do. Sorry, I'm just trying to see where I put my pen so I could make a note here. Motion to reconvene to a regular meeting, please. Councillor Lamb moves. Seconded by anybody? Councillor Bray, thank you. That the Council of Municipality of Whitestone reconvene into the regular meeting and it's 2:35 p.m. at this point. Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
All those in favor, please indicate.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Nash, Mr. Mayor. I had one question. I couldn't get myself off mute there for some reason to the last item. Am I able to speak to it briefly? Sorry about that. I was having an issue with my computer there.
Well, I guess you can since we haven't passed the motion, but
Okay. It's really brief. It's regarding 6.3 and the bylaw. I'm looking at page 80 of 224, if that would help everybody. And when we last spoke about this at the last meeting, that this was discussed, that it's in regards to item number 7 and 8, and I think it was going to be separated. Maybe it has here. I'm just trying to reread it again.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, I'm familiar with that change. It was on section number 8.
Yeah.
And there were 3, I believe it was 8, 9, and 10, and they've all been combined now into section number 8.
Okay, so number 9 used to be number 11, Nigel?
Yeah, I believe that was the numbering. I'm not sure exactly, but I think there was either 2 or 3 sections there that we combined into one section.
Yeah, and it was just, and the other one was item number 7, that members of council be required to travel throughout the municipality of Whitestone from time to time in order to discharge their responsibilities. No mileage will be paid to members of council for attendance at council meetings, committee meetings, or for other meetings or activities held within the municipality of Whitestone. And I think that was supposed to be transferred into item number 8 because we're talking about the mileage and expense forms, right? If that makes sense. So when it comes to passing it, I just think that second paragraph in number 7 would be moved down to just below the second paragraph of item number 8, if that makes sense, Nigel.
Yeah, through you, your worship. I mean, certainly it could be combined if you wanted. I didn't really feel it needed. I felt that one was speaking about what would not be covered and the other was speaking about mileage that would be covered. And that's why I combined the others in the other section.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I totally agree with that, Nigel, and what had been done. It was just, again, for item number 7, it says that members of council be required to travel throughout the municipality of Whitestone from time to time in order to discharge their responsibilities. Makes total sense, 100%. But then no mileage would be paid to members of council for attendance at council meeting, committee meetings, or other meetings or events, activities held within the municipality of Whitestone boundaries. It's that sentence, I think, that has to go under 8 now, where it says a mileage and expense form is to completed itemizing all mileage expenses and receipts, and all amounts claimed are to be submitted to the treasurer. It's under there, I think that sentence I read before needs to be put, that yes, if you're submitting a mileage and expense claim form, no mileage would be paid to members of council for attendance at council meetings, right? If that makes any sense. So that'll be, when we get out of the public meeting, I just wanted to bring it up at the public meeting that I'd just asked that second paragraph be moved to number 8. That was all. Not a big deal. I think it just helps it read a little cleaner. That was all.
And through you, your worship, and in my opinion, I felt it read better to have the exclusions in one sentence and the inclusions in the other. So that's just the logic behind it. That's all.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, thank you. So
Mr.
can we go
That's
back to
just-
the question at hand, please, which is to reconvene into a regular meeting?
No, okay. Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to make a quick comment about number 7. I'm glad that it's in here. Especially the section that says no mileage will be paid to members of council for attendance at meetings, committee meetings, or for other meetings or events and activities held within the municipality of Whitestone boundaries. It's a pretty good answer for some people that have been sending us some emails recently.
Okay, thank you. Anyway,
It's gonna stay.
can we reconvene to a regular meeting, please? All those in favor? That's carried. Well, sorry, on the phone?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
All right, thank you. We are now into the consent agenda.
No, we have some stuff coming
Oh,
up. Matters arising, don't we?
there are matters arising. I apologize. There are matters arising for I thought they wouldn't come up till later, but yeah. Okay, sorry. Matters arising from public meeting 6.1. I need a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the planning report dated July 15th, 2025, respecting zoning bylaw amendment for the property located at 1711 to 1733 Highway 124, owned by 1300488 Ontario, Inc., doing business as Car Aggregates Limited, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone direct staff to prepare a subsequent recommendation report considering any new information, comments, and feedback received at the July 15th, 2025 statutory public meeting for presentation at a subsequent council meeting. They're going to mover and seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by anyone? Councillor Bray, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate.
Is this a planning matter yeah, this is a recorded vote.
Oh, you're right, it is, yes. I guess it is a planning matter, yeah, it's a rezoning, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Nash.
Sorry, this is just to accept the report. Am I correct? Could you read the motion again, Mr. Mayor? Sorry.
It is to receive the information planning report and direct staff to prepare subsequent recommendations. So no, I'll admit my order paper says recorded vote for procedural violated 80-2023, but I don't know. I guess it was because it was a rezoning that it showed up as requiring a recorded vote. It doesn't really, strictly speaking, but
Yeah. So yes is my vote. I just wanted to make sure I understood what I was voting on. So yes.
I think we're going down the recorded vote, right? So, I mean, I don't expect it to be controversial at this point, but Is that okay? Do you want it?
Yeah, that's
You wanna-
fine.
All right.
Carry on.
Procedurally, you're okay with a recorded vote? All right, so
Doesn't confront me whether we do recorded vote or not.
well, we started, so let's finish it.
Thank you. Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes,
Thank you. That motion's carried.
that's carried. So the next one is 6.2, the one that we just discussed. Get a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the memorandum from Paula Macri, Planning Assistant, dated July 4th, 2025. So that's all we're doing is receiving for information. Once again, it's shown as a recorded vote. Do you want the recorded vote? Anybody want it? If not, you can have a show of hands if you want.
This is on 6.2.
This is to receive the report on 6.2, not to make any decisions about it, just to receive it. Are you?
Might as
want-
well record it,
It's-
Mr. Mayor.
That's
Should I-
recorded vote. Let's do the recorded vote. It's just,
Thank you. Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
yes.
Thank you. That's carried.
The third item is council remuneration. Mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information report admin 2025 council remuneration, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby endorse an updated council remuneration bylaw. Which is going to come later, but correct, the bylaw is coming later? Yeah. Okay. And this one is not a planning matter, so it's not. Can I get a mover and seconder for this?
I'll move, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Woods.
All right, so we'll take Counselor Woods and the seconder is Counselor Bray. So it's on the floor, the revised council remuneration bylaw. Any further comments? Okay, I will ask then all those in favor, please.
Counselor Nash,
On
yes.
phone.
Counselor Woods, yes.
Okay, now I am just looking at one order paper here. The one for 6.2, I did not somehow or other record the mover and seconder. Did you get them, Deputy Clerk, or did I miss that somehow? Okay, so that sounds like that's my fault. Could we have a mover and seconder for the motion that we just passed on?
And this is 6.1, right?
6.2, it's Skiva's, again, it was just to receive the report, right? But,
Yeah, I'll move.
so Councillor Lamb's moving, seconded by
I'll
Councillor
second it.
Bray. And everyone on the recorded vote agreed that it was okay, so I think we just didn't record a mover and seconder. Don't want to make problems for our deputy clerk later on. All right, at this particular point now, we are out of, well, we're already out of the public meeting. So we are, in fact, on the,
Consent agenda.
we're on the consent agenda. So, here's the motion. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the consent agenda consisting of 7.1 council meeting minutes for the regular council meeting of June 17th, 2025. That's 7.1.1. 3 sets of council committee and board minutes. They are 7.2.1, the Parry Sound DSAB board meeting of May 8th. 7.2.2, the West Parry Sound OPP Detachment Board Annual Report for 2025. It's actually for 2024, I think, isn't it? It's 2024, sorry. Okay. And 7.2.3 is the Belvedere Heights Board of Management meeting of May 28th, 2025. 7.3, the unfinished business listed on pages 5 and 6 of the agenda. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the following council meeting minutes. That is the regular council meeting minutes of June 17th, 2025. And that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information 7.2.1, Parry Sound DSAB board minutes, May 8th. 7.2.2, West Parry Sound OPP Detachment Board Annual Report for 2024. And Belvedere Heights Board of Management for May 28th, 2025, and the unfinished business listed on pages 5 and 6 of the agenda. So that's the motion we're looking for. Could I get a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Lamb moves. Seconded by Councillor Bray. Any discussion on anything in the consent agenda? If not, then I will call the question on the consent agenda. All those in favor? On Zoom?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you very much. That is carried. So we're done with item 7. And there are no matters arising from it, it would seem. All right, number 8 is accounts payable. Mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality receive for information the accounts payable listing in the amount of $965,314.98 for the period ending June 30th, 2025. Councillor Lamb is moving, seconded by.
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. Discussion. Questions?
To you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, I have a question on page 137, which is the first page. I think it's the first page of accounts payable. Payment number 37649. TMI brushing, roadside brushing, 13,370. I have 2 questions. Is that within our budget? Within our budget that we set for roadside brushing? And secondly, the brushing on Canning Road just took place this weekend, I thought, sometime. Is this the brushing we're talking about? And if so, why are we paying them before they do the work? This got paid on June 11th. We're talking roadside brushing or.
Mr. Mayor, I think I know the answer to this one.
Well, I think our manager of Public Works is going to answer.
Perfect. Didn't know he
getting
was
his
in.
microphone. Thank you, Councillor Woods.
Through to you, Mr. Mayor, that being paid was the brushing. They're doing roadside mowing now.
Oh, okay. Okay, I've never heard it called roadside mowing. I've always heard it roadside brushing, but so what's
Sorry,
this?
grass cutting. What they were paid for would be the brushing. back in
What's your
June.
definition of brushing?
With the boom mower, sorry, with the boom mower. They come in with their boom mowers first. And then they came back again and they're starting the roadside grass cutting.
With the blade?
Yes. It's
Okay, I'm not sure I understand, but I'll go on.
Okay, other questions on the accounts payable?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a couple, but Councillor Lamb, I think I might be able to help here. The brushing is when they do the larger material, kind of, as the works manager said, with the boom or a long extend, and it chips and just shreds everything up. Whereas the mowing would be for more the grass and just the smaller stuff at the side of the road, as opposed to larger branches that might be an inch or two in diameter or greater, if that helps you.
Yeah, I think it does now. Thank you.
No problem. So I have 3 accounts. Number 1 is on page, and I might be a little bit out of order here. It's just how I noted them down on page 141. Item number, payment number 3036, and it's for grass cutting. And I know this is for the cemeteries. And I did have a recent discussion with the works manager, so I just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention that I have received a few phone calls from ratepayers on the cemeteries, and I'll just note the importance of making sure that the cemeteries, the grass cutting is kept up upon. And I know currently the contract we have has fairly great distances between some of the timings and might start later in the year or end earlier. And I know, and I appreciate the works manager saying he's going to look into that and address it. It's more of a point because I see that there was some charges here for cemetery cutting. So no response is needed. It was really just the time that I can make that point. The next one is under page 138. And it is item number 37654. So 37654, and it's for Parry Sound Area Property Consulting. This is something I brought up to the clerk when I'd seen it here. So there's a couple things. One thing I hadn't brought up was it says, I understand this is for a planning consultant. For a couple different files. I just wanted to note that on here, it doesn't say the files that it was for, like it would for our planner. But my concern here is that we're using the Parry Sound Area Property Consulting to do planning services. And the Parry Sound and Area Property Consulting is not a planner designate as you would and we have a contract in place with MHBC, which was just signed last year or the year before for planning services after the retirement of our past planner. And we also extended a new contract to MHBC for our official plan because council really wanted, if we were able to have our planner not only do our planning work, but also do our official plan work. So I guess my question would be twofold. Why are we not using our planner for planning matters? And if a planning report is required, why are we using not a planner when we're using Parry Sound and Area Planning Consultant?
CAO Clerk.
Yeah, through you, your worship. A couple points, I guess, in response to that. First off, I think this was a fairly simple planning matter that didn't necessarily require a registered planner. So we did have the option of going a potentially cheaper route. So what we did was we reached out to this company and also our regular planners. And our regular planners weren't able to get back to us as quickly. So we did end up going with this company. With respect to a contract, the only contract we have with MHBC right now is for our for the 2 processes we're involved in. So that's in our official plan review and our zoning bylaw review. We don't actually have a contract for them to provide planning services. So this is
Whoa.
this is a means that we have of I guess potentially saving the ratepayer some money and potentially saving some time when it comes to process for planning services.
Yeah.
So that's why I guess whether council would like us to stick with our planning consultants, that's up to council, I guess. But that's
Yeah, so through
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Or
we
can I
went
just-
through quite an
can I just-
exhaust.
Can I just finish, Deputy Mayor? Would you mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So through you, Mr. Mayor, just to follow up on my first question there, we do have a contract in place, Nigel, which would have been done 2 years ago. We went through a whole public process. We interviewed, there was a public tender that went out or an RFP. It was awarded. You should have all the documents. It was your predecessor would have done all those. And part of our talk through the whole system was hiring a planning consultant might cost us 2 or 3 times as much, but we want to make sure we're using our planners to do work. And I think part of the Shore Road allowance purchase says that we need a planning report. If it is a simple matter, we do have a planning assistant on staff. And if we don't need our planner, who is our planner being MHBC, to do the work, why wouldn't we have our municipal staff do it to save the public even more money? And thirdly to that, knowing that there is a contract, and I'm sure, I think the deputy mayor would confirm, I'm sure that's what he was going to speak to, that there is a contract in place. But with that being said, what would MHBC feel if we tell them, hey, we're not using you exclusively for our planning, even though we signed a contract with you, but we're choosing a planning or consultant firm to use, but we have no contract with them. So I think this is a big thing that really needs to be looked into, and I would hope going forward that this is not done again. I don't think this was done properly, and I think it's really important that all of council be confirmed that there is a contract in place for MHBC, because it was Councillor Lamb and myself that sat on part of the committee on reviewing all the tenders and stuff that came in, if I'm correct, and I'll let Councillor Lamb take over.
No, you said it well. I thought we had a contract signed at some point.
Through you, Your Worship.
Because
And
it came down to two companies, and it was at council, and it was 3-2, I think, was the vote at the end. But we certainly voted that MHBC would be our planning group. And part of it was that they agreed that they would not be the planner for the planning board. And similarly, when we chose, I think it was Morgan on the planning board, we made sure that they wouldn't be the planner for other municipalities here. So there should be something somewhere, I would think.
Through you, Your Worship, I can certainly dig into it deeper. That's the information I was able to find, and my understanding was there was only that process had been undertaken for the official plan review and the zoning bylaw.
This
but not-
predated it by probably a year.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can
that's
certainly
And it
look at
was
that.
during the term of this council.
Yeah.
So if you got a hold of Michelle, she'd probably know about it.
Yeah.
I would-
Regardless, we should have the information here. So,
Yep, okay, thank you.
so point taken, Councillor Nash, and I will look into it.
All right, thank you. Are there any more questions on the payables?
There was one where a legal bill was crossed off. I imagine we'll get that information eventually. Said legal expenses and it was blocked off. I forget what page it was in.
Through you, Your Worship, I believe that's item 3083 on page 147. And that's legal bills that pertain to a court case that we're involved in. So I could get into the details of it, but any more detail than that would have to be in a closed meeting.
Okay, where is that? What page is that?
Page 147. And that one is
Legal
with MHPC,
expenses,
right? Yeah.
5,500.
Yeah, so our,
Was that for an appearance in court?
our planners are involved. Well, there's, I'd have to get into the actual invoice to see what it all entails. But yes, they are involved in the court case and court appearances. So there's probably some work in their offices, but also in court.
I would like a report on that if we can at the next meeting.
Sure.
Enclosed.
But
if
enclosed.
that's Enclosed.
Yeah. Okay, anything else?
Thank you.
Are you ready then for the question on payables? To receive the report for information, all those in favor?
Counselor Woods, yes.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, staff reports. We have a number of them. And the first one is the quarterly building report for April 1st to June 30th. So could I get a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby receive report building 2025-03, building services update and building permit activity, April 1st to June 30th, 2025 for information.
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Ray, seconded by,
Well, I can second it then, Mr. Mayor.
thank you,
Councilor Wood.
Councilor Woods. Anybody going to present this report? Mr. CIO, did you want to say anything
Yeah,
about it?
I don't have a lot to present, only that our chief building official is busy with some permits, some scheduled permits today, so he wasn't able to be here. These are the quarterly reports for the second quarter. I think when you'll see when you look at some of the numbers, you'll see that he is quite busy and has been quite busy as well, closing some of the permits and taking action on, as council has previously directed, on trying to get those outstanding permits dealt with. So he's been making good progress on that, and he's also had a fairly busy year and quarter as compared to last year. So any questions, I may be able to answer them, but if I can't, I will be able to get an answer from you from the CBO.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, I've been told, and I don't know whether there's any truth to this, that in terms of this iCloud system, I'll call it a mechanized system for putting applications in and arranging appointments, et cetera, is far more advanced in some of the other communities around here, like Seguin, et cetera. Could someone report back to us at some point how advanced we are in terms of Whitestone and this whole system? Are we behind the ball on in terms of the ease of doing business? Are we all paperwork? Are we all, because it appears to me that our paperwork system in the past has not been very good. So could someone give that to us from a building perspective over the next couple months at some point?
Through you, your worship, yes, we can certainly report back to you on that.
Yeah, thank you. The second thing was that council we had, I thought, something like 200 outstanding building permits. Some of them, a lot of them without occupancy, and we asked the building department to send out letters and try to get them closed and do the proper charge and things like that. Do we know how many of those, I'll say 200 or whatever there were, how many letters have been sent out at this point?
Through you, your worship, no, I don't have that information on hand. I'm sure we have it, and we could report it to you. Somewhere in here, it does say how many of those outstanding permits he has closed. but I don't know what the number is, an up-to-date number of how many are left outstanding.
I don't know whether those were the ones that we were talking about or not. Where does it say number comparables? Where's how many have been closed? The very end?
On page 153, the last paragraph, it says from January 1st to June 30th, 255 building permit files have been closed. And additionally, 12 occupancy permits were issued.
Okay, good. Yeah, I would like specifically the files we were talking about that we directed in terms of, I think it was the last meeting or so. Okay, and I had asked the question at the last council meeting about extensions to existing buildings and what the setbacks should be. And I think the building inspector and I had a disagreement on the interpretation of that. Have we gotten any further information on that?
Yes, I do have some information. I think it'd be best if I gave it to you in writing because it's an actual interpretation of how the wording in the section is. So
Okay.
if you'd like, I can send that around to all of council so that you're aware of it.
That'd be fine. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, other comments or questions on the building report?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I guess first off, Nigel, thank you for trying to go through the building report with us without having the CVO here. But in future, I would hope that the building inspector could put the day aside if he's doing a report to us once every 3 months so we can be here for us to ask questions to. As I did have a number of questions, so I'll ask them at the meeting and hopefully I can get some answers back. So here's my questions. And if you do need me afterwards to send an email with the questions, so you don't need to scribble notes, I can understand that. And I think some of it, one question might have already been spoken to a bit by the Deputy Mayor Lamb. And that was, how many letters regarding open permits have gone out to date? Do we know?
Through you, your worship. No, I don't have that number offhand. That is similar to what Deputy Mayor Lamb had asked. So I will get it for you. I just don't have it on hand.
Perfect. And then here's my other about 5 questions. How many outbuildings can be on a property, or how many outbuildings can a property have if the outbuildings are under 160 square feet? And again, I know you're not going to know this, Nigel, so I'll send the rest of these questions in an email after, but I just want it on the public record. The second question is, do you need a permit for a sleeping cabin if it is under 160 square feet? The third question is, do you need a building permit for solar panels if they are within the shore road allowance or riparian zone? And then the fourth question, do you need a building permit for wind turbine if it is located within the shore road allowance riparian zone? And the fourth question, what does a municipality do if a structure, building, solar panels, wind turbines are located within the 20-meter shore allowance? And does that matter if the shore road allowance has been closed or not? And then my final question is an ESA inspection or permit required for solar panels or wind turbines? So I'll send those 6 questions to you, Nigel, which would make it easier than you jotting all these down. And if you'd like, I can copy the building inspector onto that email if you'd like that. Thank you.
Through you, your worship. Thank you. Yeah, if you could just send them to me, Councillor Nash, that'd be fine. And I can have a discussion with the CBO.
Perfect.
Could the answer to that be sent to all the council?
Given that it was in the council meeting, absolutely.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? All right, can we call the question then on this building services report? All those in favor of receiving it?
Counselor Nash, yes.
Counselor Woods, yes.
Thank you, that's carried. 9.2, planning services. Need a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive report PLN-2025-03 entitled Planning Services Statistics Q2 2025 for information.
I can move, Counselor Nash.
Thank you. Seconded by,
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
thank you, Councillor Woods. Is there an introduction to the report from our CAO or planning assistant?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, for the Q2, the municipality received 2 consent applications and 1 shoulder allowance between April 1st to June 30th. The total planning revenue from April 1st to June 30th was $6,339.13. And that includes application fees and payment of outstanding receivable invoices. And the total planning revenue from January 1st to June 30th was $15,241.08.
Okay, thank you. Questions or from council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a couple brief questions for our planning assistant.
ahead.
if possible. Thank you. Paula, thanks for your report. Would you, I know we talk, I try and phone you when I know there's going to be planning items on our agenda, but from what you see, and I'm just asking because of what I see in the world today, have you seen it slowing down at all for planning items right now because of it, whatever, what it might cost or whatever it might be, or is it about on target, the same as last year, just overall, just from what you see currently?
For this year, it's lower compared to last year.
Yeah.
And I know with the planning board consents, I don't believe there was any for Whitestone for last month.
Yeah, thanks, Paula. Yeah, I know I sit on the planning board, and, the last meeting I believe was canceled because there wasn't enough files, not just for Whitestone, but for all the other municipalities as part of the planning board. I thought it was a little slower. I just wanted to ask that question, and maybe on the next, like the Q3 report, I know it says here that so far we've had 5 consent applications and 0 subdivision applications this year. But would it be hard to track if any past consent applications or subdivision applications have been finalized, if you know what I mean? So kind of gone all the way through the process and just put that as a number on here as well, so that, we'd know that in the first 2 quarters of this year, 1 subdivision application or consent application, we're done with that file for now. If possible, if you could do that, that would be great. But thank you for the report. I always like seeing all the information, and I really am thankful that you are showing all the expenses too. So thanks a lot, Paula.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? No. All those in favor then of receiving this report?
Counselor Woods, yes.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Thank you. 9.3, this one is fire and rescue. Need a mover and seconder that Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive report fire-2025-04 entitled Fire and Rescue Services Activity for the second quarter of 2025 for information. Mover and seconder, please. Councilor Lamb moves.
I'll second then, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. Our fire chief is on the phone and our deputy chief is here in the room. If you, if either of them want to make comments on the report, you could start. If not, we'll open it for questions. I don't see anybody rising to say, do you have any, let's see if you have any questions on the report.
Mr. Mayor, I don't have a question, but I do have a comment.
Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I would once again like to extend my personal thanks to the members of our fire crew for helping me out, because I'm one of the people listed here on medical calls. So I would just like to thank the fire department yet again. They come to my rescue when I really need them, and it's very much appreciated by everyone in the community, the service that they offer, and I'd just like them to be recognized for the things that they do.
Okay, thank you for that. Any
And
other questions or comments?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash, I have one question for the fire chief, if I might.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Bob, thanks for being in attendance. My question is, I understand hearing from people of the public, and I know we briefly spoke, but I understand that you guys, the fire department was out looking at fire permits and stuff on Clear Lake Road. And I'm just wondering if you can update everybody on that. And I hadn't known that you do this a number of times a year. So maybe if you can just give a little brief synopsis on who went out, what was done, but how often you're doing that, because I didn't know that was done before, which I think is a great thing that's being done. But just if you know where I'm going, just to kind of give us a brief little synopsis of it and how often it's done and stuff. Thanks.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, last long weekend, myself and Deputy Bray went out, I believe it was around 10:30, 11 o'clock, to the government pit. There's probably 20 or so campers, trailers, tents in there. There was only 2 campfires going. The first guy we come upon, they did have a permit. They were doing everything they were supposed to. The second gentleman we come to, he wasn't sure whether he had a permit. He was pretty HBD, so we made him extinguish his fire. When I did get back to the fire hall, I ran it through the system, and he did have a fire permit. He just couldn't find it or know where it was. So out at Nesbitt's trail, there was one group of people camping there. They did not have a fire permit, so I sent them out to the community center at Hartbag. They logged in and got a permit and come back. At the snowmobile trail where it crosses Clear Lake Road, there was one gentleman in there, and he also had a fire permit. So we looked at 4, and we ended up having 1 without and 3 with. Justin and I actually went up to Black Lake yesterday afternoon. There was only one person camping back there. They did not have a permit, so we explained it to them. They went and logged on. They actually could get internet from where they were, and it got a permit, so they were good to go. And there was one person camping at the snowmobile trail where it crosses the bunny trail. So yeah, there was only 2 people camping. There was nobody in the government pit camping whatsoever. There was some trucks in there. I believe they're from the Dogfish Hunt Camp though. So there was, as I say, there was nobody camping there. I usually try to make it back at least once every long weekend, or whenever I get a spare moment. We usually go back and have a look and check things out. It was actually fairly clean back at Black Lake. There wasn't much garbage around at all. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I want to make sure I heard that correctly. So it was the fire chief and our deputy fire chief that went out on call to check out at Clear Lake in the area, correct?
That's correct. Last long weekend, Janice Bree and I, which is deputy fire chief, right? And yesterday afternoon around 4 o'clock, I went out and Justin went out, one of our other firefighters, and we had a look around, and like I said, there was hardly any people camped between Black Lake.
Hard to hear, Bob.
Oh, sorry, between Black Lake and the snowmobile trail. So yeah, there was hardly anybody back there. It was good and clean. There was no ATVers back there, nothing. It's good. I did run into Mike Stoneman from MNRF yesterday. He was back there yesterday as well, and he said that he was back there last weekend. The SAVE team was supposed to go back there with him. They had something else to do, so they didn't go back, but Mike said he went back and he didn't have any issues back there last weekend either. So.
Okay. And I'm just gonna throw this, I'm assuming that when members of the fire department go out for things like that, right? That's on duty time, so you get paid for that? Correct?
It depends. It depends whether we're just going for a ride to see what's going on or whether we're actually going for a complaint. So if somebody phones and says, hey, Brian's back there burning, he's got a huge campfire and we have to go back there. So we try to make it back there once in a while. So, yeah.
So we wouldn't, like, unless there was a call, sorry, Bob, through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to get this straight in my head. So if you just went out there to go check, or members of the fire crew went out there to go, do a tour to ensure that everyone's abiding by our fire safety regulations, that's not counted as on-call? They wouldn't be paid? I think they should be paid.
If it's through the day, I wouldn't be paid. Whoever went out with me, like.
Sorry,
Hard
Bob,
to hear,
you're kind of
Yeah.
10-1.
Sorry.
Speak up to the
So they
mic.
would be paid. I wouldn't be, because I'd be potentially already working today. So.
Okay, that's all. Thanks, Bob.
Anything else? Okay, all those in
Oh,
favor?
sorry, one question through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might. Sorry, I was muted there. Just as a follow-up to the fire chief. Bob, from what I understand, this isn't the first time you've been out. You guys often go out on holiday weekends, to be at Clear Lake or Black Lake. And this is something that's done several times a year. Am I correct on that?
Oh, yeah, that's correct. We try to go out once over the long weekend. It's usually at night when we go back there, because that's when, if there's anything going on, that's when it's going on. Now, sometimes it's just too busy doing calls. We just don't get back there, but we try to get back there at least once on every long weekend. And then, like I say, we went back last night. So.
Yeah, no, thanks. I didn't know that you guys on a lot of long weekends went out. I think it's great that it's done. But I think it's good for the public to know that we are going out looking at it. So I appreciate that, Bob. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. All those in favor of receiving the report?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Okay, 9.4, Regional Economic Development Proposal. Here's the motion that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives report admin-2025-14 entitled West Parry Sound Economic Development Collaborative for information, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone pass the following resolution. Whereas on June 2nd, 2025, the West Parry Sound Economic Development Collaborative Board of Directors has endorsed and recommended for approval the proposal for regional economic development, and that the regional economic development model prescribed in the proposal for regional economic development will permanently replace the West Parry Sound Economic Development Collaborative. Now therefore be it hereby resolved that the Municipality of Whitestone Council approves the proposal for regional economic development, and be it further resolved that the Municipality of Whitestone Council authorizes the execution of a memorandum of understanding with the town of Perry Sound to put the proposal for regional economic development into effect. Be it further resolved that the municipality of Whitestone Council authorizes the formal dissolution of the West Perry Sound Economic Development Collaborative to be carried out by the Board of Directors at the final meeting of the board. Is there a mover and seconder for this motion? Councillor Bray moves, seconded by?
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Sir Woods? The report in your file is was prepared by the by our CAO clerk. I'll ask him if he has any comments that he wants to make to introduce the report.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, just to follow up on this, I guess I did a previous report and discussion on this in draft format back in April when we were having our budget discussions, because our participation has a financial contribution, and we needed to consider that as part of our budget discussions. Since then, the group has revised the draft document and the draft proposal, and I've attached the I guess the current language of the proposal and the current costing of the proposal. You'll see in it that it's basically an $8,000 a year fee to be a member of the service. You can opt out of it at any point in time, I guess, and that there is a $3,000 per year per partner municipality subsidy for the first 3 years, and that's to be taken out of the existing funds that are on hand with the organization. So I guess at this stage of the game, the board has endorsed this proposal. Since our discussion in April, the Township of Carling has opted out. So that was one other partner that was previously included in the partnership, and it is now out of this agreement. So that is one substantive change, I guess, since we last discussed it. And I think at this stage, it's a question of whether or not the municipality of Whitestone wants to be a part of this organization, or whether we also want to opt out. So
who's opted out besides Carling? Before this, wasn't it McKellar and someone else?
McKellar and Seguin.
Okay, so 3 have opted out.
That's correct.
And who's opted in? Obviously, Perry Sound, they have the economic development officer.
Perry Sound is the proponent, I guess, if you will. Currently left in would be the Archipelago, McDougall, and ourselves.
And has it gone to McDougall Council and Archipelago Council for a decision, or is it, or are they definitely in, I guess is my question. Or do we know?
I don't know that. I don't know if Mayor Comrie might. He's been involved in these discussions as well.
No, I don't honestly know. My sense from previous discussions was that they intended that both of them intended to stay in, but
you don't know.
But the way this was left, of course, at the last meeting we had, was that it would get brought back. We were all sort of charged with bringing it back. Archipelago, they have an event on Thursday, and I think that they have a meeting in the morning, so probably it hasn't come to them yet, but it will. And McDougall, I haven't heard yet from them.
So
I don't know.
If we opt out, what monies do we get back from the previous organization? Did I read 11,000?
Yeah, my report indicate, and this is the information that I had on hand, was that when McKellar opted out, they received $12,167 back, And my understanding in some of the CAO discussions we've had on this is that there was an allocation for each community, and that was our allocation as well. Mayor Comrie, we had a brief discussion about it earlier, and he had a different understanding. So, I can't be certain that that's the amount, but that is what was refunded to McKellar. So I expect ours would be the same.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I spoke to, when I saw this report, I did speak to the clerk about it. The meeting, I mean, this discussion came up when Carling withdrew, and they came up with a number something like this, and the response of the board was to say, wait a minute, all you get back is what your contribution was in 2024, unless they, in 2023, unless they made, like, this is 2023 money that didn't get spent, that we actually paid. We didn't pay anything last year. But the number I have is 6250, and I think that that's what the board decided was, I think the direction was to send a note back to Carling saying, sorry, you get whatever you paid in 2023, but, and if they did pay something in 2024, because they might have, then that would be added. But I don't, it was like 62, I thought it was 6250, to be honest.
Yeah, and through you, not to interrupt, Mr. Mayor, but my understanding was that that no one had paid in 2024, that these were all leftover funds from the contributions, but also there were other partners, I guess, grants and that sort of thing, and it totaled up to an amount. And they, at least on the chart that I saw, it was just an equal share per partner that they had allotted to each township. In either case, I think if it's a question of whether we participate in the service or request our refund, whatever that amount would be.
Well, if I might go first, I relate back to the mayor's presentation, and I thank you. I didn't make any comments at that point. And I think there are some things in there that are worthy of pursuit, not everything. I don't agree with starting down the road of development circles and commercial zones and all that kind of stuff. We all learned our lesson, I think, before you were on, Nigel, with the West Tech situation, when there was even mentioned the idea of development circles, the community went berserk. And so I don't agree with going down that route. But I also believe that most economic development that affects Whitestone directly is a one-off. And John Jackson has said that in the past, and I believe him. West Tech was the first real venture that came into our community of that nature in 19 years that I've been on council. They don't show up every day. That doesn't mean we don't benefit from economic development in the Parry Sound area in terms of jobs and things like that. But I'm talking about, specifically saying here's an industrial zone or commercial zone or any of that. But I do think there are other things, and I personally prefer getting the money back and using that, putting that in some sort of pot to do some of the things that the mayor talks about doing in his report. So I find it hard to share with Parry Sound, who are at the moment suing us, and are a great part of what's behind suing us. And therefore, I will not be voting in favor of this. But I will be in favor of getting our money out and dissolving the organization. And, if someone needs something in our community in terms of a specific project or whatever, we could probably pay the person in Parry Sound to do some private consulting at half the cost or whatever. So anyway, those are just my general thoughts on it. Thank you.
Other comments?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I guess I'll be fairly brief on this one. You know, I think we should exit the program. The development models changed, I'll call it. We should ask for our money back. And as I said in numerous other meetings, when it comes to Perry Sound, they seem to ask for money, ask for money, ask for money, ask for money. But when we build $1 million nursing station, Perry Sound doesn't give any money. When we build a library, I'm not sure if they gave any money. Both those things are used by a number of people, of course, outside our community, but we're the only ones that seem to do a lot within our community. And to me, it seems like Perry Sound asks for a lot. So I'm in favor of exiting the program, asking for our money back, and not continuing any further. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, others? Councillor Bray.
Yeah, thank you also for your presentation, and also Mr. Cieo, the report here. I look at it a little bit differently. I have been very aware of the Almaguin economic development collaboration for quite a while, and worked with them a lot when I was in DSAB. So I do know that it does work, and it can work really well. The fact that we have maybe the $12,000, I mean, it wouldn't hurt to stay in 1 year, see what comes out of it. That means we're really only putting in $5,000, which isn't that much. And see what can come out of it, see whether we can get some more people looking at Whitestone, seeing what Whitestone has to offer. I think economic development is not something that you can just sort of pick up here and there. It's actually quite an elaborate process. And I also remember when there was the West Perry Sound Economic Development Officer, and then there was the Perry Sound had their economic development officer, and to me it just seemed like it was overkill, and that we really didn't need Perry Sound didn't need to have one of their own, and us, the rest of us, or all of us together, have a regional one. So I actually think we should stay in for a year, see what it's like, see what comes out of it, and then be able to assess it if the other people stay in. That is, I mean, if more people start to exit, then I think then maybe it's probably not viable. Thanks.
Did you have any comments, Councillor Woods?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, through you. We all know economic development here is, you know, kind of lacking. And I said it earlier in the meeting, and I've said it at multiple meetings. One of the things, and I'm going to stick to this, the way that we push economic development is we be more welcoming when people try to come and start up businesses here. And then when they do, we put on little ceremonies like ribbon cuttings and welcoming people, and have a welcome to Perry Sound package. I mean, we have a fantastic community. We have a major expanse of undeveloped land where we could fit different businesses in here. My problem is, it always seems like we're being asked of things that are going to be more revolving around the benefits to the taxpayers of Perry Sound. Right? I mean, I love this community, and I know that we can do a lot. We could do a lot of great things out here. And if we focused more on what we could actually do as a council to promote this area and bring people here, and not try and, you know, stop people from coming with different ideas, I think it will go a lot further than handing money over to an organization out of Perry Sound, to be honest with you. But economic development definitely is lacking up here. You know, I always think, Mr. Mayor, I've said this to you, we had a discussion about this. My goal on council was to try and make this place live up to its motto and ensure that all of the kids that go to the Whitestone School, all the younger generation around here, you know, much younger than me, much younger than any other member on council, that they have some opportunity here. Right? I don't know how we're going to get there, but it is most definitely something that we need to do is promote us, Whitestone, promote Whitestone more, because this is a fantastic place and there's plenty of opportunity for people that are willing to think outside of the box and have people stop jamming them into little boxes, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Well, I do have a couple of comments. And unfortunately, I didn't really, I didn't really have quite enough time to, to get into this, but I don't think we should characterize this as something that Parry Sound wants from us. Parry Sound has an economic development officer that they're paying for, and they're going to have that person. They are the only, think about the parallel that I gave you with East Parry Sound, with Almagwan. They're the only organization that has an economic development office. The others do not have one. They do have some assets like the airport and the industrial park, and they're using some of their staff that deal with those things to do some dev work for them. That's Carling and Seguin, for example. But we're in the same boat as the others I mentioned. They don't have any component on their staff. So if they need economic development work to be done, they can't get it internally. And one of the lessons that we learned from the West Tech situation that Councillor Lamb alluded to earlier is that we didn't have, we could have really benefited from having someone that we could have used to help shepherd those people through and potentially avoided some of the ruckus that occurred. And it was a ruckus, and it was unnecessary. And I think it did set back the ruckus set back a development that we would be benefiting more from now if it hadn't happened. It made Whitestone look like not a place you want to try to establish a light manufacturing facility, which is what they wanted to do. And I don't know where this matter stands right now, but I think it's still supposed to be going. But anyway, my point is, this is something that we need that we don't have. And how are we going to get it? It is, I have looked at the model in East Parry Sound very intensively and spent quite a bit of time with Dave Gray, who's the ECDEB officer, and he's been quite successful. You talk to any of those municipalities, not everybody's on board, but a lot of them are, and they're benefiting, and they're way ahead of us, way ahead of us in West Parry Sound. Even though we have, fewer, bigger municipalities, yeah. So really, the issue I think is this. I see this everybody decoupling and walking away and saying, well, we had this collaborative, it didn't work. And you're right, it didn't work. It wasn't properly structured or whatever. But to say, well, we don't have a replacement for it is greatly concerning to me. And, if we took if we did get some money back or whatever, and we put in a little pot, but the question is, there's work to be done that needs to be done by somebody who is skilled at doing this and has time to do it. Who is that? Who's going to do it? We could get services from various people to help us with some of these things. But my concern is that if we just walk away and say, well, we'll just keep the money to ourselves, and when we figure out what we want to do with it, we'll do with it. We'll find it or spend it or whatever. I think it'll get lost in the shuffle, like it did the last time we talked about ECDEV, which was when I first came on council in 2014, and the councillor Woods is correct. We really haven't done anything. We've missed a bunch of opportunities and we're going to keep missing them. So that's my concern. I don't like to cut, I don't like us to go back into the situation and say, fine, we'll just take our money. Because when we don't have a plan, if we had a plan for what we're going to do with it, that'll be one thing. And I'm this morning, you just got a little taste of this. I have some more information to give you that suggests some very specific things we could do. But they are going to cost money, folks. They're not going to be free. And, you know, anyway, that's my concern. It looks like East Perry Sound is got an effective collaborative model that works. And we're saying, well, ours didn't work, so we're not going to do it. We're just letting it disintegrate. And I think we as a region and we as a municipality will suffer if we allow that to happen. So that's my concern. That's why I don't want to just walk away from this. I'd like to stay plugged into what's going on in West Central, in West Perry Sound, I mean. That's my comments.
But through you, Mr. Mayor, some of the things you want to do that you say will cost money and there's more, I'd rather investigate those things. And if we get $12,000 back, apply that to some of the initiatives that you have. I mean, I've heard about economic development for not 6 years or 8 years. I've heard about it for 19 years. And the failure goes back 19 years, not 5 years or 6 years. We used to have 2 organizations. We used to have an information session on the highway, you know. But the fact is that we have 2 or 3 members of the Chamber of Commerce to begin with in terms of Perry Sound. We used to have only 1, but I thought I heard 2 or 3 over the last couple months. We do have things to market in Whitestone. We have a low tax rate, and we have our residential rate the same as our commercial rate. Now, that doesn't cost us much money, but that sure is a great sign to people wanting to relocate in a business sense to our community. And we should be playing that up more in terms of things. So I'd rather investigate some of the things you're suggesting, at least for this year, because all they're going to do, and this is about the 5th strategic plan that I know of that's going to come up over the next year. We're going to give our money and they're going to develop a strategic plan. And I wonder how much that's going to have to do with Whitestone. I would guess very little. We'll be pulled along kind of, but the emphasis surely to God is going to be Perry Sound and that area, not Whitestone. And that's why I'd rather spend our monies this year, spend the 12,000, bring back your ideas. Let's commit, not throw it into, just have it available for economic development when we get it, and bring back your ideas. And over the next 6 months or into next year, we can do some of the things locally that you're suggesting that we do, and we'll have the funds there to do it. So, so I say economic development for Whitestone and in Whitestone. Charity begins at home. So thank you.
Okay, thanks. Are you ready for the question then on this? The motion is to accept this proposal, and I think the best way from an order point of view is as we vote on this, if council does not wish to proceed with it, then we can have a second motion to do otherwise, I guess. But and I think I will just, well, yeah, let's have a recorded vote.
Thank you, Councillor Bray.
Yes.
Councillor Lamb.
No. No.
Thank you. Councillor Nash.
No.
Counselor Woods,
No.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes.
that motion is defeated.
Okay, does anyone, I mean, I can report on the basis of this, I suppose, that we don't, that the municipality does not wish to continue, but do you want to pass a motion, anything specific, or can we infer it from what was just passed?
Well, I think we should write a quick motion to say that we are in favor of getting out of the collaborative and having our monies returned and using those monies for economic development within Whitestone.
Well, okay, all right, so I'll let
Just a
you,
statement.
that the council of the municipality of Whitestone wishes to withdraw from the I don't know if that's the right word.
Opting out, isn't that what it's called or something?
Wishes to, let's see what the words they were here. Oh, yeah, wishes to, yes, you're right. That's the way it is in the opt out of the Parry Sound EDO offer, all right. Offer and requests a refund of
Just a refund.
Yeah, request refund of the municipalities, let's say the municipality's share of remaining funds or something, because I'm not sure that that's the right amount, but request refund of the municipality's share of remaining funds in the collaborative. Okay, let's.
And such funds be used for economic development within Whitestone.
Well, the promotion of economic development within Whitestone.
Yeah, that's good.
And that, oh, sorry, no, I'll make this. My handwriting here, and that such funds, the funds be used for, you said for promotion of economic development in Whitestone?
Yes.
Is that what you said? Okay, promotion. Economic. In Whitestone. So that is your motion, Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, I'll move that motion, yeah.
Seconded by
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woods. Okay, any further discussion?
Ask for a recorded vote, please.
Okay. Recorded vote.
Thank you. Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
No.
That motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. All right, that one's. So that one was, what subject are we on? This is 9.4. All right, so 9.5 is Sorry about that, folks. I'm just gonna get them. Okay, this has to do with identified enforcement issues in the Clear Lake area. So could I get a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information report admin 2025-15, in brackets it says Clear Lake. Who will move?
I can move, Counselor Nash.
Thank you. Seconded.
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. Your report, Mr. CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, this is just a very brief report to report on progress on this issue since our last your last council meeting. The direction was to try and secure paid duty service for the long weekends for the remainder of the summer season. We did try to get paid duty coverage by the OPP for the July Canada Day long weekend, and we weren't able to do that. We didn't have any takers for the shifts. We have at the same time, we did make a request for the August long weekend, and we have confirmed that we do have coverage for one shift on that weekend. I'm not going to say which day because that would kind of give it away, but we'll say we have it for one day over that weekend. I can further advise that the cost of this service is about $2,000 for one 9-hour shift. So it is fairly expensive. I just wanted council to be aware of that number as we're making decisions moving forward. The rest of my report was with regard to the Whitestone Fire Department visiting the area on that July long weekend. And Fire Chief Bob already did report on that. So it's just basically given the same facts that he's already given you earlier in the meeting. But I did think it was relevant to the conversation. So based on all of this, we will continue to go ahead with our paid duty coverage for the August long weekend unless otherwise directed by council. And I just wanted you to have this information for as a follow-up.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments on this report?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Counselor Nash.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I guess a few points. The fee of $2,000 is what I would have expected for the officers to come out. I'm glad that we're getting 2 officers. And I think this is good for a few reasons. A, it shows some people that have had concerns along Clear Lake Road that we are trying to look into it. And number 2, even without that, I think it shows residents of the Ardbeg area, residents of our greater community, that we will do some things like this sometimes. Some of the concerns that we heard wasn't just about camping, but speeding on the roads, drinking and driving, unruly behavior, I'm going to say. And I think just having officers out there to do paid duty along the road will help enforce that there are people around looking at what's being done. Maybe somebody will think twice about doing something. It might have an impact on how many people do go camping or how many people might leave early. And I'd like to hear back. I'm not sure if the police do a report back or a summary afterwards. And if they don't, they don't. But if they do, to hear back what they thought. And I would hope that when they're out there, they can do some police duties, be it a radar trap or just checking things, whatever it might be. So I'm encouraged about this. I'm looking forward to this date, and I guess it would be the September date, and seeing what we hear back about it. So thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to it being done. So thank you.
Through you, Your Worship. I just for clarification, this is for the August long weekend. We don't have anything scheduled yet for September. And further clarification that yes, indeed, the officers would provide a report after the day.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Nigel. But have we asked about the Labor Day long weekend already, and we just haven't heard back if there's availability yet then?
Through you, your worship, yes, that's correct.
Okay, perfect. Thanks a lot, Nigel.
Other questions or comments?
So
Councillor Lamb?
when paid duty comes out, are they in a police car or?
Yeah.
So they show up in a police car?
Yeah.
If we're going to do that, and I guess my immediate reaction, I hope I'm wrong, is that they'll see this coming because we're talking about it. They'll all know it out there before we ever show up paid duty, but maybe some of them won't, but the tom-toms go through the community pretty quickly. So I'm not sure what they'll find. But having said that, if we're going out, they shouldn't just go out to Clear Lake. They should go out to Black Lake too, I would think. They just don't want to be in that little area, Clear Lake, for 8 or 9 or 10 hours or whatever. They're there, they might as well go out to Black Lake and see what, if any, infractions are occurring out there. They have enough time, surely, to goodness.
Through you, your worship, we've only requested the Clear Lake area, and I think it's it probably into a different product if you go into Black Lake, because you're out really on a pretty rugged road compared to Clear Lake, right? It's a very different drive to go into Black Lake than it is to Clear Lake.
Yeah, they wouldn't take an ordinary cruiser back there likely unless they had to. They'd probably take an ATV or not an ATV, a four-wheel drive.
Give them our four-wheel drive.
Four-wheel drive vehicle, but.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I think another part to that would be we're engaging the OPP to drive on Clear Lake Road, not to go on to Crown land for us paying for it. So I think that would be a whole different can of worms, right?
Okay.
This is anyways, that's just my thought on that. Might be an idea for another one though, if M&R allows us to, or maybe it's M&R enforcement we have out.
I think part of the problem here is that we keep hearing from the residents out there, all the travesties that are occurring, but yet when any of us have been out, me included, we haven't observed very much of it, right? And maybe we're picking the wrong night. I don't know. What better night would it be than a Saturday of a long weekend? You would think if anyone's going to hoot and holler and have problems. The only issue I ever saw on my 2 trips out there, and mind you, there weren't very many campers, was I did see destruction at the side of our road, big gullies from, I think, the big four-wheel drive things. That's our road, right?
Yeah.
And so our road has been damaged. But I guess we try this. This is what council decided to do. So I guess this is what we do for the August weekend and see what happens and go from there, I guess. I think all the people out there really wanted that came to us was some sort of simple fence on our property, and a couple of signs saying no parking on the road. That's what they requested. We haven't agreed to that. But I also believe them that they're not making stuff up, and I guess you have to think of it in a lens of what happens if it was, right outside my property line gate, right? I think people might have a different perspective on it than you do from afar. So, but anyway, I guess this is what we'll try in August, and we'll go from there.
Okay, thanks. Are we ready for the question then on this report?
Mr. Mayor, if I could say a couple of quick things on this.
Sorry, Councillor Woods, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I have been out to the Clear Lake area and Black Lake, as you all know, almost every weekend. I try to make a trip out there when I'm going out to see my dad and tour around and check it out. And it is much cleaner, and there was quite a few people on the long weekend in July out there. It was busy, but it wasn't anything that anybody I spoke to had any serious issues with. I have spoke to a number of residents in the community, not just out there on Clear Lake, but in other parts of our community, that are happy that we looked at the paid duty enforcement for problem areas. You know, we don't get a lot of OPP presence out here just because that's the way it is. You know, the amount of calls that would come in closer in town and the severity of the calls dictate basically where the officers are going to go. So there is a lot of people that are appreciative that we're taking this step. I did speak to a couple of OPP officers that I know and former officers, and they assured me that this is most definitely the best direction that the municipality is taking. This is a good thing that we're doing. I did speak to some M&R enforcement officers too over the past couple of weeks, and they said that they would be willing to go out and making frequent trips also, and that there may be a paid duty portion for them to go do as well. So maybe if this doesn't work, or if we wanted to go further, we could explore that option too. I know the fact that OPP is going to be out there doesn't make everybody happy. There's some people that aren't going to be happy about it, but to me, this shows the community that we're willing to stand up. And if we have to spend a little bit of money for a problem area, we're not simply just sitting here and dictating from a table. We're actually trying to make change. So I think this is a decision that all of us should be proud of, regardless of whether or not anybody, you know, it stops any major crimes from happening. This is a step forward in my opinion. So I'd like to thank everybody on council for this.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? All those in favor of receiving the report?
Councillor Nash, yes.
We have
Councillor
a
Wood.
5-minute break.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, thanks.
Sure. Okay, that motion is carried, by the way. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Okay, thank you, folks. We're back in session again, and we're at item 9.6, which is report entitled Use of the Cogeco Assets Transferred to the Municipality. To get this on the floor, could I have a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information report admin-2025-16 titled Cogeco Building, and that the council endorse the use of this building by the Recreation Committee as a food pantry / food storage facility in its current location. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Bray moves. Seconder.
I can second Councillor Nash.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. Do you wish to give us your report, Mr. CAO?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, this issue was discussed, trying to remember when it was exactly, but earlier in the year, and was referred to staff for some additional investigation into, I guess, twofold, I guess. Number one, into possible uses of the assets that are left on the site. And secondly, if we were to go the route of having a food pantry, what might be the best location for that, and or any other activity in this building. So I've given you a report, myself, the fire chief, the deputy clerk, and the manager of public works all had a look at the facility. We weren't all there at the same time, but we did at various times look at it. At the end of the day, and you'll see in the report that we looked at the current location of the building, the area that was proposed, which would be under the overhang of the Dundome, and also a location behind the fire hall. And at the end of the day, it's our opinion. Number one, our first opinion is that we don't have any other proposed uses for the building. So the idea of using it as a food pantry seems as, I guess, as good a use as any. We didn't have any other identified uses for it other than storage, but there could be other storage options, probably for a cheaper cost than moving it. At the same time, when we looked at the sites, our recommendation I think it was unanimous really, was that the current location with a bit of modification to the site would be the best location to the best location and the least costly location in terms of having a food pantry. So based on all of that, our recommendation is to, as the decision is to be a council decision, our recommendation is to council to use that building in its current location as a food pantry / food storage facility.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody know why there's a giant I-beam in the middle of the background on the screen? Oh, that's your cursor. Oh, okay. I wonder what was, okay. Questions or comments on the report? I was going to just make a comment. There is on the second page that's 169, there's a reference to the current location behind the Grange. It says this site has been previously connected to hydro, so we expect that it could be connected with the assistance of an electrician fairly easily. We don't even need an electrician. It's hydro themselves disconnected it, and they said they would reconnect it. If an order is given to them, they will send somebody to reconnect it and put a new meter in. That's something that they do. There's no cost for the connection. Well, there's no cost for that. There is a cost for, like, once you get billed for the electricity, of course. But anyway, there's the only thing I think that would require an electrician is that probably there needs to be an outside light put up, and I suggested to the clerk, that the CIO clerk, that if we proceed with this, he might want to consider putting the power back on into the Grange, because there's no power. There's a it's all wired for electricity, but it's been disconnected for umpty years. So if you have to go in there when it's dark or whatever, it's you got to take a flashlight with you. It's full of stuff. Anyway, putting that aside, this are there any comments or questions about the report? Yes, Councillor Lamb.
Oh, sorry. I have to do my mic. Just hold on a second.
Hello? Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so I am happy that you've come to the conclusion not to move it, because I think it would have cost us as much to move that as it would have been to buy a new building and put it up at the end of the day. So I'm really happy about that. I guess, you know, I was over at Magnetawan a couple of weeks ago at their market on Saturday, and I looked at their so-called food pantry in Magnetawan. And I think, as we mentioned last month, it's run by the church, and it's a little cabinet.
Yep.
A little tiny cabinet. It's not a 10 by 10 foot building. And when you open it up, there's some Campbell's soup in there. They're all dry goods. And whatever we do in terms of our community, I don't know why we can't start with a little small area like that and place it somewhere, as opposed to taking a 10 by 10 building up that we could use for storage. But I am adamantly against wet goods and us getting involved directly or indirectly with wet goods. So whatever this food pantry is, in my opinion, has to be cans and boxes and things like that. No more than that. No lettuce or potatoes or anything else that's wet. So, and I'm pretty firm on that. I don't think we should expand it like that. I think it opens the rec committee and therefore us to all kinds of regulatory things that we shouldn't be getting ourselves involved in. I don't know whether there's going to be hours associated with this. Whether it's going to be supervised in any way. Who's going to look at the best before dates and ensure that, or are we going to ensure that food that's put in there isn't past its best before date, and then we're pushing it off? Mind you, I realize best before doesn't mean you can't eat it the next day. I realize that. So I don't know why we just can't do kind of like what Magnetowan's doing. And but anyway, those are just my thoughts, but I don't want someone to think that that building forever and a day is going to be used as a food pantry and never come up with another idea for it. Because if there's anything that begs, if you want to go down the route of a trial, it's that. I'm not saying rec committee, it's your building. And as far as the tower, we bought the tower also, I think, or we're given the tower. I still would like someone to investigate about putting a proper commercial type, whatever, Starlink system or something there that can beam to more places because it's high enough than just, you know, this compound here, maybe to the Rhodes Garage or to York Street or whatever. So I'd like that at least investigated. So those are my general thoughts on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just to respond to a couple of things, and you probably didn't see the list of things that the rec committee came up with in terms of what we were expecting people to bring and so on. And
was it in here? I'm sorry.
well, no, it isn't in here because
okay.
because we're trying to get from point A to point B, but we did have you know, a pamphlet produced and so on. We actually had them at Canada Day, but we there aren't, to cut to the chase here, there aren't going to be any things that are perishable or when you're talking about wet goods, whatever. No, they're all going to be dry goods and so on. Your second concern is that there is someone who is right here in the community, who is a member of the committee, who is going to look daily to see what is being put there and what is needed, and we'll put information about, provide information about that, probably post it on a Facebook page or something like that, so that we can, so that people can see what's needed that's missing, or what there's too much of and we don't need any more of it, that kind of thing. And if things are not in good condition, they need, or expired or whatever, need to get thrown out, they'll get thrown out, and so on. So initially it's the idea is, and it is, I mean, I think it's one of these things that we have to try to see how it goes and how much, you know, how many people use it and what they take out of it and how that goes, right? We haven't done this before in Whitestone, obviously, so we'll have to see, but it's definitely going to be monitored. And
so there's no refrigerator in it or freezer in it?
There isn't a refrigerator or freezer in it.
Okay, thank you.
By the way, we did consult with you should know that we did consult with the health unit about various things. And they had absolutely no issue with having a refrigerator. Not that we're proposing to do that, but they did have that. We did ask about that. They said, "Oh, sure, we will come by and inspect to make sure that it has the working temperature control and that sort of thing." And then there is you have to make sure it stays running, obviously, and that sort of thing. But there are, I mean, I suppose at some point in time you might get into a situation where there's somebody, for example, I mean, one of the foodstuffs that people really can use that's very nutritious is eggs. And sometimes we have people that have dozens of eggs left over that their chickens have produced that they can't sell or give away or whatever, and they might want to put them in there. But that's not in the card for this at this point in time. And I'm just saying the health unit didn't have a problem with it. So there are some more sophisticated ones than the one that McKellar has, or Magneto one has. But we want to get this started. So if I think there shouldn't be any concerns about perishable goods or that kind of thing. We're not proposing to do that. Any other comments or questions?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a really quick one, just in something that you just said. All it was I noted that I agree with what Councillor Lamb, or the Deputy Mayor Lamb, was saying in regards to the food pantry being dry goods, I'll call it. And I think we have to be really careful if we're talking about eggs with salmonella and stuff like that. So again, I'm not in favor of something like that at this time. I'm in favor of dry goods, which is what I think council had passed, that it's dry goods, not wet goods, being vegetables or eggs or meats or bacon, that kind of stuff. It's all dry goods. I'd hate for somebody to get sick with salmonella and it's because of us, especially if they're farm raised eggs or something like that. So anyways, just my sense on it, but thank you for all the work on it. I hope the food pantry does some great things. I'm sure there will be people that will use it. And I wish everybody on the rec committee all the best of luck with it, and thinks it's a great thing that is being introduced. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other? Councillor Bray.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the report. And also the rec committee for putting this forward. I am all for the food pantry. I think it's going to be a great addition and help for some of our people in our community. We have lots of people who will probably use it. And as probably most people know, our church is going through a little bit of a transition right now, but I'm sure that we as a congregation will be able to support this and be able to provide dry goods, which we have done a lot of dry goods and things for Harvest Share in the past. So I'm sure we can do something for the food pantry as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's nothing else, Councillor Woods, did you have anything?
No, Mr. Mayor, I think everybody's said everything that needs to be said. I'm just happy we're moving forward. It's a good start to something that I know is required by many throughout our community.
All right, thank you very much. All those in favor of the motion? Thank you, that's carried. Oh,
yes.
I assume that since you spoke
Councillor
positively,
Nash, yes.
you're voting for it. Sorry. Councillor Nash and Councillor Lamb are in favor? Yes? Okay, so we have one more in staff reports, and this one has to do with voting methods in the next municipal and school board election which takes place in October of 2026. Oh, it's a bit away, but this allows our CAO clerk to make arrangements with the what do you call them, the vote and tell the voter, whoever it is, the voting company that provides for the online and telephone voting. So we need to agree that we're going to do that. That's what this is about. So if I can get a mover and seconder that Council of the Municipality received reported Min 2025-17 Municipal and School Board Election 2026 alternative voting methods for information that the Council of the Municipality approves the following alternative voting methods for the municipal and school board election in 2026. First one is e-voting by internet, and the second one is telephone voting. Can I get a mover and seconder for that, please?
I'll move it.
Moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Bray. Sorry, I got Councillor Bray. Thank you. So open for discussion.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. I should ask our CAO clerk if he wants to say anything more about the.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Through you. Like you said, we are essentially starting the planning process for next year's election. It seems like it's a long ways off, but certain decisions have to be made sooner rather than later. And we're working collaboratively with the other West Parry Sound clerks to get a better deal, I guess, in terms of the internet and telephone voting. So part of that is that each of the municipalities have to make a decision on what types of voting they want to use in next year's election. There is a deadline for this as well, but we're in plenty of time for that, so that's not really a factor in right now. The bigger factor is getting an updated price and contract from the provider of the service. So that's why we're looking to get this decision made. You'll see in the report that, well, I might as well call it right off the bat, the most substantive issue is that I'm recommending to do away with the vote by mail and go exclusively with the internet and telephone voting. It's what all the other communities in the West Parry Sound area are doing. And you'll see I've given you a lot of statistics and facts around voting, around voter participation. And at the end of the day, I think the most substantive facts that I've given in this report are that it's significantly cheaper. You're looking at a savings of approximately 20%. You're looking at quicker election results where we don't have to do any manual tabulation of voting. So you have almost immediate election results. And the third factor, I think, is that it's bringing us forward in the future of voting. You'll see that only 40 odd municipalities across the entire province are still using vote by mail. So I think it is the direction that generally most communities are going, and I think it's the direction we need to go as a progressive municipality. So that's my report. I can certainly try and answer any questions or hear any comments you might have on it.
Okay, thank you. Comments and questions, Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, I disagree strongly with taking the mail part of it out. The history here is that not only do we have mail, but there are many citizens locally that we actually kind of set up. It's practically like a traditional voting where they come on voting day and that's what they like to do, and they cast their vote, whether it's handing in their mail ballot or whatever. And that's what we historically have done here. We've got a wide municipality. Internet isn't that great in some areas. And I believe that this is the greatest franchise that our ratepayers get to do. It's the closest they become to government. And I would rather have as many options available for them to vote as opposed to eliminating one of them being mail. So I think all three should be available. It gives them every opportunity to use their franchise. And I think locally, if we tell people in hither and yon that you have to do it by internet or telephone, it will decrease the amount of voting that takes place. And I don't think we should be doing that. I see it as being as working the last two elections or three elections actually, and I don't think we need to change. So as you know, I'll be moving an amendment to add mail to the other two dot points on this motion. So, but anyway, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other comments?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash. Nigel, thank you for the report. I guess it's time that we talk about this, knowing that 2026 is coming fast. So I appreciate that it's here now, well in advance, and we're not trying to decide what to do at the 11th hour. With that said, at first I thought, and I had some discussion and had said, oh, well, the mail-in balloting or drop-off balloting, I guess I'll call it. Also, it's really important to have. And then as time goes on, I've looked at the report from the CAO, which I read, I think it makes total sense. And I sit there and go, be it a more elderly population, I'm going to say doesn't have the same electronics and some other people in the community. But with that said, I think the vast majority of by far the vast majority of people do now have cell phones, and you're able to do the voting on cell phones. And I know it would save some money, which isn't too big of an issue for me, but it will certainly speed up results and make errors less possible if people have done it via the phone or internet. So with that, I do agree with what the CAO said on updating it to be those two forms of ballots. I just think, I guess sometimes it is time to change into the 21st century, just like we've been saying about some of our council agendas and how they're not really printed and put in mailboxes anymore for people to get, but they're available on the website, or if we have a bigger report, it's available on our website, or you have to click a link on our agendas to get them. It is the way that technology is going. And I don't think it's really going to stop anybody from voting, because I think people do have those means via the way of a cell phone, if not a computer now. So that's my thoughts on it. And again, Nigel, thank you for the report.
Okay, thank you. Other comments?
Just further to my comments, I notice how many, 515, 34% of our people voted by mail last time. I'd just like to point that out. That's not a small amount of people.
So one of the, yeah, I mean, I was surprised by that, but one of the things, if I recall correctly, we did have an effective voting station set up, if I'm not.
And we did.
I'm looking at Wendy and our deputy clerk, and she's nodding. Down in the municipal office, we had a voting station, and what would happen is that people who came in, some people would just come in carrying their ballot and say, I want to vote, right? Thinking that they're going to go into and so they would take them into the terminal and show them how it was a computer, right? A desktop computer, and they would show them the IntelliVote was up on it. They would show them how to use it, right? So I don't know if those people were counted. I guess they would have been counted as voting electronically, because ultimately it went in.
Or they brought their mail ballot in and wanted to vote that day.
But if they did want to vote, if they brought the mail ballot in, it would have just gone into the ballot box and then it would get counted up here in the counting. No, isn't that?
Just to jump in, our planning assistant, who was deputy returning officer, I believe, at the last election, I wasn't here, has just advised that they did not do that. They did not come in, that there was not, if I'm reading the information she sent me properly, there wasn't a voting terminal in the municipal office.
So that was 2 years ago then, or 2 elections ago. I remember it being there.
Yeah, so do I. They went in that day.
But it might have been 2 elections ago, folks. So anyway, sorry, I don't want to muddy the waters.
Yep.
You know, anyway, it's clear you're not suggesting that for people. So there are some
part of the IntelliVote process is that you do have the option of setting up a terminal where people can come in on the day of and vote. So that is something, that's one of the upsides of the IntelliVote, is that if someone showed up and wanted to vote, you could lead them through the process of how to vote. They wouldn't be dropping a paper ballot in, but they would still be making an electronic vote.
But if you had 515 people came in a day, that would be a pretty busy little.
They don't, they're not that many come in.
Hmm?
Not that many come in on the day of.
Yeah, but I mean, if they couldn't vote, if they couldn't mail it in, right?
Yeah, though that 550 people would have been spread over a period of time because some of them would have voted by mail and some would have come in, I'm guessing.
Did you have any comments, Councilor Ray?
I just remember that I'm not sure who it was. I think it was staff, whoever was to do it, had to go to the post office in Magnetawan to pick up the box because the ballots that came in by mail went into a specific box and then were transferred to the office and put in the safe. I know that happened every week for however long it took. I don't remember there being a terminal this last one at the office. I guess I'm sort of torn because I do know we have a lot of people who do not have internet access and do not have cell phones. So, you know, some of them are mobile, some of them could probably get out to a terminal. We could probably have people go to the library and use the internet there or whatever, but I just think that we have to remember that we have an aging population and we still have people who do not have the equipment. And I think also Councillor Lamb said that the internet's not that stable all over. And I know that we were just not very far away up. We were just up 520, and then one time we were on 124, and we couldn't get reception at all to be able to find a place on Google Maps. You know, so there are issues around that. I know it's a pain. It is a pain. I remember. It was a pain for people to have to deal with it. And then we had to have this set up and they had to have people here. And, you know, I know it took quite an organization, but I still think that I still worry about our seniors and for them to be able to vote. They live here, they pay taxes here, they have worked here, raised their families are here. I just think that, I don't know, I'm sort of torn and I'm a little bit with Councillor Lamb on keeping that vote in, that mail-in vote. And being able to come down to the office and find a box.
Don't forget, we also, just through you, Mr. Mayor, have a 80% of our people are what I call seasonal, right? 80% of these 3,700 are seasonal and they're all over the place, right? And they get a ballot in the mail and they can go in by the internet, they can go by telephone, or they can simply fill it out and send it back to us by mail. And why decrease the amount of opportunity that people have to cast this vote? If they don't want to do it by mail, then don't do it by mail. Do it by one of those other options. Because there's an inconvenience of a half hour or 45 minutes while they count the physical votes. I think the physical votes are done in here, right? And we have a way of testing them and that sort of thing. And if anyone takes exception to them, they can that night. We all gather here and then the clerk comes up with the internet and the rest. And I've never seen it as a big problem. We're usually out of here in an hour and a half or 2 hours. And anyway, I just feel that we're disadvantaging our people by cutting it out in terms of mail, just because of the layout of our community and the seasonal versus non-seasonal and the senior ages. So anyway, I'm repeating myself, sorry.
Councillor Woods, did you have any comment?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, I could comment.
Go ahead, please.
As someone who, at the time I was told, Brian, you're the only councillor that has sat in this office on every single day where we counted election ballots. I can tell you that it is painstakingly gruesome for the people that go through those ballots in our office. I was there for hours and hours. And in saying that, I do know that there is a very large portion of our population that would be, to put it lightly, I would say extremely upset if they didn't get a paper ballot or a mail-in option, in all honesty. Now, do I think it would streamline things if we got rid of the paper voting? Absolutely it would. Would it be faster? Absolutely. But I still feel that for the number of people that do send in mail-in ballots and would like to, I mean, I know people that still think they should be able to only come on election day and stand in there and cast their ballot, right? And as much as I wouldn't want to see that happen, I just like to see, it's just like we did with Zoom, right? We did hybrid meetings to try and engage as many people as we can. And that's the same kind of process I would like to follow when it comes to casting a ballot in the next election.
Perfect.
Okay, so, well, I'll just,
So I'd like to make an amendment
yeah,
to add mail.
yeah, I was just gonna say, I know folks who have the internet, they have cell phones, they have everything, but they think that the way you vote in an election is you show up and you bring the paper in, and that's what they do. And
Yeah.
and I watch them do it. I mean, I watched them come in with it. But really the downside of it, other than well, that it is cost to us. First of all, the cost to us is that, well, I guess everybody gets a ballot in the mail anyway, right? So that doesn't affect how you vote. Doesn't
It does, you're right, everyone does get a ballot in the mail. Where it makes a difference is in the cost of the mail that's going out. Instead of one sheet of paper, it's 3 sheets of paper, so it ups the rate on the postage. And also there's something to do with the return, the monitoring of the return of the mail, where there's an extra charge. Excuse me, an extra charge through Canada Post. So there is a fairly, that's where most of the difference in cost comes, is through the mailing. The difference between 2 versions versus 3.
Canada Post will probably be on strike anyway.
That's possible as well.
Well, that's another, hopefully that will get, if there is still a Canada Post in October of 2026. So you want to propose an amendment
Just
to
put another dot, put mail.
the resolution number, well, I'm gonna, for the sake of so this is 9.7. 9.7 amendment. The cancel of the ad. And what it would say, dot, mail-in voting, right? Mail-in ballot.
Yeah.
Mail-in ballot. Add mail-in ballot. As an alternative voting method.
As an additional, yeah, but
As an additional,
I'll
all
make
right.
that motion.
All right. Additional voting method. So that is moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by
Making second, Councillor Nash.
Councillor Nash, okay. Seconds. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor of that motion is
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
okay, thank you. That's carried unanimously. So that's the amendment. Now the motion is as well. As amended is, what did I say? Mail-in ballot. So I'll read it to you one more time. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone received report admin 2025-17 municipal and school board election 2026 alternative voting methods for information And that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone approves the following alternative voting methods for the municipal and school board election 2026. First, e-voting by internet. Second, telephone voting. Third, mail-in ballot. All those in favor of this motion?
I'd like a recorded vote, please.
Okay. Recorded vote requested by Jay Lamb. Okay, go ahead when you're ready, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
That motion as amended is carried.
All right, thank you. We are now at bylaws. And we have first off 10.1, which is the SKIBA bylaw that we spent a bit of time on earlier. Mover and seconder, please, that bylaw number 28-2025 being a bylaw for a zoning bylaw amendment. SKIBA, Elona and Christopher Mario are the applicants, is hereby passed this 15th day of July, 2025. Is there a mover and seconder for that motion?
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Woods moves, seconded by anybody? Okay, Councillor Lamb. Thank you. Is there any further discussion?
So just in review,
Yeah.
this has gone through the planning board. It's been approved. This is just the follow-up to it. So our decision-making really has been pretty much made up, right? The one lady, Jeannie, suggested that somehow the neighbors all have a kumbaya moment and come to a rationalization of this, of which one of the parties said they didn't want that. So I think we have to vote on this, or at least I'm going to vote on it as it's kind of presented to me. I don't see any reason to suddenly go back and say, well, we're not going to do this. I don't even know what that would do to the whole process. So.
And
there is, and the key is there's no more lakefront properties being created, right? And for the life of me, I still don't understand why they didn't take that one area and just put the little dog leg to that one area and make it a waterfront lot, but they didn't do that, right? And anyway, so I'm going to be voting in support of this, I guess, so unless I've missed something.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash, if you're done, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I am. Thank you.
I too will be voting in favor of this. And yeah, I think this is a file that's actually we've had a lot of debate on. Like today we spoke to it a lot, and I thought this was just going to be for the bylaw, so it wouldn't be a very long conversation. And I look at it and say, yeah, the way that they've created lots, and I think this was talked about before, is a little unconventional, the way they've drawn lines, but people can draw lines however they want. Sometimes we think as properties as being boxes or squares, but they've chosen to do it a little differently. They've chosen to create a back lot, and they'll have the right to do with that back lot or grant access to people, whoever owns the lot between the back lot and the waterfront for the years to come. And again, I think, you know, everything's pushing in the world today, certainly in Ontario, about how we need more lots to build. And you've heard from a couple people in today when we were talking about the planning matters about how our maps might have been outdated. And I think one person said the map showed, I think it was 14 vacant lots, and the the comment was there's really only one vacant lot that they know of, and that was similar to what I said for other lakes. So as long as people are meeting the criteria and doing it in an environmentally sustainable way, and they're meeting everything on a checklist, and it's being done, you know, it's not like somebody's creating 200 lots at once. I'm for this application. Sorry, I dragged on a little bit there. I see the time, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Are there any other comments? Well, just for the, just for the record, I was looking at this previously, and I am still unable to get my head around the untidiness of this in terms of what intent it usefully accomplishes. I voted against it the last time. I'm going to vote against it again, but it sounds to me like the council is in favor of it. So, and I guess this is a recorded vote because it's a planning matter, correct? Is that your understanding?
It's the bylaw.
All right. And anyway, so
Through you, your worship, it is a bylaw, but it's also an amendment to the zoning. So I would think better safe than sorry to have a recorded vote.
Yeah, I'm not insisting on it. I'm just saying, yeah, but I assume that's what was going to happen, which is why I'm just explaining my uneasiness about this for the record. But anyway, all right. So do you want to call it, please? Deputy Clerk?
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Woods? You're muted.
Sorry. Yes. I couldn't get myself off mute there.
Councillor Bray?
Yes.
Councillor Lamb?
Yes.
Councillor Nash?
Sorry, yes.
Mayor Comrie?
No.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
So now we have item 10.2, which is our council remuneration bylaw. Mover and seconder, please, that bylaw number 29-2025, being a bylaw to establish remuneration and expenses for members of council of the municipality of Whitestone, is hereby passed this 15th day of July, 2025. Moved by Councillor Bray. Thank you. Seconded.
I can second Councillor Nash.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Nash. Any discussion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just alluding back to what I spoke to before, and Nigel, I know what you'd said, but just when I reread it, under item number 7, that second line where it says no mileage will be paid to members of council for attendance at council meetings, committee meetings, or for other meetings or events, activities held within the municipality of Whitestone boundaries. I would ask that that be switched over to item number 8, as I've asked earlier. I have a little bit more information on it now that we're just going through this bylaw. And part of that is, as we all know, as council members, we do a lot of driving within the municipality, be it to ratepayers, to visit sites, to attend meetings, to attend committee meetings, whatever it might be, to tour the municipality. And for that, some of those things, we are allowed to track our vehicle uses. Now, yes, the municipality won't be writing a check back to say if you've gone 100 kilometers at 50 cents a kilometer, but the way this is read, I don't think you'd be allotted to claim any mileage or vehicle expenses or anything like that from a sense of a T2200, because this is saying that no mileage will be paid to members of council for attendance at council meetings, committee meetings, or for other meetings or events, activities held within the municipality of Whitestone boundaries. And therefore, CRA could come and say, well, it says here that you won't be reimbursed for any mileage, so why would you have any vehicle expenses or anything? For that reason, I think it's important that that sentence goes under item number 8, which is basically saying that if you attend anything that you're filling out a mileage and expense form for, you won't be paid mileage for those items. And that would be true, that if you filled out a mileage form to say that I drove from the community hall to a ratepayer's house for $10, I would not receive a check back for that because that's not an eligible expense. So that's my rationale. I don't know what others might think of moving that second sentence in paragraph 7 to number 8. And then I think it all makes much more sense to me. And I hope you can understand, Nigel, my rationale for what I'm trying to explain there. Thank you.
So I think if you want to do that, we need to move an amendment. You need to move an amendment, Councillor Nash, and see if there's to move, and your amendment would be, as I understand, to move the second paragraph of item 7 to the end of item 8. Is that, am I correct in saying that?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. And if that's the right procedural way to do it, then yes, I'd ask for that amendment. Thank you.
Okay, so that's 10.2. Council remuneration. So that the Council of Municipality of Whitestone agrees to move the second paragraph of section 7 of bylaw. What's this number? 29, 2025 bylaw. 29, 2025 to the end of section 8. Of section 8. So you are moving that. Is there a seconder for that motion? Moved by Councillor Nash.
Yes, I'll move that motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, seconder.
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Woods.
Okay, thank you. Are you ready for the question on the amendment?
Yeah, doesn't that leave sort of what's left in number 7 bare? Like, why do we need number 7? That we're required to travel throughout the municipality from time to time in order to discharge their responsibilities.
Yeah.
The next paragraph went with number 7. Like, I don't care if you want to repeat it again in number 8, but it just makes more sense. Like, well, or add at the end of their responsibilities, put, and no mileage will be paid for such work or something, because it doesn't make any sense right now, right?
Yeah.
You're going to add something in my mind to number 7 if you're going to move the second paragraph.
I don't, I mean, I agree, and I honestly have to say, I don't believe that having it where it is impairs the use of a T2022 in any way. If you, T2200, I mean, if you can claim under a T2200 any expense that you have that you are required to incur in the course of your duties as a councillor that the municipality doesn't pay you for.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to answer Councillor Lamb's question and your own comment there. The reason that I would have left item number 7 there, that it says that members of the council will be required to travel throughout the municipality of Whitestone from time to time in order to discharge their responsibilities. That's just letting everybody know that, yes, we're going to need a vehicle to travel through the municipality sometimes. The reason to move number 7 to number 8 is if it's left there based on an accountant I've spoken to, you are not able to claim mileage, or you are not able to claim vehicle expenses on your T2200, because we're saying right there, for any travel within the municipality, you will not be reimbursed for, you will not be paid for. No mileage will be paid. And anything outside the municipality, we've covered off in the sentence below to say you can fill out a mileage form. So basically, you will be paid mileage from the municipality if you fill out a form for what you need to travel you need to do outside of it. So you will be paid. So therefore, you can't include travel expenses on your taxes. That's what I've been told. So I'm going to rely on a professional who told me that. And that's why I'm asking item number 7, paragraph 2 to be moved. And the reason item 7 is left is because it's saying that you need a vehicle to do your council duties. And therefore, it's just reiterating that you will have some expenses. But if I get outvoted on it, so be it. It's just not something I'll be able to claim on a T2200 going forward. That's all. Thank you.
So
Through you, your worship. if I can.
where, sorry, just a question, where is the thing that says you're required to maintain? Oh yeah, it's number 6.
It says.
Okay, sorry, you were gonna say, I know, see, I was just looking for something else here to see if there's a parallel, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, I mean, it doesn't make a lot of difference to me whether it's moved one way or the other. I do think that the current language actually supports the issuance of a 2200, because as the mayor said, you're basically the way the section reads, it's saying that you are required to travel within the municipality. The municipality is not going to pay for that. Therefore, you would be eligible to claim it as a 2200. So it seems contrary to, like, the advice that you're relying on seems contrary to the logic that we used in putting the other sections in about the home office, basically, that you would be required to have a home office, but we wouldn't pay you for it, right? So it seems contrary to that, but again, I'm not a CGA or CA, so maybe that advice is better than mine, but I think it's better the way it's written currently.
Okay, so anyway, we do have an amendment on the floor. Can we deal with the amendment? I mean, honestly, I'm not convinced that it changes anything regardless of where it is. I'm kind of ambivalent about it, to be honest with you. I mean, it doesn't, one way or the other, regardless, it seems to me, it makes it very clear that the whole purpose of this is that the municipality doesn't pay it, so you're entitled you're entitled to charge it again, to expense it against income
Councillor
tax.
Nash, Nigel's explanation I thought made sense. We are required to travel within the municipality and we don't get paid for it. So therefore, we're able, if you say I put 1,000 miles on or kilometers on a year running around the municipality on work, which I'm sure probably we do, you can claim that, not the opposite. Is that, are we misreading it or something?
I don't think so, but anyway. Well, look, folks, I
maybe
guess
he's muted. I don't know.
we're not going to settle this unless we want to go in and get an accountant's opinion or something on the.
I think it's better the way it sounds now.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Councillor Bray.
Yeah, I think it reads fine the way it is. I think that, number 7 talks about us not, that we do have, to travel around. It says no mileage will be paid. So, I mean, that's referring to the municipality paying us. And then the number 8 talks about what we can claim the municipality for, in mileage or expenses. So I think it's fine the way it is. And I mean, if I can't see changing it really.
Okay, could we call the question on the amendment?
Please do.
All those in favor of the amendment?
Councillor Nash, no.
Oh,
Councillor
he said no.
Woods?
Shit. I'm gonna say yes to the amendment. It's not gonna go anywhere, but okay, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. There were no hands up in the
thought-
room
sorry,
here, so
I
I
was
think the
yes on
amendment
the-
has been defeated.
I was yes on the amendment. Sorry about that. I was
Oh.
voting on the other motion.
Well, I
Sorry
wondered about that, but yes, okay.
I apologize. Sorry about that.
It's okay. No, not to worry. So
You
now-
really confused me, Councillor.
Now,
Yes,
now the
sorry.
motion as unamended, the motion as it stood originally. All those in favor? On the phone.
Councillor Nash, yes to this one. Sorry
All
about
right.
that, everybody,
Okay.
from the last one.
Councillor Woods, yes.
All right, thank you. We have a council remuneration policy, I think. Okay, so these bylaws are done. We have 2 business matters. 11.1. And this is a matter that it was correspondence that we received from the whichever Minister of Rural Affairs, right? Sorry, let's get the right ministry here, about Rural Ontario Development Program funding opportunities. And anyway, it ended up as a business item on the agenda. It came to us as correspondence, but in any case, I need a mover and seconder that the Council for the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby provide the following direction to staff in respect of the Rural Ontario Development Program grant opportunity. I don't know. Well, let's get a mover and seconder. We haven't got any direction to staff, but let's get a mover and let's see what we want to do with this, if anything. Maybe we don't. Maybe we're not ready to do anything, but can I get a mover and seconder, please, for us to at least discuss? That's Councillor Woods moves
Yes.
and Councillor, who seconds? Councillor Bray, thank you. All right, so it's open for discussion. Presumably you've looked at the kinds of things that they're covering here. I guess this is really sort of an example of, because we talked previously about, pursuing grant opportunities. There are some things that we could potentially do here. I guess the question is, how do we investigate what they might be, and if we want to pursue any of them and come up with something. And we have until September 24th, but it's summertime. It's not going to be not going to be all that long away. So we got time to think about it, but we should give some direction, I think, to somebody if we want to pursue it. Who wants to speak to this?
I don't have any ideas. But what's capacity building? It's defined in here, isn't it? It isn't.
Yeah, capacity building is really just increasing the amount of economic. This is an economic development thing. So it's really increasing the amount of activity that you're doing. So let's suppose, for example, you have you have some stores. Well, I'll give you a real example. If I'd had a full hour to entertain you this morning, I ought to give you this example. There are two places down on McKellar Center Road, and you've probably been at them. They're in the municipality of McKellar. One is called Middle River Farms, and the other one a little further down is called Beaver Creek Farms.
Yeah.
Maybe you've been there. And they are farms, and they sell products. Middle River Farms basically is meat and meat products like meat pies and other things derived from meat and from farm animals, meat. And the other store has more vegetables, a lot of heritage vegetables, has some heritage grains, various things like that. And it's a way for farms to make a living beyond just, beyond simply doing what they basically do to feed themselves, which is the sort of the classical agriculture model of that this area was founded on. Another thing that people do is they have agritourism. So you perhaps saw that point on a slide this morning. Agritourism is when you attract people to come to a farm to do various things. And it could be if you have a goat farm or whatever, you can have people come and socialize the goats so they can be used for goat yoga, for example. That happens in Southern Ontario. I'll leave it to your imagination. If you don't know what goat yoga is, I'll leave that to your imagination, but it's not. I didn't know it existed until one of my daughters did it. Anyway, so that's another way that a farm will attract people to come and see what they do with their animals and appreciate where some of their milk and cheese and various other things come from. Or it could be to add processing capacity. Let's say you have goats or sheep or whatever. You have sheep's milk, which you sell to somebody, or maybe you don't do anything with it because you're just raising the lambs, right? Which is most of what our people that have sheep are doing. So you would then say, you know what, we're going to make some cheese. And in Quebec, they do this big time. Artisan cheeses made out of unpasteurized, in a lot of cases, by the way, goat milk or cheese or sheep milk. So those are capacity building. And if somebody wanted to do that, then they could get some assistance, because there's some technical issues associated with changing what you grow and how you process it, and how you sell it, and what you can do to add value to it. Sorry for such a long explanation, but those are the kinds of things that I'm guessing they would consider. Councillor Bray.
Yeah, one thing that I've always thought is that we don't have anywhere on our website or anywhere listed the variety of businesses that we do have, the farms, the businesses, things like that. So that could certainly be a project, but as part of being able to promote, and as Councillor Wood said, part of welcome to Whitestone type activity as businesses come in or as people come in. I know that they have a lot in the booklet, the Whitestone booklet, but I think we could probably get some of the businesses that maybe don't have the advertising capacity to probably be part of something like this. It might be part of what we do if we're going to do anything around the town halls with, say, the farming community, the business community, the construction, building communities, like those kinds of things. But this could be part of that or structured in it as an activity, but I just don't know who's going to do all this work. That's the big thing is it's the amount of work that comes with putting this together for a grant. And then after that, the work of actually doing whatever we ask the money for, and we have to come up with 50%.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if Councillor Bray, are you done? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm looking at this in a bigger picture that yes, it's rural Ontario development. It's a $20 million fund. We talk about capacity building events up to 10,000, economic diversification. Then there's workforce development, but the big one is community infrastructure enhancements. And it talks about if it's up to 250,000, 35% cost share. So I'm just going to rhyme off a few things here. I think we have to think bigger, not smaller, not the littler things, but bigger things. Crosswalks by the school to Duck Rock Resort would be community infrastructure enhancements, safety of children, more people going back and forth. Maybe that crosswalks at the library. We all talk about our public landings and docks. Well, that would be another community infrastructure enhancement. It would be a community asset, applying for grants for some of the dock replacements we're going to do. Weigh scales at one of the dumps that will become a transfer station that would be helping to promote businesses. It's infrastructure enhancements that we're going to need down the road. We've talked about water at Ardbeg Fire Station number 2. I know I brought it up as a community thing, just like we have at the Dunchurch Community Center. That would be community infrastructure enhancements that would be very helpful to residents in the area. Upgrades at Fire Hall Station number 2, we've talked about, be it from windows to doors to signs on the doors I've brought up before. Additional speed signs on Highway 520 we could do. And then, of course, just our roads in general, community infrastructure enhancements. Just look at our asset management plan and all the projects that we need to do that would transform community assets, be it from a bridge to a road to guardrails. There's so many things. Instead of thinking of little things, let's think about the larger things. And with that, I know the next item is talking about salary grids and stuff, but of 3 of our positions that are non-unionized, from the treasurer to deputy treasurer to our road supervisor, all list grant writing as one of the qualifications they need and tasks that they do. So we have lots of people that can do stuff for us. They just need some ideas of things to do. With that said, for a year and a half, I think we've had a sidewalk grant for along Highway 520, and I haven't heard anything about it for a year and a half almost. But we have a grant of up to $250,000 to do something there that's going to expire if we don't do something. So I think there's lots of that can help our community's economy with lots of things that I've just said. It doesn't necessarily need to be a cheese plant. That might be a great thing, but we can also think bigger. Well, you might attract more people if there's better crosswalks to cross a highway for a young family to come in. You might attract more people if the roads are safer. You might attract more people for so many things like that. Anyways, those are my comments. So hopefully staff can take a few of the ideas I've said away and maybe bring something back to us on a grant writing that they can do under this funding opportunity for one or more of the things I've just mentioned. Thank you very, very much.
Okay, thank you. I guess in the interest of moving this along, I would say this, what normally happens with these things is that somebody gets in touch with the people who are processing this. And by the way, it says, there's a mention in here of you can go on a webinar that tells you what sort of projects they would consider. And first thing you have to ask is, are the sorts of things that Councillor Nash just suggested, would they cover them under this or not? Because they may or may not. They may say it's not. We're a small rural municipality, so we qualify, but maybe they say, well, we want it more. I don't know. Maybe my reading that it was tied to agriculture and is not relevant at all. So, but that's something that would need to be found out. Like, what are the rules? What kind of things are you likely to be successful for? And then on the basis of that, then you could look. That's one thing. I think the other thing that we should do is, this isn't just something that can go to, like, the applicants are not just municipalities. Actual businesses in the community. So we might want to publicize this thing more broadly on our website and say, look, these opportunities exist. And ask some members of our community, well, invite members of our community to think about those who do have businesses, if this might be an opportunity for them, and maybe they want to apply on their own for something. So those are my two thoughts in terms of things that we could do in the short run, but without actually talking to somebody or going to one of their webinars or whatever. I don't have much guidance to give in terms of how, what sort of things they might consider and would not likely consider, right?
How did that thing last month end up about grant writing? What was the conclusion there? Remember we had, the 10%.
The direction on that was to go out to RFP on it. So I believe the treasurer is looking into that, but we haven't done anything with it yet.
Thank you.
Okay, so what's your pleasure here? What do you want to do? Well, I didn't hear from Councillor Woods. I don't know if you had any comments, Councillor Woods.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, not really too much. You did say something though, how it could be opened up to businesses, and we should advertise it more to some of our businesses, right? Enhancement within the community, enhancement for some of the businesses. Is that what you were?
Yeah, I'm saying it may be an opportunity for somebody who's already doing a business in the municipality to get some provincial funding to help them expand what they're doing.
Like maybe just going off that idea, because it really kind of smacks me in the forehead there, to be honest, Mr. Mayor. It could be something along the lines of, like, maybe one of our local marinas could get, expanded services and get a grant for it, right? That's something that helps enhance the community and helps some of our local businesses, correct?
Yep. Well, it's the sort of thing I'm thinking about.
Okay, yeah, no, I don't have anything much to say, Mr. Mayor, but thanks for saying that right there, because I know a couple of business owners that I will be approaching and making sure that they know about this.
Right, thank you. Councillor Bray.
Mr. Mayor, I do remember reading about when the next webinar is, but I can't find it. Anybody know?
I don't think it says here when it is, but
I read it somewhere.
you have to go on, well, it might have been in something else that they sent, but I think you go online and find out. I mean, look, I can do that easy. I can do this for you. I'll go find out and let you know. It says on the ROD program homepage, applicants can register for a free information session. So I'm guessing they have a bunch of them, and you just pick one. But you'd have to go online to see when it is.
Thank you.
Okay? So what do we wish to do here? We got, it says here, council hereby provide the following direction to staff in respect to the ROD program. Do you have a suggestion?
Yeah,
there,
through you, your worship. I think
Sorry.
adequate direction would be just for us to look into the eligibility of some of our potential projects. As Councillor Nash said, some of the things in our asset management plan might make good sense, and maybe also to advertise to the broader community through our website and social media channels, maybe.
Okay, so I'm gonna say review grant protocol for, I don't know, I didn't capture your exact wording, but applicability of what we say is the current projects for funding. So that's the first one. And the second one was what did you say, publicized to the community? Yeah. Publicize ROD program to community. So the mover and seconder, which was, mover was Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Bray. Are you okay with those two items those two action items for the moment? Review grant protocol for applicability of current projects for funding and publicize the ROD program to the community.
I'm good with that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, can I call the question? All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Curfew. Okay, folks, we are just at curfew. Whereas section 6.52, daytime meetings commencing prior to 4 p.m. of the Municipality of Whitestone Procedural Bylaw 80/2023 states, no item of business may be dealt with at a council meeting after 7 hours of the meeting unless authorized by a resolution supported by a majority of the members present to allow an additional agreed upon length of time. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby continues the July 15th, 2025 regular council meeting past the allotted time of 7 hours and continues for an additional, I don't know, it's 5:30. I have another meeting to go to in an hour, so I'm saying another online one. I need to. So who would like to move that? We continue for an hour. Councillor Lamb's moving, seconded by Councillor Ray. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, that's carried and the curfew is taken at 5:35 p.m. All right. So this item, we do need to move along, folks here, but anyway, this item is 11.2, non-union salary scales. And oh, I don't see any resolution. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at it. 11.2. Mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information report admin-2025-18 non-union pay scales, and that the council direct the CAO clerk to further review non-union pay scales, including comparative information prior to the end of 2025. Who will move that?
I'll move it.
Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by anybody?
I'll second, Councillor Woods.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. All right, so you have a report here from our CAO, which contains a bunch of information about, staff pay scales and responsibilities, job descriptions, various things. Do you want to introduce your report, Mr. CAO?
I certainly can. Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, this is I've tried to provide a report in response to a request that was made by Councillor Nash fairly early, and it might have even predated my tenure here. But it was in any event, it was very near the beginning, where he asked for some of the non-union salaries to be discussed in open council meeting. So based on that and based on his follow-up request for a bit of additional information with respect to that request, I've tried to provide for council all the information that I think would address that request. It goes through the information about the salaries, about the salary ranges, the lows and the highs, and about the steps that are contained within those salary ranges. Further to that, I did provide a bit of an excerpt from the HR policy, which gets into some of the compensation administration principles and some of the approaches that Whitestone has taken with respect to compensation. And one of the last things I guess I would have done would be to give you an example of some of the contract language that was used with respect to the steps and the salary ranges of these positions. So hopefully this information is what the councillor was looking for. In the meantime, if there's any additional information that I can supply, I can certainly undertake to do that. And at the end of my process here, I had a bit of a discussion about some of the suggested additional steps that Councillor Nash had suggested maybe we could implement into our pay scales. So I've had a bit of discussion about that. And at the end of the day, my recommendation is to undertake a process to review our salary levels with respect to the comparable positions in other municipalities. And I think the job descriptions are adequate, and I think the actual pay scale with the steps is probably a pretty adequate system that we've got in place right now, whereby the increases are early in the tenure of the employee, and they don't stretch out beyond the longer term. So I think if you got into a bigger system, you'd have a lot more steps and a lot more growth in your base. So that's just some of my initial thoughts on it. I'm not sure how deep I needed to dig into this. I just wanted to supply the information that was requested. So I'll take your direction from there.
Okay, thank you. Comments or questions from council?
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Nigel, thank you for bringing this forward. Yes, Nigel and I have spoken several times about this, and I understand it would take him a little bit of time, so no problem with it coming to us now. I appreciate that it is in front of us. So first off, when I named the CBO, I'd forgot that was a non-unionized position. I was just trying to list all the non-unionized positions when I kind of wrote them out there. So with that being said, I think it's good to see everything here. I think it's good for, everybody in the public to see where the pay ranges are in the scales. Now, as you've said, Nigel, on a go-forward basis, I'm not trying to redo anything that's here now, as you've kind of noted there, but on a go-forward basis, upon staff turnover or new staff hires or whatever it might be. And one of the big things is it's been brought up a couple times by myself that one of the new Ontario laws, which was just waiting royal assent several months ago, but it might have passed by now, is whenever you have a position available within a municipality, be it union, non-union, part-time, summer student, whatever it might be, we have to give a scale of where that pay range would be from 10,000 to 15,000, whatever it might be, from the bottom to the top. And one thing that sticks out with me, if you have, I'm going to say a position that we don't have, a
Dog catcher.
there you go, dog catcher. And if we have a dog catcher position and it says you need 5 years experience and somebody comes to us with 25 years experience, it's possible that that 25-year experience person would be paid more than the person with the minimum 5 years experience. So we don't have that here to say that years 1 to 5 or 5 to 10 or 10 to 15 or whatever pay scales we'll call it for a specific job. Basically, you must start them at, right now it's you start them at X, and over the course of 1 or 2 years, they'll get bumped up to the highest level. And that doesn't take into account, as the CAO has said, if you have 5 years experience or 25 years experience. So I think that's the part that's missing in there. And that'll help us when we are looking down the road for whatever positions it might be, or position or new position, if we have that pay scale, not only to do with one aspect of it, but the second aspect of it being your years of experience in a specific field. So I appreciate that you noted that in here, and I hope that's something we can look to. I also think that when that is brought back for future positions or future hires, that we haven't only looked in the Parry Sound and area district, as I feel that some of the salaries are higher than in surrounding areas. I'll use Armour Township as an example. I think what we need to look at is municipalities with similar populations to us and what they are paid, versus within only the West Parry Sound district. So I appreciate the report, Nigel. I look forward to what will come from it in the future. I think it will probably take a little bit of time. I agree that it should be for new hires. I wasn't looking to change anything for existing people. And just the one thing that
Yellow card, Councillor Nash.
Pardon?
Yellow card.
Okay, thank you. And just the one thing on page 186, if everybody can turn to it, just a really quick thing here. Third last bullet, it says employees will be paid wages within the pay ranges in which their position is classified. No employee's salary shall exceed the maximum of the range of the job to which the employee has been appointed unless an exception has been made by the CAO. I was a little surprised when I read that, as I would think if we have a range or pay scales, it would have to be council that would approve a new pay scale and not the CAO. I know this is an older document, especially Nigel, and not something you would have worked on, but I think that should just be noted for the next time that is followed up and updated on, because if we have a pay scale, it's a pay scale. You can't say it's a pay scale, but you can pay something different if you want. So that's all I wanted to point out. Again, thank you for bringing this. It's lots of good information for everybody. Thank you for including all the job descriptions. And as I mentioned before, just in the final closing, from the tax collector treasurer to the deputy treasurer tax collector to the road super, all of their job roles mention working on grant and grant writing and things like that. So that's all. Thank you very much. Bye.
Okay, thank you. Are there other comments or questions about this report? Councillor Lamb.
There's all kinds of stuff. I could say I made a living for 35 years in this sort of stuff. So, but I'm going to refrain because of a lack of time. I'm all for doing an external comparative. I think you'll be surprised. I've looked at salary data from 3 communities, being someone did it for McKellar, Carling, and ourselves. And by far the most expensive, and this goes overall, is Carling. They're significantly more than what we pay, starting at their chief administrative officer, who I think is paid more than even Perry Sound. I think he's 200 or 220 or something like that. But they're going to be kind of off the charts. McKellar was in the middle, and as an average, we were on the bottom of that survey. So it'll be interesting to see what others do. But our comparator market is here, and as I've been told, and I knew through my experience, sometimes you have jobs and you say ideal qualifications are this, and those are ideal. If people bring less than that, you can adjust the scale and have them work into the scale. If they, I don't see how anyone could be more than ideal. You certainly don't pay someone because they have 25 years experience versus 5 years. That isn't the way any salary administration program works. But anyway, it'll be interesting to see what the comparative survey says. I always took the approach in terms of building your team that you got to pay what you got to pay to get good people on board, and the market will tell you what the hell the salary range is, not necessarily some system. And the more rigid you become, and that's why I'm against the provincial government saying we have to quote a salary range. If we had, we may not have had Nigel, I don't know, we may not have had our finance job or our public works person or anything like that. So I think it's more limiting than anything. I'd rather broaden the field, get the right person, and obviously pay what's necessary for that right person within reason. So anyway, I look forward to the survey, and I guess that's all we're asking for here is people now know the salary ranges, and that's good work, Nigel. And I guess we'll do a comparator of, and the other thing to note is everybody has to do the same job. Our treasurer needs to do the same job as the city of Burlington, except our treasurer has 1 staff and they have 42 on staff. But all the requirements of the government, we are a creature of the provincial government. They don't say, well, wait, so you don't have to do this. They say everyone has to do this, that, or whatever. And we need those qualifications in order to do the job and serve our ratepayers right. So I don't feel that at all embarrassed about our salary ranges that are now, I guess, public. I think you'll be surprised. Hopefully I won't be surprised when the survey comes out, but anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you. I could go on and on about salary administration, but I won't. So thank you.
Okay, thanks. Other comments or questions on this report?
Well, I have a real quick one, Mr. Mayor, and I promise it will be quick.
Go ahead.
I would like to thank our CAO. Reason being, and I'm not going to get into the particulars of any of this, not how much anybody gets paid or what they're worth or what we need to pay or don't need to pay. But I know that since this term started just after the election, Councillor Nash had asked for this type of thing to be presented at council and was met with nothing but roadblocks for our former CAO. So Nigel, thank you. And this to me is proof yet again that we are in much better hands now. So thank you very much.
Hey, are you ready for the question, please?
And through you, Mr. Mayor, can I just say one thing that I think is really of importance? It'll take 10 seconds.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. It was just when I said it was a requirement, I just Googled it afterwards, and it was announced that as of July 2025, July 1st, employers must comply with the newly added provisions to Ontario Regulation 28501 when advertising for new positions. So any new position we do from now out must have the high and lows and include all compensation. So I'm sure that's something the CAO can speak to our HR lawyer about. That is effective now as of July 1st, 2025. So we should be cognizant of that. That's all. Thank you very much for allowing me to say that.
Okay, thanks. All those in favor of the motion? Thank you.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Counselor Woods, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's report is received. Sorry? Is that where we? Oh, yes, you're right. You're right. That's funny, because I thought I put that down somewhere. So 11.3 was about. We're gonna go back and look what it was about. Hang on. It was groups and associations, 11.3 under business matters. A request from Councillor Nash. Okay, Councillor Nash, what did you wish to say under 11.3?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to be brief here. I did send the CAO a draft motion earlier, but basically what it is, I'll try to be brief in how I'm explaining this, but right now, if we hear from a cottage association, let's say a lake association, can be anyone, but let's use Lake Association as an example. That lake association might represent 25% of a given lake. But we as council members or staff may believe that, in fact, that lake association represents 100% of the lake or 75% of the lake. And this can be said for a road group. It doesn't matter what it is. And in recent times, I've heard of a couple groups, associations being more rogue than we might think. Not just one, several. And that would be that a lot of the membership don't know what's going on, or somebody will say it's from an association or a group, and it's not really, because there's been no vote by the membership of a said group or association, but we as council feel that it is. So with that said, what I'm looking to do is to say, I think we as a municipality and we as councillors should know that information. We should know how much, again, I'm using a lake association as an example, how much of a lake does Lake Association X represent? Is it 30% of the lake? Is it 70% of the lake? So we know that. And if we're listening to something from a lake association, again, using as my example, we should make sure that that represents at least 50% of a given lake, using a lake association as an example. So if we're looking at something and it says we want this on our lake, which again, you shouldn't say we want and our lake, but I'm using that as the example because that's how things come across, that we know that has come from the majority of property owners on that lake, because we'll know from the percentage. And the second part to that is when a formal request is made or a formal comment is made, be it from a planning matter to a request for a new dock. Again, I'm using a lake association simply as an example. That can be said that that was passed by a vote of Lake Association XYZ with the vote of X. And then we know that it's coming from the proper place. I would say that many associations, lake associations, do it the right way. But I think this way it can just help us to understand it better. So I'm going to read briefly, and depending what people say after I've read it, I'm sure Nigel can distribute it or put it on the screen. But this is a motion that have come up for something like this. And that's a draft motion, groups association requests. whereas council members of the municipality of Whitestone recognize that there are a number of groups within the municipality, and that these groups for this motion are defined as lake associations, road associations, road groups, and conservation groups associations who have membership and are for certain geographical areas, lakes within the municipality, and that on occasion these groups make requests and or presentations and or delegations to the municipality and or council, and that council members of the municipality of Whitestone note that it is important to ensure that it be confirmed that when one of these groups makes a request and or presentation and or delegation, that it be confirmed that majority of the membership of the group have voted in favor of the request in order for the request or submission, and that the group membership must represent at least 50% of the properties of a given geographical area, lake, and now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone directs the Municipality of Whitestone to undertake and enact the above on a go-forward basis related to groups, requests, submissions, presentations, and delegations in order to ensure that the municipality and council are hearing from a majority of membership in the majority of a geographical area. So that's what I'd propose, but that kind of tried to put everything I've spoken about into a motion. And I think it's something we all want and we all sometimes question. And this is just a good way of doing it. So then when something comes forward, staff can ask a lake association, oh, you're doing a delegation. Can you let us know when that was brought forward? Or making sure it represents 50%. But again, this isn't lake associations only. I'm just using that as the example. This could be the same for a road group, a conservation association, anything. I just want to make that very crystal clear. I'm only using lake associations as it was a simple example. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Scott, I appreciate what you're doing. It's 5 after 6. I've never heard of this motion and it's a mouthful. And I would kindly ask you to work with staff on the motion to round it into something they may have input into and bring this subject back at the next council meeting. I don't think at this time that I'm in a position to just say, yeah, I'm going to vote for or against this. And you know, I didn't know it had that kind of detail to it. So I'd ask your indulgence because I'm not willing to vote for such a mouthful, right? I think we have to debate this thing. You know, lake associations are elected by people. And I don't mind them coming forward and saying, we're a lake association. We have 50 members and there's 150 on our lake. So we can ascertain that they're only really speaking for 50 out of 150. But I don't think every time that they're coming to council that they should have to necessarily, because of timing, go back to every one of their constituents who voted them in to represent them to say, is it okay if I talk to council about this? And here's my presentation and how many are for it and how many are against it. That's something I'd have to think really clearly through. And certainly I don't have time to think through it tonight. So that's my feeling on it. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's no problem.
Sorry.
Bringing it back.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to say that's no problem. Bring it back. I know, Mr. Mayor, you said you had another meeting. Yes, I think this will take some time to discuss. So I'm fine with that indulgence and bringing it back to another council meeting and working with some staff on it. If that's what the rest of council would like in order to move the meeting along, that's perfectly fine with me. I'm okay with that.
Thank you.
Okay, if you're withdrawing it, I'll withhold my remarks until there's another so, well, there's no motion on the floor, so we're
okay.
So but that brings us to correspondence, I believe. And we have items A through J of correspondence. I'll just see, we just get the usual motion, whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the correspondence items as listed on page 7 of the July 15th, 2025 council meeting agenda. Now therefore be it resolved that council receives the correspondence items for information with the following extracted for further discussion or action. Mover and seconder, and then we'll populate the list. Councillor Bray moves, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Is there any, are there any of those items that you want to talk about? Councillor Bray. B and C, these are, yes. Okay. B. And so B had to do with mandatory certification for firefighters. Yeah, that's a good one. Are there any other ones? Or firefighters? Anybody else got one? C has to do with jaws of use certificate.
Okay, let's get on to them.
Okay, B and C are all I've got so far, so we will.
Mr. Mayor, could I
sorry,
ask for
somebody-
one? Yeah, it's Councillor Wood. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
What did you want?
Just the one that I'm noticing. Well, two actually. E, the donation request. I won't be a long thing.
Oh, okay. E donation request. What is it? Oh, Magwin Pride, right?
And I.
And I is okay, and that's enforcement at Bolger. Donation request. Oh, Magwin Pride. Okay, so go ahead with item B, Councillor Bray.
Yes, I just wanted to bring to your attention the Township of Blackwater, Matheson, and they've sent in a letter to the Fire Marshal of Ontario for to talk about the stringent regulations now that we have for training, and that it is causing significant difficulties for Northern Ontario municipalities and fire departments in order to train and to keep firefighters. And so we in the fire department are planning to prepare something to send in regarding to the fire marshal around what we would like to see changes that would help Northern Ontario, and I would like to be able to bring that back to the council for council's endorsement, and also council to send in a letter as well in the future. So I just wanted you to make you aware of what we were doing. The second one is the Whitestone Fire Rescue is acknowledged for a successful rescue with Hearst Jaws of Life rescue tools. And I just think that the fire department needs to be commended for the amount of work that they do in terms of training. There was a full day course on this training on being able to use the jaws and all the other equipment that we have to extricate people from vehicles. And I just think that I would hope that council would thank the fire department and thank the people who actually took the training and actually performed the rescues that are the reason we got this acknowledgement. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next one was item E, which was a donation request from Almaguin Pride. Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you. Yeah, I just no. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to say a comment to the last item, but carry on and I'll go back to it, Councillor Woods, afterwards.
Okay. Yeah, I just noticed that they were asking for a $500 donation, Mr. Mayor. And I thought it just might be an idea to let them know that we've already done our donation request, but to let them know for next year, maybe what time to get the request in. Would that make sense?
Yeah, I would kind of, I guess that was my reaction when I saw it, was we've already done our donations for the year, but
Yeah,
we
I
can,
wanted to bring it
we
up.
can let
that's all.
them know that. Is that it for that one then?
Yeah,
You
that's it for
wanted
that.
to, Councillor Nash, you wanted to say something about Jaws of Life, it is. I bet.
Yeah, it was the Jaws of Life and C and D were kind of spoken about at the same time in a way. So it was in regards to the mandatory certification and the
Oh.
Jaws of Life. First off, great that somebody is able to be saved with the Jaws of Life. But with that, part of the training and mandatory recertification requirements, I think is something that is good in the sense of it's going to make sure that everybody is qualified to do the job. And from what I understand, in the past, people were grandfathered in, I'll say. You didn't have to do mandatory recertification, but newer firefighters had to go through a lot more. But with that said, I would want to make sure that everybody on a fire department is up to as much standards as we can. I'm sure it would be a fee that we'd have to pay, but it would be good that that certification is there, just as you need to sometimes go for a DZ license recertification or an air brake endorsement recertification. All these types of things are to make sure you're always up to the newest standards on a lot of things. And when it comes to health and safety and firefighting, I would want to make sure that all of our volunteer firefighters who do a great job for us and such a great thing in our municipality, that is done. But of course, that we cover the cost of it and pay for those things. But I would hope that we do those things. That was my comment on that. Thank you for letting me speak to it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bray.
Yeah, and I would just like to reassure Councillor Nash that we wouldn't be thinking of reducing the curriculum that we are doing. There are things that we could do differently and that the ministry could do differently that would help northern municipalities. We do follow the curriculum, but what happens is that it is long and extensive. The book that we use is American, so it's all American construction, not Canadian construction. So there's things that are not quite as easy, which means our people are learning American things, but we also have to teach Canadian things. We also have to learn a lot of things that are for the city, but we have no ability to do those things. So number one is like we have no fire hydrants. So if we want to do any fire hydrant training, we have to go into Perry Sound and work with Perry Sound Fire Department. We can do those things, but what the biggest thing is that the curriculum that you go through takes such a long time. And by the time you're done and then you have the exam, it's really hard to remember what happened at the first. The book is, I'd say 3 inches thick. It's not an easy curriculum. So what we would be proposing is that we have trained people who have gone through the fire college training program to become trainers. They know the stuff, they are the trainers. And so what we would like to see them change is that instead of having somebody come from Southern Ontario up to sit and watch them all write an exam at once, would be to look at modules and being able to do the tests and test the modules instead of doing one final exam. So we have some things that we would propose. I'm not saying that it's going to change. The ministry is, the fire marshal may not accept anything that we say, but we do feel that it's important to get this in front of the fire marshal. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. If we're done with those items, we have the item I, the enforcement at the letter from Andrew Hume regarding enforcement at Bolger. Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I just wanted to pull it because it was in here and I took the opportunity and I spoke with Andrew for quite a while on the phone. I'm pretty sure he spoke to everyone on council. I'm not 100% positive with that, but I did have a good conversation with him. So I'm glad I had the phone call with him. I would like to say though that in talking to Andrew, some of the things that he raised with me kind of ties into what Councillor Nash was just trying to propose. He didn't know about some of the ideas that council had tried with members of the association. I was also told that the association out there has a committee that has been in close talks with council. I told him that I'd never talked to anybody on a committee out there. I'd spoke to the president once on the phone. I talked to some people that I know out there, but there was been no formal talks as I knew. And I asked him, what information is it that you get? And his response was not very much. We have to go digging and asking for the information. So I think there's been a little bit of a disconnect. And this is the reason why I say to people on a regular basis, you pay the bill, you're the taxpayer, contact council yourself and don't rely on somebody else asking the question that you have, because it doesn't happen in a lot of instances. I've had multiple conversations over the past month and a half with people from all over the municipality. And that's kind of the same feeling that I'm getting from a lot of them. So I wanted to pull this out. I talked to him. I don't know if anybody else did or if anybody has anything they want to add. I don't want to get into, all the details of his letter in here. But I just thought it was worth pulling out and saying that piece. And Andrew was a very, very nice guy when I talked to him on the phone. So I just wanted to leave it there, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, okay, thank you. Sorry, just so you know, I did, I heard from, I did respond when I saw his letter. And left him a message to see if he wanted to talk, but he didn't get back to me. So I don't know, perhaps because he'd already talked to other people. So I never did actually speak to him.
Yeah, through you,
Councillor
Mr.
Lamb.
Mayor. I also spoke to him and had a good conversation with him. He wasn't aware, for instance, of the full report that Michelle made last fall that came to us on the insurance costs and all those things. I sent that to him. I share what Councillor Woods has indicated, that the association doesn't necessarily represent a lot of people, in the sense that he doesn't know exactly what was going on. It was like he was kind of on his own. So I had a good conversation with him and I think helped him along. I'd also like to point out under number 3 in his letter, which is a little bit litigious. He was kind of apologetic for it, but he said in their statements made by members of council, particularly comments of maybe it's time to sell and move on, Councillor Lamb, he apologized for that because he did not hear that. And I did not and would never have said that to a ratepayer, and I want to make that clear. So he sent out an apology. So I don't want anyone ever using that statement as if I actually said it, because I did not. And I never would. That is just something I would never say. So anyway, that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Are we done with correspondence? If we are, I guess we should actually call the question on the motion, because we didn't.
Yeah.
All those in favor of receiving this correspondence?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Okay, so
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor,
So, councillor items.
I have one.
Councillor Lamb, go ahead.
I have 2. Because I know when this happens, there's going to be lots of controversy in the community. When is the Twist building coming down? Do we know?
Through you, your worship. No, I don't have an exact date on that. I can discuss it with the Public Works Department, and right now it's just been a matter of whenever they have time to do it, they would do it. They've been given the direction to start whenever they can.
Should we be posting something on our website before it occurs, I guess is what I'm saying. That there's mold in there, that it was a strategic decision to purchase that land, that we do have waterfront associated with it, that it now gives us room to expand for the next 50 years that we would not have had otherwise, things like that. That we were, I don't think we want to put this in, but we were led to believe there was heat in there, which there was not, which helped cause the mold. And actually we were told there was no mold incorrectly. So those last two, you don't have to put in the thing, but as soon as that goes down, there's going to be lots and lots of questions. So we have to handle that appropriately. Hopefully we won't take the shed that's there that can be used for storage too. There's a shed on that property, right? So that was number one. Number two, 2 years ago, we stopped having our August meeting in Ardbeg. And the reason we did was because we had no stability with respect to the internet up there to ensure that we could do it by Zoom. I understand now that the Starlink system is actually at the community hall. And I wonder if there's any way that we could agree to have, although I know it's published now, but have the actual August meeting up in Ardbeg as we used to have. And I'm sure up there it would greatly be appreciated. I heard from one lady who doesn't have internet, who was getting the internet when it was over at the fire department, but she doesn't get it anymore because it's at the community hall. And she also said to boot everything, you don't even use it for your meetings anymore in August. So is there any appetite for that, to move it to Ardbeg in August? I mean, we can simply do it by a motion. And certainly there's enough time that we could put that out and get it publicized. And, you know, the Wawashkesh meetings coming up in August, you could tell them there and that sort of thing, you know, if there is. So that's my question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, can I do a quick response?
I guess so, sure.
Sure. It was just, I think Councillor Woods has brought this up a couple times in the last few meetings, and I believe staff had said, or maybe it was one of us on council, the issue to that is the audio, video, the Zoom and Zoom technology and the speakers and all of that kind of stuff. So I think it's great that we have it up there, but I would think we look at it for next year once we can make sure that we can have a proper council meeting, but also make sure it will work on Zoom with everything that we need, be it from the speakers to the microphones to all that kind of stuff for a TV if council's watching, all that kind of stuff. But I do think it's a great idea to have there. I think people in Ardbeg would like to see it there, but that's what I remember when Councillor Woods brought it up not too long ago, that was one of the reasons. But I agree with you, Councillor Lamb, Deputy Mayor, that it would be great to do, but maybe we just wait till next year.
There is no connection between a sound system there and Zoom. I mean, it's possible to set up a camera and computers and so on, I guess, but then the question is, how do the people in the room hear what's going on, right? From that, they would only hear it out of whatever speakers we had attached to this. So if we wanted to do something that vaguely resembles what we do here, it would involve a fair bit of.
Okay, well, I'll withdraw my request, but I sure would like to have it there next year. And whatever steps we need to do between now and then to make it viable, within reason, obviously.
Okay, I don't know. I'm just saying we can't do the same things that we do here. We can do something, but when we used to do it, it was in person only, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Okay, so.
I'm done with mine.
All right, anybody else have items?
Mr. Mayor,
Oh,
if I
yes.
could, quick.
Well, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Woods. You had an item?
Just thanks to Deputy Mayor Lamb for bringing up Ardbeg again. I mean, I've been saying this for years. And especially with all the renovations and the work that they've done at the Ardbeg Community Hall, I think the sooner we could get back there, the more people out in that end of the community feel like, you know, they're not the forgotten 520 anymore. So I do appreciate you bringing that up again, Councillor Lamb. Also to Councillor Lamb's other comment about when we're taking down the twist, any of the equipment that's been inside there, the fridges, stoves, whatever, I'm hoping, really hoping that the community groups that showed interest, we're going to be able to give them the opportunity to take some of those things. I know the Legion, I've been in talks with people from the Legion since we bought the property pretty much, that have asked me, you know, every time they see me to remember that they're looking for, I think it's a cooler of some sort or a fridge unit of some sort that they believe is in there. So I would just hope that before we rip the building down, we take some of that equipment, and if it's, you know, give it away and it's, you know, as is condition, you do what you want with it kind of thing. I think we should do that. If we can help some of our community groups, I think we should always try to do that. I'll leave that one at there. And the next thing that I'm going to bring up, I really hope I'm not going to offend any of you, because that is most definitely not my intention, is to offend anybody. If you do get offended, please call me afterwards and we can have an argument about it. Let's not do it during the meeting. But I'll say this the politest and most honest way I think I can. I'm not trying to take qualifications away from anybody or knock anybody for what they try to do. But since I've been on council and the way many, many meetings have gone, and I'm not trying to point fingers at anybody, but I think there's a little bit too much arguing between us, and it comes down to personalities. And that's one of the things that's making our meetings take so much longer. How does everybody feel, or what would you think as an idea if we ask the CAO to chair the meetings? And then, you know, somebody says something and somebody doesn't like it, and it's the arguing back and forth. You know, the CAO can straighten us, because I know we're all trying to do our part here, and I know we're all trying to work together, but sometimes our own personalities come into play. And I think it might be an easier way if the CAO ran the meeting and he could set us straight or put us in our place, kind of thing. I think it would be easier on you, Mr. Mayor, in all honesty, or even Deputy Mayor Lamb, when he has the chair. I think it might be something to look at anyways. I just wanted to get everyone's feeling on it. And again, I'm really not trying to offend anybody here.
Just from a legal point of view, under the Municipal Act, the role of the clerk and the chair of the meeting are completely different, and you have to have, they can't be the same person under the Municipal Act.
Okay. Well, I guess that kills it then, Mr. Mayor. I'm just trying
anyway, I'll simply offer that.
You had us at the edge of our seats though, Brian, I can tell you that.
If I've offended anybody, I didn't mean to. That's not my intention. But I mean, I know we're all passionate about certain things, and it's natural that our personalities might, you know, come and clash at times. I was just trying to think of a way that maybe we could work together better and get us through the meetings a little bit easier is all.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Councillor Woods, I think it is a good idea. You certainly didn't offend me, and I know I'm one of the ones that that speaks out and causes some of it sometimes. So you did not offend me. But with that being said, I know if you watch many other municipalities, the clerk will be the one to introduce motions, to read motions, to do a lot of that kind of stuff, to introduce items, to introduce reports. You'll still have a chair, but the clerk will do a lot of the other work. being from the reading of a motion, again, to introduction of items, kind of keep the meeting moving along in that way. And the clerk is really just there for some of the other aspects. So maybe it is something that can be looked at, Councillor Woods. As if I'll use City of Toronto, Olivia Chow isn't reading all the motions and doing all that and introducing things. That's done by by somebody else. So it is something I think that we can be looked at and would probably help speed up the council meetings tremendously, because I feel for myself, but I feel even more for our staff that have been there for 8.5 hours listening to everything we're talking about, which always seems to be about how long it takes instead of a 2 or 3 hour meeting or a 4 hour meeting like it should be. So I would implore staff to look at options and maybe bring something back on how that could be done. And if nobody else has any other comments on that, I do have one councillor comment. Yeah.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I know that in a lot of communities, the motions, the mover and seconder has already been identified before you come to the meeting. So you don't have to go through who moves, who seconds, and that sort of thing. And that happens in 3 or 4 cities and towns that I know of. So I don't know whether that might help. I don't know whether it's done up here in other places. I think it is. I think Perry Sound is done that way, but I may be wrong. So,
Yeah, some places do that, yeah.
yeah. So anyway, that's just a comment.
Okay, well, I'm not going to respond to it. I will, though, mention a couple of other things under councilor items. On June 25th, I attended the Perry Sound High School graduation, and I presented the Louise Woods Memorial Environmental Award to Alexander Fuscaldo, which is Jeannie's son. If you know, I was hoping to try and catch them at the end of the meeting and have a, and maybe get a photo op or do, or chat a little bit more with Andrew about what Alex, I'm sorry, did I say Andrew? Alex is his name. What he was planning to do next year, but I lost him at the end of the meeting and didn't get a chance to connect with him, but said I would let you know that happened. So that's first thing. Second thing, Association Municipalities of Ontario meeting is August 17th to 19th in Ottawa. This happens kind of every year. I guess it seems it coincides with our council meeting. The fall fair is on the 16th, 15th and 16th, which is a Friday and Saturday. And then Ottawa's the 17th. I believe that somebody from Whitestone should be at that meeting. I think we should go to them. We should always go to them. As it happens, I may have to go to Ottawa around then anyway, and if I do, I will probably try to go to that meeting, and or get part of it at least. I guess you can decide whether you want to pay the expenses or not, but if I'm going to be there, I might as well go and take it in. But I really think we should have had this on the agenda. And I guess it didn't go because we had it, because I say it does overlap. Our meeting's actually what, the 18th? Is that the? I didn't bring my. Okay, it's the 19th, which that would be the Tuesday then. Yeah, okay, so yeah. So that's the Tuesday's a regular meeting day. Sunday's is sort of a part day and whatever, but anyway, I just thought I would mention it, that it's going on. So that's all for Counselor items, I think. Oh, sorry, you had your item and you got up and got it and then,
Yes, well,
I'm sorry, we're not,
I'm ready to show it, just one minute. I just, Counselor Woods and Counselor Nash, I'm going to email you or text you a picture. But we have 2 new signs that we're going to have put up in the municipality, and we're looking for possibly 2 more signs. One of the issues that we have had in the past is people not understanding what green lights mean. And there is no requirement by law to get over, but it is really appreciated when people pull over and let us go by, because we're trying to get somewhere, whether it's to the hall to pick up equipment or whether we're going right straight to the call. I did see these in other communities, and so I brought it back to our chief, and our chief got 2 of them. And so the plan is to put one, hopefully, around the signs coming down from the landfill, sorry. And one out here for coming up the road or by the road, because people come up from the municipal office and the beach and things like that. So we're hoping to get 2 more so that we could have one at the Alds landfill and one hopefully on the Bunny Trail maybe next year. Thank you.
Good work.
thank you very much.
Fantastic idea, Janice.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash, Janice, great idea for that initiative with the fire department. I think it's good and great idea. Maybe you can also put an article in one of the e-newsletters to remind everybody too, or something like that.
Oh, thank you for saying that, because that is something I should do. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And if you're done, Councillor Bray, I do have a couple things to bring up under Councillor comments, if I might, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I was just going to, I realized that I had a third one that I forgot, which was that just to mention to everybody that 2 weeks ago, and not this past Saturday, but a week before, we had the Whitestone Conservation Association had its annual meeting here in this room. And they had a very good presentation on invasive species. Unfortunately, there were not very many people that turned out for that. But you all missed a good presentation. I think it's possible to get copies of it if people want. I don't have it, but I think they said they were going to get them. So, but anyway, they had displays and a whole bunch of things here, and I thought it was a shame. Unfortunately, not too many people were able to. There were something like 10 people in total that came on, and it was a very good presentation. Sorry, Councillor Nash, you had some.
Yeah, and sorry, Mr. Mayor, what presentation was that? Sorry, you cut out so far. By the way, the sound's been fantastic today, much better than normal, but I just couldn't hear you just at that very last part there. That was the first time all day.
It's the Whitestone Conservation Association, which is the former Hagerman Ratepayers Association. It represents anybody in the municipality of Whitestone, and there are no membership dues. So it's, you know, since everybody in the community in theory belongs to it, right? Because you don't. They're the group that published the Welcome to Whitestone brochure. They're the group that run the bingos in here on Wednesday nights, which is one of their major fundraisers. And they do a lot of things like water testing and that sort of thing. They have a number of
What was the
activities.
date of the? Yeah, sorry. What was the date of what you attended? Sorry, that's what I was trying to get.
It was not this past Saturday, but the Saturday before. It was the long.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it was the long weekend.
I thought it might have.
Let me see if yeah. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
So you had some items you wanted. Is that correct?
Yeah, so there's 3 or 4. First of all, the reason I was just asking there is I thought it might have been the the presentation put on by the West Committee in regards to invasive species. It was back in June. That's why I asked. I wasn't sure
No.
what it was because the sound had gotten cut off. So that was the first one that's been done. And then sticking on the West Committee or Environmental Committee that Councillor Woods and myself sit on, the pollinator garden out at Fire Station number 2 is about 95% done. There's a couple new signs that were worked on with the fire chief, and the gardens just needs a little bit of mulch and it's completed. And then 2 signs for invasive species in regards to boat launches have been installed, as was spoken about at the last council meeting. The 3 locations were selected with members of council speaking to them. So the Gooseneck Lake landing sign's gone in, the Bolger landing sign's gone in, and the third one, which will be probably done by municipal staff, will go at the Dunchurch Community Center launch, or the municipal launch there. They just need to get the sign from us. So that's one comment. The other one had to do with the fire department. And like I said earlier, it was great that the fire department goes out to Bolger, Clear Lake, Black Lake, that area on holiday weekends. I don't know why I said Bolger there. But something that I think might help is we have the fire signs when you're coming into the municipality. It might be a good idea if we can get a third fire watch sign or fire rating sign that's fairly big, and maybe it's installed somewhere along Clear Lake Road, just so people heading out that direction can see it, but also something there that says about permits and how they can download them. I think it might just be something to help let people know that we ask for permits, but also let people know when there is a fire ban. So that might be something to think about for the fire department, be it for next year or next year's budget. And then the last thing, I'll be brief on it, but it's something really important to me. And we've all seen some emails or texts or whatever it might be, you know, in the last months, the last days. And I just wanted to make it a public note that everybody in Ontario, everybody in Canada has a right to attend any lake, any crown land that they want. And at no time do they ever need to check with the Lake Association president to get approval or to say that somebody is coming out or not coming out, be it as a council member or as a personal ratepayer. And I just wanted to say that to me, that is a very scary road when we all have to remember that lakes are people's lakes and not the famous word of so many people on lakes, our lake. It is not your lake, it's a public lake. And I think so many times that's forgotten about by so many people, unfortunately, in our community. And it truly is a shame. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Are we done with councilor items? Motion to move into closed session then.
I'll make the motion.
Moved by councilor Lamb, seconded by
I could, oh,
Could I ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Mayor, please, for going into closed?
So I suppose you can. You want to well, all right. I'm not sure what that would accomplish, but go ahead.
Well, to answer it, it's
I guess
because
if council agrees not to go into closed, then
I'm
then we can
asking
leave
for
early.
a
But
recorded
yeah.
vote, which I'm
Start the
entitled
roll, call the roll.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
who was the
Mr.
seconder
Mayor.
in that motion?
Yeah, hold on.
Councilor Bray,
Yeah.
moved by councilor Lamb, seconded by councilor Bray.
Thank
And-
you.
This meeting
Mr.
be
Mayor,
adjourned to a
through
closed
you
session
did-
meeting at whatever time we do this. And it's to deal with the 4 items that we approved to be on the closed agenda at the beginning.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a comment.
Before the roll's called? Yeah.
Yes.
You want to say something now? Did you
So
say-
that might have just been,
Go ahead.
I would, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that might have been a perfect example of what Councillor Woods was saying when I went to comment and it was ignored and some stuff was just done, whereas if somebody else was running that part of it, I would have been able to speak a minute ago and I wouldn't have got a giggle or things like that when I said I wanted a recorded vote. So the reason I want a recorded vote is we have a very wonderful democracy where if somebody asks for a recorded vote, it's supposed to be done without comment afterwards or asking why. I have the right to ask for a recorded vote. But the reason why I did ask for it, since you asked, is because there's a couple items, or at least one item on closed, which didn't follow proper procedures until this procedural bylaw had to be suspended to add something on it. So I don't think it should be on there. So that's why I wanted a recorded vote to see who still feels it should or should not be on there. And I have the right to do that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Bray? This is to go into closed.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Lamb?
Yes.
Counselor Nash?
No.
Counselor Woods?
No.
Mayor Comrie?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
Okay, shut the recording on. Recording on.
And that's carried and it's 8:06 p.m. Matters arising from closed session, that Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the regular closed session council meeting minutes of Tuesday, June 17th, 2025. Mover and seconder.
I'll second.
Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by somebody? Councillor Bray, thank you. All those in favor? On the phone?
Yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay. 15.2.1 Bolger Landing Shore Dockers update. The Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives the verbal update from CAO Clerk Black for information. Mover and seconder.
Come on,
Are you guys still with us here?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I couldn't hear you there. I'm having issues with my phone right now.
Okay, would you like to move that we received the update on the shore dockers?
Sure, I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I need a seconder.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councillor Lamb. Thank you. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
That's carried. Next one. That this is the volunteer application to Whitestone Fire and Rescue Service, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone approves the appointment of Terry Cooper as a probationary firefighter / first rescuer starting July 30th, 2025, and that subject to completion of mandatory training and 1 year of successful probation, Terry Cooper may move up as a regular firefighter / first responder in the Whitestone Fire and Rescue Department. Moved by Councillor Bray, seconded by
I can second it, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woods. Thank you. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you. Confirmatory bylaw, please. Mover and seconder.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, wasn't there an update you were going to provide? A brief one?
Oh, I can, yes. Sorry. We are live, right? Yes. Okay, so during closed session, one final item, we did receive and accept resignations from the Whitestone Environmental Stewardship Committee. So that's just for information. Confirmatory bylaw.
I'll move it.
Counselor Lamb. Seconded by
Counselor Nash.
all those in favor, please indicate.
Counselor Woods, yes.
Counselor Nash.
Adjournment. Now therefore be it resolved that this meeting be adjourned at say 10 p.m. until the regular council meeting of Tuesday, August 19th at 10 a.m. or at the call of the chair.
I'll move.
Sorry, who moved?
Counselor Woods.
Counselor Woods, seconded by
I'll second.
Counselor Lamb. All those in favor?
Counselor Woods, yes.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Okay, that's done. Thank you.